What is this? 180.
4, so we got 16, and we're just going live. We got 16 till 200, so roughly 17 weeks. Because I think I'm gonna have to skip one. I'm gonna have to. Well, I'm not sure if I can do one of these from a laptop or not. Now we've got so much stuff going on. I don't know if my current laptop could take it.
Fleet's able to run Powder Monkey, so you should be okay.
Yes, Fleet is.
It's pretty lightweight.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. So, questions are open. Hello, all. Hope you're all well. Hope we are live on both YouTube
Hope we
and
are live on both
Twitch. I think we are. I think we're live on both. Hello, everyone. And I wonder if we're going to have Twitch and YouTube chatting away with each other again as well. As you probably heard when we were starting off, me and Runo were just figuring out, we have roughly 16 Bruships, because this is 184, till 200. Bruships 200. And there are so many things between now and then I've got to do. Put up the video about the competitions, the results from the previous competition, and the new competition that's going to be run. Make sure those things are in the post. Sort out all sorts of things to do with the Japan trip, which once we've got basically the rule is we're not advertising or really starting off properly until we've got everything sent out, and we've pretty much, I think Drax just currently dealing with a one historian war on the post office. It's fun. It's fun. Things are going well. So yeah, things are going on. I'm sure I pressed questions open. I'm sure the questions were open. Did you have to open it again, Runon? Or wasn't it working properly? I'm not the only one who can't hear Runon responding to that, so I'm presuming Runon did something and then has disappeared off to sort something out. It's either that.
Yeah, sorry. I'm putting a bow on my my dinner. So one second.
Good.
Or lunch technically.
Lunch technically. I do know. We're at question 184. Knight's at question 143. Ah, Foxo.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Sad.
Why are you sad? Has Dragon been cruel to you again?
Yes, he's got a job.
Oh, it's terrible. I thought his job was taking care of your needs.
Exactly. But now he's being a bartender for other people.
Well, added benefit, you can now go down to a bar and demand free drinks from the bartender.
Yeah, I just not much for.
And you can force him to make you cocktails, which are overly complicated and require him shaking the thing around like a maracas.
That would be funny.
Yeah, see? There are advantages. There's always a silver lining if you know where to look for it. Yes, Petchington, pint is lovely and it's very simple. But being able to... And I have watched my cousins doing this when they have been dating people who have worked behind bars. Being able to force your significant other to legitimately have to make a bit of a pillock of themselves doing something adds a special zestiness to the drink, is what I've been told.
No.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Hello, Sheep of Oceans. How are you doing?
Sheep.
I don't know
Nope.
I don't know who keeps changing
I am not acknowledging that name.
So I am, as you can all see today, I am engaging in what David Cameron called hugging a hoodie, because yes, I have my own family hoodie to hug. Who's doing all the hearts? Lots of people putting hearts in the chat. Oh, hello. Yes, lots of people like Raleigh. Oh, yes, you've heard they're here, and it's PT time. Yes, you realise there are people on the other end of the camera now, so now it is time for for poodle treats. Yes. tips are usually a nice bonus of working in bars. I had to say, one of the strangest things was when I worked, because as you all know, as I said before, I did some work on doors in my youth, and yeah, the amount of people who thought tipping the doorman would get them in, and it was a case of, thank you very much for your kind donation to the charity I'm running on this door for myself. What were you expecting from this? No, you're waiting in the queue. What can I say?
Okay.
I was cruel.
I'm 22 and I struggle to get into a bar still. It's the whole thing my ID's fake.
Yes, but that's because you look so young and youthful. You look so we think you're below 18. The rule is to card anyone who even looks like they might be below 18. That's why I've been able to get into places since I was about 16, because I've had a beard since then, whenever I've wanted.
I'm just going to put this out there for both chats. I'm going to suck in about 5 additional questions, and then we'll close the queue.
So 5 more questions. Everyone try and get in as many questions as quickly as possible so that everyone can't stop with just 5. Go on. You can do it. You can do it. Everyone. I have faith in you. We still don't
I can.
We don't have
right?
gunnery officer here, do we? We need gunnery officer and knight to really try and overload the system. We need them all here. I should warn you, at some point we might even get Drac coming in here, because he keeps threatening to pop into Bruships.
Well, then take him up on the offer. I have words for him.
No,
Bring it.
He's like
My
all the
body-
shipshape
my
crew.
body is
He
ready.
has a standing invitation to come whenever he wants to. It's just, he keeps threatening but doesn't actually come. But at the moment he's...
My body is ready.
Well, then maybe you should add some backbone to those threats and actually show up.
My body is ready. I don't know if my bot is ready, but my body is ready.
Hello. You bought your Rubik's Cube to show everyone. Hello. You are looking extra cute with your Rubik's Cube for everyone. It's important that the poodle shows everyone how lovely he is.
Dr. Clarke,
Yes?
you will want to change your banner on your screen.
Yeah, okay, I will do as soon as I can reach it. There we go. Your Rubik's Cube. You're very happy with this. Oh, hello. So, hello everyone. How are we all doing today? How was everything? How was your Twitch stream? Wait, you were doing Hoi 4, I seem to remember.
Oh, mine was good. Yeah, we managed to not drop below 9 viewers for all of it.
That's good.
No.
So we actually did really well. We got Paul subscribing, which means I have 3 people who will likely stay subscribed now.
That's good.
So that means I'll at least get. Obviously, this month's going to be massive in terms of earnings because of the amount of gifted subs that were given.
Yes.
Which is good. Obviously,
we need-
Gifted subs do. Many people go and give him treats. He's currently trying to arm wrestle me to give him treats. How is it my dog? Seriously, I should start a YouTube channel just with my dog my dog doing random stuff. It would probably be the most subscribed channel out of the entire Shipshape crew in about a week.
Mm-hmm.
Add in corgi stuff, and you know we'd never win.
Oh, we actually did get some people coming in from searches.
Oh, good.
So it does seem that I am actually going to be able to grow at a steady rate on Twitch.
Yeah.
Although I do have some of my YouTube audience grumbling that they have to wait until after the
Knight, take a good look at the order of operations in chat and then send that message to me again.
Well, my view is I'm waiting for either my patron YouTube to stabilize after the Christmas stuff, because it always goes down after Christmas, and to work out how much I'm getting a month, and then I will pay for the upgraded version of Restream, so to help you do YouTube and Twitch dual casting, or alternatively, I win the lottery. If I win the lottery, that'll happen. That's always my policy, if I win the lottery. I think probably the YouTube stabilizing is probably going to happen more quickly, but you never know. I'd have to actually play the lottery, and I'm not currently playing it. But, you know, there's still a chance.
Yeah, YouTube loves pet channels because they're very advertiser friendly.
Yeah, and I'm being
Because
mugged. I'm being mugged by a poodle right about now, who's literally setting me up to mug me by giving me his toy and then taking it off me.
I may have also done some slightly questionable things with the Royal Navy.
Okay, so you played a game
we're going to the
involved...
question now. We're going to a question now before we start talking about what questionable things have happened to sheep of oceans with the Royal Navy. Because let's be honest, what they could get up to with a sheep. There are some Welsh people in the Royal Navy. You know, we're just going to leave that to one side. Bowmill Boy, why was 1959 considered a year of maximum danger for war with the USSR from BAC by David Hobbs?
Can I take a stab at this?
Yeah.
Does it have anything to do with the level of readiness and militarization from World War II tapering off and hitting a wall?
It is to an extent, but it's also to do with the transitions of technologies. The fact is, this is the
point when the USSR has the USSR is not only equivalent in tech at this point, it also has certain advantages. Like the T-64 fleet has come online, T-62s are everywhere. The first T-72s are coming in. Like there's a whole raft of.
Safe, is it at all?
It's basically like 1969 is basically the period when a whole raft of mature but incredibly potent technologies appear.
Yeah.
And that's basically the whole problem.
It's also before the smart tech really starts to come in. What we talk about this, I know we always think about the third wave smart generation, the third offset strategy sort of wave of technologies, etc. But it's also 1960 onwards is when the second sort of smart wave of technology, the stuff which is developed not post, is completely clear from World War II, comes into service. Nope.
Yeah.
You're losing.
Yeah, it's basically like post 1969 is basically the point where the Soviet Union starts to not be able to keep up technologically, and by that I mean in terms of the miniaturization of technology. Up to 1969,
it's
not
59.
Only are they, yeah, sorry, 59.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was 60. Oh, well.
Yeah, you're kind of a decade late, but don't worry.
Well, even then, I'd still say 69 is still. I'd still say the Russians are.
No, 59 is probably the year of maximum danger. 69 is probably the one which comes after that. But because again, transitions between technologies, because that's usually the major issue. It's when at certain points the Russians catch up, get close enough. Because what usually happens is the West introduces a tech first, as a rule. Not always the case, but usually introduces it first. And so for a while, their tech superiority outweighs the Russian numbers. Then the Russians introduce a tech which is their counter. And then with their number, which probably usually is, theoretically on paper, it's their counter. And you add those two things together, and eventually the Russian numbers, and that then becomes the problem. And usually that's towards the end of a decade. Okay. I have a very active poodle today because he hasn't been able to go for a walk because it's been absolutely pouring with rain today. And so, yes, he's very, very hyper.
That sounds about right.
Because it's absolutely been twaddling it down outside.
Yep.
Anyway. Gregory Zirkov. Why was anti-submarine development slow in the 1920s and 30s? It's not so much slow, it's actually quite interesting how much is going on, but what you've got going on there is a lot of what's the pace of implementation of it, because nobody wants to implement any of the technology just come in too fast, just in case they get taken over by a new technology. And that's the problem. If you have a new technology come in, that's even better, and you've implemented it on your ships, then suddenly your ships are out of date, and what they've got is useless. So that's a constant problem. And it's a constant problem you always have throughout history with the technology. It's implementation and how quickly do you implement. Let's put it this way. If we consider the tech we were talking about 20 years ago, if we'd mass implemented that, and it would have taken us 10 years to implement it, then probably we wouldn't be able to implement any new technology on a mass scale for another 20-odd years. So what you tend to do in peacetime is you do a slow upgrade, and you upgrade sort of each generation slowly a portion of your fleet. And then so you've got the technology available and you know how to use it, and then when you see war coming close and you think you're going to have to fight wars quite soon, then you do a mass rollout. So what we have in the 1920s and 30s are a lot of exercises, a lot of testing, a lot of things being developed, but it's very much a managed and very limited implementation as you're growing the capabilities. Because if you do, let's put it this way, if war didn't break out till 1950, if war hadn't broken out, and the Royal Navy was still had a mass implemented the ASDIC, which they developed in 1939, and they deployed on everything in 1939, then the ASDIC that would have been used by most of the escorts would have been 20-odd years out of date. Or they've had to upgrade it all completely. Or they could put some vessels have the ASDIC in 1939, and then the next generation ASDIC and the next generation of ASDIC, and that's probably what they do. It's how do you manage something, especially when you're dealing with size of fleet you're dealing with that time period. That's the problem. It's the size of fleet again. It's the scale of the force you're building and you're maintaining. He's gone to sleep next to his toy box now. It's either a good thing or a bad thing.
I'm going to go with bad thing because that poodle seems to be incredibly mischievous.
Yes, he
is.
He is slightly annoyed because Papa was away for an entire week, for about 3 days, and he doesn't agree with that because when Papa goes away, he doesn't get the same level of wanders.
I wonder as I wander.
Oh, he's not so much sleepy, Jonathan Moon, as sleeping next to the toy box. Hug him. If I hug him anymore, we won't get him to calm down at all. What are your thoughts on the modern Mongolian Navy? It's very small and only has one little ship.
Bless their heart.
Look, nice way. They have a one-vessel navy. It's commanded by, I think, someone who's got the rank of admiral. It's an interesting capability. They have it.
Yeah, don't knock it. Can't knock it till it's been knocked. There you are.
Actually, they have more than one. They currently use a small number of motorboats. Although there is also the tugboat Sukhbatar, which is often confused as being apparently being the Mongolian Navy. But it is interesting. Mainly because the Sukhbatar is also the name of their officers' school, apparently, which they opened in 1943.
The thing it's important to bear in mind is that inshore naval power is still naval power. It's just of a different sort than oceanic naval power.
Yes.
There was a long silence.
Well,
don't look at me.
It is.
I'm keeping an eye on my.
There is a reason we usually talk about riverine navies. I do.
I'm working on
riverine navies.
I'm working on establishing new new commands and such for both of you in Powder Monkey.
Whoopee.
Thanks, Andrew Campbell. Thank you, Dr. Lout, for the sources on Torpex. I'm hoping I did supply those. I didn't. It's not a thank you in advance and I've forgotten, or a thank you because I've forgotten. If I have forgotten, then I do apologise. Sources on Torpex, though, there are a few which are allowed to be shared with people, and I will just add them now. The joy of torpedo explosives. It's always fun to be sharing, but usually, if I'm talking people through it, there's an easy thing you can download, which I should be able to have a link come up to now. I'm just checking the link still works, because it's a while since I opened it. and there's a good book, which is called... Secret History of RDX by the University of Kentucky, published by Colin Baxter in 2018. There is also The Hellions of the Deep, which is Robert Gannon's book, which was published in 1996 on development of American Torpedoes World War II. But that book is mainly known for making a good friend of mine scream, Mark 14!
What?
For a very long time.
I'm glad to see that I'm glad to see that the top end of your volume mixer does have a cutout in it.
Yes! It does have a cutout on it, mate, but oh, good lord. You know. Yeah, the link's not working. There used to be a link to the US Navy Bureau of Ordnance, which I had, which was their report on their torpedoes published in 1947. Which is a great piece of interesting, both accurate history and some interesting recollection of histories. Anyway, we'll get on to 1961's question. The question 142. At the end of the 40s, the US proposed to sell the Italian Navy 2 to 3 carriers, a couple of Casablanca escort carriers, and an Independence light carrier. How has this gone through? How does this change Italian Cold War naval aviation? Well, not particularly much. It's gonna the escort carriers are gonna be useful for operating helicopters, so they're gonna be used probably as helicopter carriers. Might increase the number of helicopters, and the Independence. Honestly, by that point, at the end of 1949, there's going to be a few years it's going to be able to operate anything, but there's not much expansion in the Independence hull.
Yeah, the Independence base as a period where it'll be.
Good boy.
It'll be a fixed wing carrier until the Italian Navy wants to get jets, at which point they will run into the reality that the Independence just cannot operate fixed wing jet aircraft.
Yes, it doesn't work.
Then what will happen is the 2 helicopter wings from the Casablancas will probably be merged into 1 wing to operate off the Independence. And then that will drive the Italians' desire for some form of helicopter carrier when the Harrier appears, and they go,
that'll work.
We could, yeah, they could go, we could keep this Independence, or we could not do a Spain because we're not broke.
The thing is, it might be large enough that the Italian Navy does actually keep its own naval aviation. Italian naval aviation. They have kept it going since 1956. They have got a naval aviation, but they might have actually had it opened up slightly earlier. Because with enough of these helicopters in the 1940s, you'd have a few more years earlier. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. The Italians get a naval aviation group going earlier, but also, to be honest, they're probably looking the Independence gets used as an amphibious carrier with enough helicopters aboard. I just woke up the big orange cat shouting like that, Doc. I do apologize. But yes, it was my best impression of my good colleague Drac NFL every time the Mark 14 torpedo comes up. Are there cases of cruisers causing major damage by ramming? I think so.
Not sure off the top of my head.
I'm fairly sure there's a few destroyers which were sunk by cruisers over the time. HMS York certainly did ram something and sunk it.
Thank you, Jonathan Moon.
U-15 was rammed by HMS Birmingham, which was, I'm talking about a 1914 destroyer, a 1914 cruiser.
HMS Hawk? He's the one that rammed the Olympic, if I remember correctly. Actually, quite the number in Olympic.
Oh,
Was she cruiser?
Yeah. I think
Sorry, just a
York
point
was
of
a cruiser, yes.
small point of channel admin while I'm thinking of it, because this is how my mind works. Foxo, you should be able to both see and join on your own recognizance this voice chat. And if you can't, let me know, and I'll beat Discord over the head until it does what it's supposed to.
Sounds fun. HMS York in World War II was rammed by torpedo boats, but HMS Kuroko, which was a light cruiser C-class, was also, of course, was rammed and sliced in half by RMS Queen Mary. She was escorting her. And obviously Queen Mary decided she wasn't, going fast enough for her. But yeah, rams have been used. They're not usually popular because they can do a lot of damage. There's things like HMS Fairy, which managed to both sunk the submarine but also damage herself so much she sank herself. Ramming's not a preferred methodology.
No.
Thank you, Black Horse.
Ramming is very much a spur of the moment thing.
Well, unless you're HMS Dreadnought.
Even then, that was still a spur of the moment thing.
Yeah, but she's still the only battleship to ever sink a submarine. Warspite spent the entirety of World War II trying to chase every submarine she could to equal Dreadnought. Literally, look at the battle records of HMS Warspite and when there are submarines nearby, and look at how she operates. Con Cameron, we have heard both you and Drac at points discussing what you would name the first Royal Navy spaceships, Unicorn Line Act. But what name would you give the first base?
Well, that would make it a stone ship. Is
the Stone Frigate? Yeah.
Is Endeavour currently in use by the Royal Navy?
Oh,
yeah.
Come on, folks. I'm sorry, but if we're talking about British moon base names, we have to really. I know Royal Navy and all that, and I get that. I do get that. But if we're talking about British moon names, then I'm sorry, but we kind of have to lean a little bit into Jerry Anderson here.
Why?
But well, A, British sci-fi OP, but secondly,
why?
It's the Royal Navy. They will just call it some boring name like Moonbase Alpha. Come on, let's be real here. It's the Royal Navy.
Oh, it's like no, the Royal Navy bases. None of them are called things like that. RNAS Cold Rose is also HMS Seahawk. They have both. It has both names. That's the Royal Navy doesn't do any basing naming like that. All of them get a station name, and all of them get a station or port name, and a stone frigate name. Go look through the list of bases if you want. You'll see I'm right.
I'm not denying it. I just think, well,
the base in London, the literal Royal Navy Reserve base in London is called HMS President. Which, by the way, when the Royal Navy captured HMS President, they were told they could only keep the name if they could find someone to name it for. And so they did, and they chose the President of the Trade Council of Britain. Because that was the only president in the government. This is how the Royal Navy works when trying to keep names and wanting to base them. Honestly, if they're going for a star base sort of name, etc. Well, it's not going to be it's going to be not a Royal Naval Air Station. It's going to be Royal Naval Space Station, isn't it? So it's going to be RNSS. So it'll be RNSS Moon, probably, as the base, as the sort of kind of like Calderos is named for the village it was built over. And it would have a name of HMS. Ooh. Well, let's see. There is a... and perhaps HMS Discovery? Name for Captain Scott's ship?
That would fit. That would slot nicely.
That would be
I don't see...
That's what the Royal Navy probably would go with.
I saw some Mark Harkness suggested Artemis. I don't necessarily see Artemis because the U.S. has an Artemis program.
Yeah.
And
also,
they may want to... Now,
Calm guys,
if
the trouble is we make it name HMS Highlander, then the Scottish government might try and claim that it belongs to them.
Yes, but that might also help the long-standing desire for Scottish independence, because then they would lose access to Moonbase Highlander.
Always be careful about that one. Remember, Scotland is the only country which has voted against going independent.
How does that one work?
Literally, they've had referendums. They voted to stay. Basically, what you have to remember is, whilst the Scots do not like any of the Westminster parties, as they like to call them, i.e. Labour or Conservatives, they also don't necessarily want to become a separate independent nation. So they're quite happy to vote for the SNP and let the SNP run things in Scotland, but they're not really that keen on the SNP's most cherished aim. So this is the duality of Scotland, in that they keep electing politicians who swear they want independence, and then every time they are given the opportunity, or they're polled for it, they don't want independence.
They've basically got a sweet spot where
Yes.
they have most of the benefits of being an independent state, without some of the downsides.
Yes. They have a brilliant arrangement at the moment.
So does Wales.
Mm-hmm. Wales are even better, even more. Wales, you hear very little about Welsh independence. Mm-hmm. Very, very little. Even from Plaid Cymru, you hear very little about Welsh independence.
Because basically, Plaid Cymru are at the point now where they go, so we've got support for our culture, yeah, and they're helping us bring back the language, yeah,
yeah,
and they're also happy to let us do whatever we want culturally, yeah,
yeah.
Okay, why do we want to go independent and lose the subsidies we gain and all the benefits of being part of the UK? Like even Plaid Cymru sat there going, we just win. This is it. We win.
Yeah. The UK is an interesting place when it comes to these things. It's a fun discussion sometimes. It is a really fun discussion.
Just don't bring up the fourth trial.
No.
All I know is that if I do immigrate over there, there's going to be a non-zero amount of my whatever disposable income I manage to have in your communistic European ways, I say with tongue firmly in cheek.
Yeah.
Spent on some 100 and 200 level law courses so I can have some idea of how the heck you people do things.
Oh, that'll just confuse you even more, but go on. Because you'll learn how... Because the
honestly,
locals will tell you
not
how
that
we're supposed to do things.
Yeah, rule number one. The law de jure is not the law factual. Rule number one.
Well, I mean, to be fair, neither is American law. It's a lot of case law.
Yeah. I think, yeah.
Yep.
It's fine.
Listen, if I get to the point where I do go to the UK for safe harbor, which is not impossible, unfortunately, I am still going to make the jokes, but I'm going to make them in the most grateful way possible.
Don't worry, we make worse jokes. We're all about.
That's fine.
This is what people.
You can make worse jokes.
This is what we've been
you're
told
a
we
native.
have to be careful about when we go to Japan, because the UK, the national pastime, is making jokes about our country. In Japan, that's considered very bad manners to make jokes about your own country. So, this is going to be terrible, but about 90% of mine and Drax human material that we could use to break ice when we're in conversations is self-depreciating jokes about being British and British naval history.
You know, this is all very good and all, but then of course I can see now why I've basically become the butt of most of the jokes, because they're all sat there making self-depreciating jokes. I come in and say, "Oh," and then basically they all turn around at me and go, "Excuse me."
No,
Fleet,
we also can't make jokes about each other.
Fleet, you do make it easy.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I make it easy too, but you do make it easy.
Oh no,
Like-
that's a deliberate choice.
You also
The
keep forgetting that your crime isn't Hoge. Your crime is being French.
Well, how can my crime be being French when I'm not French?
That's because you want to be French, so that is a crime in the British eyes.
No.
Now, as we push on, we have got a good question from Michael Cooch coming. If Admiral Tyrion had survived the Camperdown disaster, what impact would it have on the Royal Navy? Well, first things first, he's going to say he's proved his point that, frankly, in the worst way possible, but in the subsequent, how to put it, court-martial, which he's probably going to do, he's going to prove his point. He's going to say, we have not been training a generation of thinking officers, because when I give an order which is blatantly stupid, they still followed it. And it's going to start a massive debate in the Royal Navy.
Which was kind of the whole point.
Yes. So the Royal Navy would have its debate about its command culture from 1893 onwards instead of 1904 onwards. Which would be very interesting, because if you move that debate forward 10 years earlier, do you get a Royal Navy in World War I that behaves far closer to the Royal Navy of World War II? In terms of its mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, that's going to be interesting.
What are we? We are .14? Okay.
Sakavdron. What if in 1900 the US Navy receives a budget like the Royal Navy, due to some weird random change in Congress? Well, first of all, there's a line of US Navy admirals doing a conga line outside of Congress going, yeah, da, 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 yeah, da, 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 all the way from basically Congress to probably Annapolis, just dancing the whole way. They're going to be that happy. Secondly, it's going to take them a while to actually spend it, because they're going to have to invest in infrastructure before they can actually build anything with it that's actually worthwhile. But their first probably will be expanding infrastructure. Next will be expanding ships. The trouble is, if they get it in 1900, they're going to probably start expanding it on the ships of 1900. And the thing is, if you start putting that money in, let's say they've built the infrastructure by about 1902, they're spending the money. Whilst they have ideas that could lead to a Dreadnought Star battleship, they are a long way from implementing them due to not just the money restrictions, but the industrial restrictions and the other things they're facing in America. There's a reason why their first ships do not have triple expansion engines rather than having turbines, etc. So what they probably do is they start to expand. They do start to grow, but it's going to be older tech, so they might have a sort of bit of a France moment. There will be a lot more cruisers. There will probably be a far more balanced US Navy built. Tillman will certainly be happy with the number of cruisers going through Charleston. But I think the biggest thing you're going to see is the Germans probably having a panic attack. Because if the US Navy is increasing their spending and increasing their procurement of ships, and the Royal Navy is also growing up theirs, and even, things like Dreadnought, etc., coming into service, etc., it's going to increase the amount of quantitative race out there in the world. And for the Germans, it's one thing if you're just competing with the Royal Navy to be second place. If you're competing with the Royal Navy and US Navy for third place, you suddenly are in far more of a trouble. And also, the Royal Navy at that point then no longer has to just point to Germany when they want to get funding for their ships.
And at that point, Germany's just sat there going, and the US has basically killed any chance we have of completing with the Royal Navy.
Yes, and the big because the pack on the cap on the Germans, and this is what you always have to realize, is they are able to spend as much money as they want on the Navy, and up until it starts to interfere with spending on the Army.
Yep.
The moment it crosses that threshold, and that was the point which people didn't get. I was discussing this in the video that came out last night, and the video which is the idea of Teddy Roosevelt getting some sort of naval treaty. And the amount of people said, well, the Germans are restricted because of naval laws. They have to do what naval laws say. The thing about laws, especially when they're voted through something like Russia, they can be changed, yes. And if the here is pointing a not-so-subtle rifle at you, as in the army's going, we want this law changed, you'd be amazed at how quickly those laws can change.
I mean, it gets better. It gets better because you've also got the thing that if the US is going absolutely ham, if this is something they are doing, you've then also got the, well, how do I put this gently? You may actually have the here sat there going, so here's the thing. Now you can try and compete, or you can accept that we were right all along. Give us the money, and then once we're done rampaging across the continent, Britain can sit there on their island and do not much.
The other thing I'll point out too is that the U.S. can always afford to have the Navy get the bigger budget between the U.S. and the USN and the USA, because the only peer land force threats that the U.S. has that don't take a very, very long time to get there by land are going to come by sea.
Yep.
The Canadians could be the possible exception, but
can I just clarify something for Charles Moore, because he seems to not be able to know, not have read the French Constitution, and I just we want to clarify this before we go much further on. Under France had election last year. Under their rules, there cannot be another election till July 2025. The election last year in 2024 resulted in a hung parliament with a minority government. So the rules of their constitution, and I may or not, you may agree with this. It doesn't matter if we agree with this or not. This is their constitution. There cannot be another election until July 2025. So basically, the one who's going to appoint the prime ministers, as who can best hopefully lead parliament, is going to be the president, because that's what he does under their constitution. It's not a dictatorship; it's their constitution, and the reason they have that is to stop people this sort of to force people to try and work together, but also it's to allow people to have time to work through what they want. So they have in their constitution, and here's the thing, I'll always point this out, I find it very interesting when people say, well, I like my country, but I don't like this country's constitution. Other countries. No. If you accept constitutions and you say constitutional law is how you're going to go, I come from a country with a non-codified constitution, but if you have a codified constitution, you have to follow it. And if you're following that constitution, you're not being a dictator, you're not breaking the law. You're following the constitution. Now, if you say that if you prefer the constitution to be worded a different way, that's a different matter. But it is not a dictatorship. It is the electoral law of that democracy, and it's that guidebooks. Now,
yep.
Okay?
Quick question for you, Dr. Clarke.
Yes?
How does Jamie spell his last name?
Jamie Seedle?
Yep, Armored Carriers.
Jamie.
And the last name, which was... I'm glad I got the first name right.
Siedel. From memory.
Okay, good.
Anyway,
thank you.
Moving on. And no, can we please not start calling any of the democratic countries, elected countries, dictatorships? It really doesn't help. It's just being pointless. They all have their own constitutions, and as long as those rules are being followed, that's the best you can hope for. That's the whole point of having them.
That's why I can't see all the chat messages.
Yeah. France has always been fun. This is not the first time, this is not the last time, but France has been this way in this organization since... what version of the French Republic are we in? Are we in the third or the fourth French Republic? Fifth French Republic.
82nd.
Yeah, and the nicest way, just deal with it. It's the fifth French Republic. Let's be honest.
420s and 2. Because France.
Yeah. And there are ways to change constitutions legally, but again, they are very rarely quick. I have never known there be a quick methodology of changing constitution.
Ended well.
No. That usually quick methods of changing constitutions usually involve violent overthrows by military forces.
Yeah,
and we
and it
prefer
usually
not
results in not. And it usually results in not so much a change of constitution as it does one
Changing government in the most literal sense.
A very efficient change of personnel involved in the governance and execution of the governance of that nation.
That's a good way of framing it.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan, what would it have taken for 2 decades HMS Warrior to become a reality? If Gloire had been a little bit more effective, then there's an honest chance that HMS Warrior is built as a 2-decker. And that is a scary thing to think about, because HMS Warrior, as she is, well, just remember, she's got 40 guns. So if she was a 2-decker, she would probably be at least an 84. At least an 84, possibly even a 90 gunship. And that would have been she would have been a powerful asset, but also you just have to think how much bigger she would. She's already 9,000 odd tons. She's add another deck on top. You are talking a very big, very powerful ship. And possibly, I think at that point, there's also a sort of a small possibility that they, because she's going to have to go up a bit in beam to support the height, so she's probably going to be a little bit longer. And there is always a possibility that they decide to add in a second engine and try and offset the engines so that they have 2 shafts. But I doubt they do that, but there's always a possibility. There were all sorts of ideas floated around at the time. There are all sorts of wondrous ideas put around at the time when HMS Warrior. The Royal Navy really does go with the most conservative revolution they can. But there are a lot of interesting ideas put around. So, yeah.
Alright, Fleet, where are you?
A fun ship. What do you think for a Sheep of Oceans?
With this one, you've pretty much hit the nail on the head. Unless Gloire is something far more than she historically was, there's basically no reason for Warrior to change.
But the other thing is, if Gloire is more than she historically was, there's also the scenario that they not just build them bigger, they build more than 2.
Yeah,
because they could order 4 of them and then go hello. But that then scares the bejesus out of the world, and also possibly starts the precedent that you build more. Because one of the reasons why they only built 1 of Dreadnought was because Fisher said, "Well, we only built 2 of Warrior, and that did the job. So we only need to build 1 this time." So the thing is, you have those 4 larger warriors. Does that mean that Fisher feels you have to build more than 1 Dreadnought?
It's possible, but it might, but it may not.
Yes, but if it does, then that changes things a little bit again. What do you think he built? Does Dreadnought and Agamemnon? What would he call the second Dreadnought?
Probably Bellerophon. Same thing.
He wasn't keen on the Bellerophon name. He accepted it because he got the Invincibles for the battle cruisers. It was a compromise with the various politics of the ship's naming committee. He liked so what would fit with Dreadnought?
Juggernaut?
Possibly.
Vanguard, probably. Was there a Vanguard in service at the time?
Not sure, actually.
let's see, Vanguard in terms of time, there was a St. Vincent class battleship.
Would that be old enough to?
That's not launched till 1909, though. So, in the nicest way, that's a few years. That's 4 years later. So they could go with that.
Dr. Clarke, I just sent you an itty bitty Powder Monkey update.
Okay. So,
if I could impose,
you send it by PDA, so I will do this quickly.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forget that's how you have your stuff rigged up.
Yeah, I have to, because otherwise it goes weird.
Cuckoo.
It do be that way.
Yeah, it do
Technical
be that way.
difficulties imposed by the bright idea, but the bright mind, heavy sarcasm.
You have
behind this.
You have many bright ideas. This includes stuff about Hosh Hotel.
Rumbles in fleet.
Don't you go telling the Minecraft server?
Foxo. I will end you.
We are looking forward to the Minecraft server. It's going to be a great and glorious thing.
I'll end you all. I will fly over there explicitly for no other reason than to rearrange all y'all's firing orders.
Right then. Do I have to make the Q&A Twitch is all things to enabled? And I probably have to enable all the other ones, don't I?
You did just need to enable the shoutouts. Everything else was working.
No, it made the Q&A Twitch and Q&A YouTube go red as well.
Huh. Okay, just re-enable it then. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why exactly it would have done that. But I'll kick us to Chandelord's question. Question 1 from Chandelord Channel. What is the earliest and latest possible date that Spain could have deterred / built up to win the Spanish-American War? Politics and instability of 19th century Spain remain the same.
You basically have to push. You basically have to have the Spain that entered the Ironclad era continue to be that Spain.
Yes.
So basically, a steady stream of capital orders, like ordering examples of the current thing in Ironclad technology every year going forwards. And if you do that, which therefore by necessity also means that, because they're like the only real component in terms of actual physical ships that the Spanish Navy is missing during the Spanish-American War is basically a fleet of pre-dreadnoughts or turreted ironclads of admiral vintage. There's also the massive problems with the naval infrastructure and the crews and the officers themselves. But if you have more ships, which therefore means you will have more money, it would normally follow that there would be budget for training and
yeah,
you get the.
We have had.
So basically, that's it. That's it. Really, like that's what people don't realize. The Spanish-American War, by all metrics, should have been a disaster. On land, it very nearly was.
Yes.
But the Americans basically lucked out at sea. If you give Spain, look, I know Pelayo's not the best things in the sliced bread, but you give Spain about four Pelayos, even just identical sisters. That's enough capital assets that they can just go, right, we're going to break the blockade of Cuba. And we're going to do that. Of course, that is dependent on them having those at a reasonable time. And also...
Wow, that's interesting.
And
also dependent on them fixing the problems with the crew. Because it's not that the Spanish Navy is corrupt, it's just that there's a lack of money available for training and gunnery practice.
Yeah.
It's not actually corruption, it's just a lack of available funding.
It's
the
just
officers,
no money.
The officers want to train their crews. Like that's not honestly, it's really not.
But one thing, Anarchic Teapot. Yeah, but I don't. I think we've stopped. Yeah, there's this. You have to remember. One of the things in this chat is we're not. And nice way. I hope I wasn't coming across as anti-French. We are sometimes a bit anti-Hoche, which is the ship, but that's mainly because Fleet calls it the most wonderful battleship ever built.
Hey, wait,
And
hold
so
on just a minute.
We
That's
sometimes have to
disinformation that you
correct
know
for
it.
that, but we're not.
That's
We're not
disinformation.
anti-French. So
That's
I hope it was
disinformation
mirrored.
that you know it.
Yes, I did a quick Google translation myself, Jonathan Moon, and I felt Anarchic Teapot was a bit angry, and I didn't. Yeah, we're not being anti-French. I was trying to correct something in the YouTube chat, which I felt was being on that line, and I felt I would correct that. So that's what I was trying to respond to. But I honestly, yeah, sometimes I am a naval historian. I should probably keep better track on the French republics and which one we're in and those sort of things, but there is only so much space up here, and sometimes that one slips my mind, and I just, don't know which one it is.
The brains are not quite together, Dr. Clarke.
No, I know it's been started as a John de Gaulle, but I often think it's the 4th and it's the 5th or something like that. Anyway, Q&A.
Yeah, because the whole thing after de Gaulle.
Steve Clarke has put in a question.
Oh boy.
A great mystical Minecraft server created by Runon for Bruships. What features above those in standard Minecraft would you like to see made available? Now,
I am not.
You realize I have you realize that I have higher moderator privileges than you do, right?
It's gonna be fun.
I'm not touching this question with a 10-foot pole because I value my life.
Also, where are you seeing that question?
Oh, Steve's put it straight into Bruships Q&A questions. Steve managed to get ready.
Interesting.
Anyway. So, I think, what would I like to see mostly in it? Mostly I'd just like to see the ability to build larger floating objects. Because we need to have our naval battles. We need to have our tribals being able to take on the giant dragons. But don't worry, Runon has assured me this will be possible.
You are writing checks that Runon will not cash. I hope you realize that.
No, I am sure. I have great faith in Runon and her abilities.
And to answer your question, Timu, that's because I just did this quick and dirty. So I did not bifurcate YouTube and Twitch responses.
Mm-hmm.
So if you put the comment in on Twitch and you put the comment in on YouTube, or the command in on Twitch and YouTube, you will get 2 responses for it. Yeah, Stafford, you can hear my mental anguish.
Hear it? I can feel it halfway across the Atlantic. There ain't no hearing it here, Kimasabi.
Fleet, just a
Yes.
small thing. You're in Britain. Runon's in America. That'd be the full way across the Atlantic, unless you're suddenly moved yourself to the Ascension Island or something.
What you don't realize is that I am secretly in multiple places at once. Therefore, I am also halfway across the Atlantic.
You're now starting to think you are the Hoche, aren't you? You are now starting to think you are the Hoche.
Leslie, you can't joke like that because I don't know if you're joking or not.
The question is, actually, no, I can validate at least both those statements, so yes.
And do you have any idea how much paperwork I'm going to have to fill out with the United States federal government to explain why I got kidnapped by Gurkhas?
The fact you're saying you'd have to fill out paperwork afterwards, to be able to fill out paperwork afterwards is the surprise. Night 6 everyone. Question 143, follow-up to question 142. Why did the Italian Navy not get 1 to 2 Casablanca CVs and 1 independent CV as they had been offered? Because they didn't want them. Because they didn't have the money, the budget, or the time at the time. And, yeah. Don't worry. Leslie's saying that the Gurkhas would fill out the paperwork for you, so don't worry. Whatever paperwork there is.
Again, I can't tell if you're joking or being serious because both are equally believable.
Which navy of a landlocked nation is your favorite?
The Utah Redneck Yacht Club comes to mind.
Honestly, the Swiss Navy is usually some of the most fun because they do all sorts of interesting things.
And of course, it means that you get to be in the same waters as excellent paddle steamers, which is good.
Yes. And because basically they exist to wind up the Italians.
Yes.
They really do exist to wind up the Italians. Occasionally the Austrians and the French, but mostly they seem to exist to wind up the Italians for some reason. The fact is that the Germans and the Germans, the Austrians, and the French occasionally are sort of wound up, but it's usually the Italians who seem to get wound up by the Swiss Navy. I have no idea why, but they do.
Charles Maurer is asking, presumably Leslie, would they leave anything for paperwork? Thanks, Charles. Thanks.
That's your fellow countryman.
I appreciate your vote of confidence in my likelihood of surviving in a recognizable state.
Okay. Do you see the Royal Air Force or Royal Australian Air Force getting the new BS-21? No. Honestly, I don't. I think the B-21 might end up on the same rules as the F-22. I have that strong suspicion. Good enough that US Congress say no. And B,
no.
Establish that kind of the costs for setting up the infrastructure to support that sort of thing would be astronomical. Now, you could argue that the Royal Australian Air Force needs that kind of reach. Yes, but again, how much is it going to cost, and what else can they get for it instead?
It's not going to happen. The United States has never exported any of its post-war strategic bombers, apart from things like the FB-111. The B-1's never gone for export. The B-52's never gone for export.
Yes, but again, look who they offered the FB-111 to.
Well, yes, but again,
and again, this is you do have the scenario, but also you do have the fact that if you let's say if the Americans wanted to on the cheap establish and sustain an extra squadron of B-21s forward in the Pacific theater, the Australians would be a very good group to sort of lead on for it.
Oh no, I absolutely think that's probably what will occur if something like that happens. But them actually getting raiders themselves, no, just it's not
I think
happen.
To be honest, given what we're seeing with AUKUS, I think under a different administration, it's possible that it could happen for Australia. I don't think that the UK Parliament is going to pony up the money to stand up its own strategic bomber corps, because they really don't have a need for it, because all of their threats are either far enough away that strategic bombers are not going to be able to get there unaided, or close enough that you don't need a strategic bomber's range. Australia has neither of those advantages.
Yeah, what you might see in the unfortunate circumstances we're in, where
for the Royal Navy, the trouble is literally how many aircraft carriers we have.
Yeah, certain countries may or may no longer be willing to extend nuclear umbrellas to certain people, and therefore the benefit of their triad. You may see the UK adopting some form of air-launched nuclear weapon that can be launched from F-35 in collaboration with the French. So I doubt
that highly, because it's the same. If they ever had a need for that capability, they would have still had it now. You're going to run into the problem, both the UK particularly, but also France. You don't have a place to put the things that's out of reach.
And the thing is also, you have to remember the British and the French doctrine, the British doctrine especially, is all about deterrent. It's all about second strike. Those things as first strike capability, you don't want that. Britain is all about, in a nice way, it doesn't matter what level you use. If you use tactical or anything like that, we immediately consider a strategic threat, and you will get the full Trident range launched at you. So no,
the problem you've got is that with the way things are developing, we might need those options, because the US is no longer going to be there to provide them.
Why? Are they really options? This is the question to Fleet. Are they options? Because you tell me, the moment you start using tactical nukes, What does that start immediately lead to?
I'm not talking about tactical deterrence. I'm talking about having some form of air-launched deterrence.
Well, how does that help versus sea-launched?
Basically, down to the fact that it'll enable us to replace the U.S. You know how the U.S. provides nuclear
Yeah, but
free-fall bomb
what are they
capability
used
to
for?
the European countries.
What are they used for? Are they used for an airborne
believe-
deterrence?
I think they are.
No.
I thought the whole point of the U.S. arsenals
They're
in
only to be
Germany, Poland, etc.
They're to be loaded on, and not in Poland. They're not in Poland. They're to be loaded on aircraft in the event of a nuclear exchange. They are not loaded. They're not flying around with them on the aircraft as a permanent standing patrol or anything like that. We've all stopped that because that's very dangerous. Because what happens when you're flying, your aircraft suffers a malfunction and goes down, and it's got a nuclear bomb on it?
Well, then you've lost the nuclear bomb and it's in the ground somewhere.
No, or worse, it's gone off, or worse, it's landed in the middle of the city.
Dr. Clarke. Atomic weapons only detonate under very, very specific circumstances. It's virtually impossible.
I'm not
And
talking. Fleet, I'm not talking about detonation. Let's say the aircraft has a crash and the casing breaks and it lands in a city.
I mean, that's
You don't
some level
require
of
detonation.
radiation.
Yes, and what's the headlines going to be? What's the
US
political fallout?
UK drops nuclear weapon on
Poland,
Singapore.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, that too.
You don't want that. You don't want more broken arrow events, and that's why they stopped doing it, because of the risks, because of the politics of it. There's a reason we've gone with the systems we do, and we use them for response. And when you want to do deterrence like you're talking about, we do what's called conventional deterrence, and we manage that with tactical strike and precision weaponry. And also, the other problem you've got is if you want to suddenly integrate nuclear weapons into an F-35 program, you're going to need America's assistance in it. So it would actually have to be the Eurofighters.
Yeah.
And yeah. So I can understand where you're coming from, but there's a reason these systems were stopped long before the Cold War was over. And the British had one of the safest systems in the world, but that was because we were absolutely paranoid as anything over it, and mostly our bombers were orbiting over the ocean. But it's,
Yeah, it having an air launch, having the strategic bomber or strategic strategic. A problem is strategic now means nuclear, but a conventional strategic bomber or strategic strike platform, heavy strike platform, non-nuclear, non-chemical, C4 and high explosive and nothing else, is useful if you have a large amount of ocean to cross before you get to your likely opponent. It is not useful outside of that parameter. And I think part of the reason why you see that the the DOD and the State Department and Congress have not approved or have not been able to make a sale of U.S. strategic air power to foreign nations is for a large portion of the time that type of air power was very useful. Most countries had their own organic stuff. The V bombers come to mind.
Yeah.
And if
and then they were basically preparing for one-way trips.
Yeah, and then by the time you get to the point where a lot of those organic national programs have died off, you're now getting to the point where, well, we have long-range Tomahawk, we're going to a more precision surgical strike capability, using guided munitions.
Yeah.
So we don't need as big of a payload. And anytime we do need a really big payload, we'll just hodgepodge together a C-130 or equivalent.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you've got the issue of you had the B-52, a couple intermediates, then you get the B-1 Lancer, which I think that's still in service.
Yes.
Then you get
Yeah.
then you get the B-2 Spirit, which is classified up the wazoo.
Even
Yep.
now, to this day.
Yep,
Yes.
and the Lancer is a very high overhead aircraft to run, both in terms of training and maintenance requirements, not to mention fuel. Then you have the B-21, which is the Virginia to the Spirit's, the B-2 Seawolf. But now we're going into a situation where a lot of the U.S.'s international credibility is question mark, or it
Yeah.
has more of a question mark on it than it used to. So, do you have a foreign nation? Because really, your buyer here is Australia. By and large, your buyer here is Australia. Does Australia? It's already up to its ears with AUKUS. Hopefully, that program goes more or less as reasonably expected.
One thing I could see
Yes.
is if the French are going to lean hard into full, as they have always done, full domestic independence, and they're looking for, right, we in Europe need to be able to poke anybody anywhere
Yeah.
with the same capabilities the US can poke anybody anywhere with. It wouldn't be beyond the capabilities of Airbus and other manufacturers working with them to produce some form of 4.5 or 5th gen bomber for Europe, which the French could then possibly buy and then go, hey, Australia, you need long range strike, don't you? Do you want to buy into this program?
The thing is, for Europe, there isn't realistically the need, because everything's most of their likely targets are within quite close range. And again,
No. I don't mean the bomber's not for Europe. I meant it's a European design for European nations. But the French will go, all right, we can use this to poke things in Africa or South America or China.
But again, they have forward bases. They have aircraft carrier. Why would they need that? Why would they want that as well?
Yeah.
That's an extra expense. Even if we up our spending, let's put it this way: the most you're going to get most European nations up to is 2.5%, maybe 3% of 3% of GDP. Look at what we were the last time we were running bomber fleets like that. We're talking about 4 or 5% of GDP. There is a long way to go before we start having enough cash in the system that we consider that. Once we first have to fund what we've got currently. I was watching a really interesting conversation on Twitter about this and watching people. And I was sitting there going, first thing I do with an increase in money is up the wages of the personnel and the forces and fix the accommodations, because that might A, help with retention, and B, help with recruitment.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, to finish my earlier statement, so I don't think that the Australian government is going to want to invest in probably would wind up being a multi-trillion-dollar program to get Raider.
I think they're more
if there is a long-term strategic concern about the availability of parts, the availability of service, the availability of updates, so on, and support coming from Washington.
You're more likely to get some of their AUKUS submarines built with something like a Virginia payload module and have a strike cruise missile capability. That's more likely what they're going to go with. That's an existing program which they're already funding. They've already got in that they can integrate into that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you then don't have to build up anything extra than you're already building. Now, Team Locker, why Royal Navy didn't have more 60-inch ships than the Nelrods? Honestly, it's due to politics.
It was literally the way the treaty shook out, and then the way World War II developed the way it was, basically. That's literally it.
It's politics.
It's not.
It's politics. The Royal Navy have plans for 16-inch. They have plans for 15-inch guns. And Chatfield does a deal with the politicians. As I said before, the King George V's get 14-inch because Chatfield does a deal, which basically means he hands control for the entire procurement over without any argument to the Third Sea Lord to Henderson. In return for he gets 14-inch guns for the King George V's. That's it.
Which, honestly, given the fact that the 14-inch proved to be a not only adequate but also very good weapon for the war the RN ended up fighting, was probably an excellent choice.
I'm not sure about that. I think if they'd gone with triple 15s or triple 16s and they'd had nine of them on a 14-inch, I don't think you'd have had the problems with Prince of Wales at the Battle of Denmark Strait and a few other things.
Did they kill the things they fired those guns at?
Eventually, once they worked the problems out. But the thing is, I don't think you'd have had the early on problems, which could have helped earlier in the war. That's one of the things. It's not the 14-inch gun which is my problem, it's the quad turrets. Quad turrets are notoriously difficult and finicky things to get right. Once you get them right, they're fine, but they're going to take longer. And the thing is that you procure them with the idea you've got war in 1942, so you've got time to get them into progress, into service. And get those kinks worked out. When they actually the trouble is the world doesn't shake out like that, and you don't have time, and that proves a bad scenario. A triple turret is a far more sensible design considering you've got a working one of those, and they know how to use it.
Makes sense.
It wasn't a bad compromise because it meant Britain had decent carrier designs and cruiser designs and all sorts of other things. So, in the nicest way, it worked out pretty well for the Royal Navy.
And the KGVs again, not bad ships.
No, not bad ships. They're just not as good as they could have been. Bummer boy. Could aircraft recovery order be changed on the fly when there are multiple aircraft circling, e.g. for most damage first? In theory, but usually you actually try and take the least damaged first. There's a reason for that. The most damaged might well have an issue, and also you want the most damage to probably burn off fuel, so if it does crash on landing, there's less fuel for a fire. So you either wanted to dump fuel, or you wanted to burn off the fuel before it comes down. So you probably actually want to change the order and land the least damaged first. Now, this can change on different circumstances depending on the condition of the damaged aircraft. If it's damaged but flyable, then you can make the order least damage first and get them down and parked out the way in the hangar, so they're nice and safe when you bring in the damaged aircraft and the flight deck's clear. If you have another different scenario, okay, if you have a scenario whereby you have multiple carriers, you might have one of those carriers take on the role of receiving the damaged aircraft, and the other take on the other non-damaged aircraft, so that you've got one flight deck servicing the non-damaged aircraft, so that's not going to be, so that therefore you can support those aircraft and sustain them, you're not going to have disruptions. The problem is if you land the most damage first, it crashes and then blocks up your only flight deck, and then you can't land the other aircraft, so you lose the undamaged aircraft through them losing fuel and not having anywhere to go. So you always have to remember that's one of your criteria and how you're going to work that through. Black Horse. What would have happened if USS Yorktown was not able to make it to the Battle of Midway? Either she's more damaged or they cannot repair in time. They try and do it with
Midway.
They try and do Midway with 2 carriers because that's what they're planning on doing. Because Yorktown was Yorktown. If she hadn't got there, that's what end time, which she might not have done. Still, they're going to try and do it with 2 carriers. Yeah, that's just what you do. You're trying to. Do I think it goes as well for the U.S. Navy? I'm not sure. It does help concentrate force in some ways, but in other ways, it's going to be a lot of capability they don't have. Why the Allen keys? I was using them earlier today, and they're sitting on my side. don't know if you noticed, but I have a habit. If tools are anywhere near me, I tend to play with them in my hands because I'm used to having things in my hands. I'm used to working with tools or typing a lot, so I'm used to it. Naval history, nice security front. I wouldn't say that. You're now jumping to an extreme. America is not to be trusted, and da 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 da. No. The thing is, what we're going to have to see what this paradigm shapes out like, what things are going to be like. But I have to do say this. You often experience with every new American administration, whenever it comes in, there is always a period of they're going to change how things are done. Usually in Britain, they suddenly are embracing the French. We're going to be best friends with the French. And then a year later, 18 months later, they're working with the British, as they always have done, because they find out that, the French are prepared to be a lot more transactional in their approach to diplomacy. And that's fine for the French. It makes sense for the French. It's not a bad thing. It's not a critique. It's just what they are when it comes to their foreign policy. And it's, I think with the US, what we're seeing is this government is going to be also similarly transactional in their foreign policy. And so that's going to be something different again to deal with. It's going to be transactional. And by the way, that can have a range of meanings, but it's going to basically mean they're going to expect something for everything they do.
Yes. And while that is true, I also do feel you're missing out on a few key points of the current administration.
What is that?
It's far more likely to completely crap can the Constitution, for one.
They can't actually do that.
Yeah, but if the entire executive goes along with them.
No, they in no way to change the Constitution still requires the same rules it always has. The thing is,
but to ignore the Constitution,
have been missing the points of the Constitution. They've been thinking that certain organizations were protected by the Constitution. They never were. They are parts of the executive branch. And the trouble is, if you're part of the executive branch, you can be remolded by the executive branch. There is very little in the executive branch which is actually dictated by the Constitution. There are certain secretaries and certain positions, but how big their staff is underneath them, what they do, etc., is not. One of the things that's always amazed me about the American Constitution is how your ambassadors are selected. That seems like an insane system to many people looking from the outside, of people just going, I can make you an ambassador because you've donated money to me and you've been an important political supporter to me. That seems really, really weird to someone from my background in the UK. But it makes perfectly sense to the Americans, and it fits within the Constitution. So one of the problems is that you've got both what is in the letter of the Constitution is protected by the Constitution, versus what has always been attached to these organizations that was presumed part and protected of the Constitution. And the reality is, if you go back to it, the Constitution protects itself very well. It doesn't necessarily protect the facets of itself.
I think the problem that we have is that we have both a president and a vice president who have both said that they should not be bound by court orders and are not bound by court orders.
Well,
we have a
technically, that's the trouble, because technically, in the nicest way, the president was given quite a lot of the powers of a monarch.
Yes, but it's supposed to be both the precedent and the intent and the language is for three co-equal branches. We also have interesting issues where the president is now trying to take and ascertain controls over bodies that Congress has set up and dictated the terms of how they are supposed to be led and handled. And the president is going and saying, yeah, unitary executive theory says I can ignore this, and is doing what they want to do.
Well, that's going to be fun for when he's dealing with Congress in probably about 2 years' time.
If we make it that far.
Yeah, I have faith in the world.
I don't, but that's just me.
I am, by nature, a bit of an optimist, though.
I am an optimist, but I'm also a realist.
People act that the US hasn't danced with people like this before.
Technically, very, very technically, we have.
I mean, if you survive Woodrow Wilson, You can survive Donald Trump.
They've never gotten this far before.
I think part of the trouble is that you have this is given a lot of new perception because of the media world we live in these days.
Yeah.
Actually, there have been presidents who have been interesting beforehand, and you survived Taft, you survived Wilson. I think you will survive Trump.
I mean, yeah, the US will survive. The problem that we have is what will this 4-year period do to the security infrastructure that, has been built up over decades? And
Nothing good.
well, yes.
If Congress approves funding, POTUS technically cannot stop. He can try and return it to Treasury, and he can try, but it's Congress's approved money, so he can say no, I won't spend it. But if Congress mandates through their law passing a law for it, then technically he does have to. But yeah, let's stick to
But
that.
he's currently completely ignoring that, and
I feel like we've thoroughly explored the topic now.
Yeah.
I think we can move back to normalcy.
Yeah, that is true, and I agree with Jonathan Moon on this one. Democracy is slow. Democracy is slow. It tends to work itself out.
It's got a point there.
I could just quote Palpatine.
Survived FDR, survived lots of people. In a nice way, there have been presidents of all sides who have been fun. They've all had their own fun. Counterface, could Midway be done with 2 carriers? It could be. It's going to depend on luck. A little bit on luck. It honestly is. It always does, though.
I mean, honestly, that's carrier actions in the early part of the war in a nutshell.
Yeah.
It is. Honestly, that's just carrier actions in a nutshell, generally. It's who spots who first.
Yeah. Michael Cooch, what ship, if any, makes Hosh look good? This is one entirely for Fleet.
Captain,
Oh,
Hosh actually worked.
Like, here's the thing. Like, is Hosh, like, when she's launched, is she a peer combatant to basically anything in the world? No, not really. She can actually be beaten by ships that are nearly 10 years her senior, the Admiral class, for example, where they are the peak of the Ironclad, I would argue. However, anything else that is in that period that basically isn't an Admiral class and isn't her peer, Hosh can comfortably beat through basically one factor and one factor alone. And that's the fact that she actually carries a quick-firing secondary battery of considerable numbers. Which, in the era where you're still at Nelsonian battle ranges, but you are having quick-firing guns, and your opponent does not have quick-firing guns, that matters. Because, yeah, Hosh might be vulnerable to tumbling over and all that, but if your guns fire a round is measured in rounds per hour, and Hosh's secondary battery is measured in double-digit rounds per minute, because of just the Frenchmen are shoving shells into breaches as fast as they can lay their hands on, and even the main guns are measured in just about rounds per minute, it becomes no longer a case of you can fight that. It's just the difference in capability. But again, like I say...
The thing is, you say Admiral class, and I think, well, I'm fairly sure the Trafalgar class could have won the fight as well. Fairly certain the Victoria class, and the Admiral class, and I think the main trouble for the Hosh is the fact that when she
weren't the Victorias after the Admirals, I thought?
They do come after the Admirals, yes.
Well, that was my point. Like, Admirals and beyond for the Royal Navy is basically Hosh can't.
But the thing is, the Admirals start construction in 1880?
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, ships that
Same
are 10
time as
years
Hosh
old
does? That's the same time as Hosh starts, so basically she can't fight her contemporaries.
I would argue that given the fact that Hosh goes through multiple redesigns throughout her construction, and they change her primary... Like with the Admirals, you lay them down, you build them, they're in service. With Hosh, she's laid down, they build a bit, they go, hang on a minute, something's changed. Change the design, build a bit, hang on a minute, no, I want to add a secondary battery, change the design, build a bit more, hang on a minute, I want to change 2 of the guns to be different to the other ones. So she goes through this incredibly weird series of. Well, that's just why she takes so long to build. If you want to be brutally honest, I don't really think she actually has a contemporary. If I'm going to be honest with you, because she's in such a weird place in terms of when she comes out, when she was designed, and how many revisions she had during construction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But, yeah, and the fact is, when she's finished, there's something like the Royal Sovereign class are a year less than a year away from being launched and are completed within a couple of years.
Yep, this is the thing. Like I say, when it comes to matching up against opponents built in the 3 years either side of her commissioning, there's just no
by the way,
contest.
this is not a critique of the French Navy or a critique of France as a nation. It's a critique of the Junicole and the damage it did to the French Navy. And
let's be honest here.
The fact is, poor France has served as an example of what happens, through no fault of its own, but through its own press, actually, at the time. No fault of it when people get obsessed with a good idea ferry.
Like, you've also got the fact that Hosh Hosh herself is basically part of the recovery process. The Marceau class that comes after her, her 3 half-sisters, are basically the proper French return to form.
You want to put Raleigh in the garden? I'm not sure if he wants to go in the garden.
Yeah,
Do you want
so
to
like
go in the garden, Big Fluff?
like Hosh's 3 half-sisters are and I think Dr. Clarke will agree with me here, in terms of mature design concept and representing some form of recovery from Junicole, Hosh's 3 half-sisters, the Marceaus, are probably a better mark for a true indication of the beginnings of recovery. Whereas Hosh is a desperate, okay, we're resuming capital ship construction. What have we got on the stocks? All right, build that. Come on, alter the design. We'll build the other 3 to a more mature design. Just get that one thing built.
I'm not sure, because the Marceaus are actually technically contemporaries of the Royal Sovereigns in terms of their timelines. And it's just a case of, yeah, they're better than Hosh, but oh my good lord, what's their counterpart? Have you come in already?
I would argue that the Marceaus are basically the last. The Marceaus are the best of the last gasp of the doctrine of the melee.
You can
argue
the whole some things.
The whole doctrine the French had, where the battle would devolve into a swirling Trafalgar-style melee. And the Marceaus are basically the last ships they build that reflect this, really. Charles Martels are built the way they are because, well, I can't remember the reason why the French went with the lozenge arrangement again.
And then there's the whole Brennus, which has 3 main guns.
Oh, Brennus is an absolute tragedy for what she could have been. Brennus is just an absolute abject tragedy.
And then you have Charles Martel, which is...
The Charles Martels are weird. I mean, they're not the best pre-dreadnoughts.
And then after that, you have Carnot.
Well, yeah, the Charles Martel,
which is actually closer to what if you look at the Carnot, if you ever build sort of the in between the ironclad sort of battleships and the battleships of the Royal Navy, sort of that period, in the Royal Navy sort of construction line on dreadnoughts, honestly, the pre-dreadnought sort of the design they give you is closer to the Carnot in design format than it is to the Lord Nelsons.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like Carnot is just, even I'm sat there and going, France, what in the... Like, the other Charles Martels were at least acceptable in the way they looked. There is no excuse for Carnot. None.
I'm still waiting for you to find an excuse for the Charlemagne class. We'll leave that to one side.
Yeah, the Charlemagnes are fine.
There's your excuse. Actually, I'm going to scar myself. I'm going to look up that class.
Go on, look him
Can
up.
we disown Slate? Can we disown him?
No. We have tried. He's kind of like one of those puppies who's overeager. You can't get rid of him. Once he's attached to your legs, you just can't get rid of him. But please, no one look up the Charlemagne class if you want to preserve your eyesight. Please don't. So just save yourselves.
I'll be back in a minute. I've got a purpose to kidnap.
Good luck.
Please. Who hurt you?
That's the nicest way to put that. Oh.
Just who hurt you?
Oh, good lord. They had their issues. They have so many issues.
That's the problem. I can see that.
Okay, Hendrik Bofa. According to Italian sources, the Italian aircraft carrier Aquila was equipped with 2 power plants. Is there a second part to this? Because this feels like a second part of the question with a two-parter.
I don't know. Let me look in
Because
the archive.
this is listing what the Aquila has. Why do English sources say 150,000 horsepower, whereas the Aquila says 220? The Italian sources say 220,000 horsepower. Honestly,
possibly because they're calculating it differently.
I would say it's possibly because one is her designed horsepower rating, and one is the horsepower rating which they've actually got from a similar system. And they've said it must have been doing that because, again, one of the things is that Keeler never goes through testing, so no one's actually quite sure what her system generates. So it depends on what you're reading off. Keeler never has actually a testing.
From what I understand, she was very close to completion, but she never crossed the threshold, did she?
Most of the English sources do reckon that she was supposed to have 220,000 shaft horsepower, but because of the way they installed the system, instead of it getting 55,000 shaft horsepower per unit, you get 37,750 shaft horsepower per unit, according to my notes. And this is because propellers were
not super efficient.
They are modified propellers. They were originally and all sorts of things. So that kind of has an effect on her. I think if you take off 12,500 times 4, that's a drop of 12,250, isn't it? 12,250 times 4. That would be a drop of 49,000 shaft horsepower overall, which would probably take it to roughly 170, and they're saying roughly 150. So yeah, I think it's a difference between what it was designed and what it was what the systems could in their raw form normally produce, and how they were designed and implemented in Aquila because of various compromises taken in their construction. So I think that's the differential you have. What it was designed to achieve if the systems worked perfectly, and what it actually achieved. I think that's where you're going to... But the thing is, we don't... Honestly, it's all conjecture, because you never really know what your ship's going to be able to do until you test it. You never really know that.
Yep.
Paul Amos, how much would the short Sunderlands have been using at Fleet Air Arm Pounds? Probably for long-range patrol. They certainly would have been an option if the Royal Navy was not allowed to get Catalinas. They would have been an option. But they would also been if you had, the Royal Navy like to try and use them for resupply of various positions with key parts and logistics, as well as long-range patrol and anti-submarine warfare. So Sunderlands would probably be used as they were historically used by other peoples. They were, yes, I'm fairly sure Pete Dawson at Paul Amos knows that Sunderlands aren't able to land on carriers, but they are able to be used to assist naval operations. Like Catalinas can't land on carriers, but they can be used to assist naval operations. Seaplanes and flying boats have that capability. They're useful.
It's important to bear in mind that the Fleet Air Arm did operate shore-based flying boats and seaplanes during the Second World War. Coastal Command was very much a outfit very much leaning towards the application of air power against submarines.
The Fleet Air Arm didn't operate that many of them, though. They really didn't operate that many. They didn't get that many because, in a nice way, it was, how do I put this? It was one of those things which would still cause fights with the Royal Air Force and the Air Ministry.
And I will point out that Coastal Command, by the time of the Second World War, had
Linguistics,
gotten very
cartoon
good
man, I will say.
Coastal Command, by the time of the Second World War, had been doing that role with squadrons for basically the entirety of the interwar period.
Yeah.
And they had gotten very good at it.
Mm-hmm. Yes and no. They'd gotten very good at it, but because of the issues with coordinating through the air ministry, etc., they weren't really practicing coordinating with the Navy over it. And realistically, you need a far higher level of coordination to make it work between the two. Because the system, as was practiced in the war year, basically had all the communications between the two forces going through the Admiralty and the Air Ministry, which is kind of slow and painful. Which leads to all sorts of workarounds, by the way, when you're actually looking at the internet and the forces operating around the world. It's really interesting how in the Far East they tend to get around things, and it's really interesting to see how the systems change with the personnel you have in charge in 1939, 41, who are put in rather than people who were in charge in 37, 36. The people who were there in the pre-war period, who were usually pretty darn good because it was considered the Far East was the highest risk of war, versus the people you have who are, let's put it this way, more likely to go by the services manual.
Yeah.
Who come in that period in later on. Right then. 1931. If the Royal Navy could develop a twin-engined carrier-based bomber aircraft that can carry 4,000-pound bomb, the British don't, would they?
The thing, it's one of those things where I can see arguments for and arguments against. I can see them developing a twin-engined carrier aircraft that can carry 4,000 pounds
of bombs, because that's 2 torpedoes.
But I don't know if I can see them developing an aircraft that can carry
a single 4,000 pound bomb.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the use, because you can't really dive bomb with a weapon of that size. The structural airframe required would be make the aircraft ridiculously heavy.
I'm just mentally thinking that. Please don't. Can I just enjoy the mental picture of a 4,000 bomb being drive bombed with?
No, I understand.
Can we all just have a moment to enjoy the mental picture of that 4,000 pound bomb coming down?
It is a very funny picture, I will admit. But what I will say,
they could try a toss bombing technique with it, but that's gonna be difficult.
But even then, that's again, like I said, making an airframe that can survive.
Toss bombing a 4,000 pound bomb in that period is going to be. I can see them having something which would carry 4,000 pounds of bomb load, but I don't think an individual 4,000 pound bomb would be it. I just don't. Yeah. I don't. I think it's more likely they'd be carrying. In a nice way, if you could dive bomb and drop a stick of 1,000 pound bombs, they'd be very, very happy with that.
And you could realistically stress an airframe to take that. Because the difference between stressing an airframe for a single point with 4,000 pounds on it and stressing an airframe for multiple points with a lesser weight is a radically different set of calculations.
It doesn't really make much sense, much difference if it's a regular, what kind of bomb it is. The blockbuster bomb is a lovely design, but it's, again, why do you want to use that particular one? The reason I deleted the whole sort of cookie bomb phrasing from it was just talk about a 4,000 pound bomb is enough. A cookie bomb doesn't really help a naval force because it's a very powerful weapon, yes, but what is it going to be? It's more of a strategic weapon for a strategic bomber force than it is for a naval force to be using. Because, again, if I'm going after a maneuvering target, if I carry one big bomb, that's great if it hits, but if it misses...
Yeah. I'm sorry, but the 4,000 pound cookie is a large but exceptionally dumb weapon.
it doesn't necessarily make sense for the Navy use for 4,000-pound bombs. It like sort of way, if I can drop 2 torpedoes from my aircraft at the same time,
You could also drop 2,000-pound bombs, which could
yeah.
be, you know, thinned up. You know, like that could work.
2,000-pound bombs or two torpedoes. You know, just imagine the Taranto attack if you're dropping 2 torpedoes from each of those bombers.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the damage gets caused.
And honestly, the RN looks at the torpedo during the interwar period as the strike weapon.
And it is.
They,
Because as I always
like-
tell people, there are 2 ways to sink a ship. 1, start a fire that can't be controlled, and 2, make a hole that lets water in. Because letting air in doesn't sink ships.
Yep.
So if you're firing, let's put it this way: if you're launching 2 torpedoes, and let's say you drop them stagger formation, and one trails slightly behind the other, and they hit in that sort of harbour attack, so one hit goes off, boom, and the other one comes in, hitting nearly the same spot, or maybe even going through the hole that's been created and hitting into going off inside. Just think about what happens.
That is, ooh, Dr. Clarke.
That's a killer blow.
That's cruel and unusual punishment, my friend. That is
A torpedo
good.
coming through a hole and going off inside you. Yeah, that's
Ooh,
you are.
That is.
Yeah.
I think that's a case of good night, Vienna. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 rubles. That's what that is.
And so,
Wouldn't it be 200 Reichmarks?
No, it'd be 200 lira.
Zaka, letting air out helps. Letting air out only helps if you're letting water in at the same time. Because letting the air out, the air just comes in again on the ship. It doesn't really help. As long as there's water going in, if it's air's coming out, that's great.
Mm-hmm. That was a pretty good question, actually, Knight. Thank you very much. That was a very interesting question. I actually enjoyed answering that one. That was really fun.
What, you don't?
Why are we having an interesting?
don't-
Why are we having an interesting debate on the YouTube side about the French versus the British ships in the 1960s?
Oh,
I
can
think
we not?
there's a very interesting debate going on in the French. I'm not sure why.
I would also
I think,
point out
unintended
that-
Koleski, I think you've missed a mistake. We were talking not about the Suffren from the 1960s. We're talking about the Suffren from the 1900s. So we're talking about a very different ship.
I would also point out that the Type 45s weren't in the Falklands.
Yeah. That was a Type 42s. But we'll leave that to one side.
How would a mob affect a naval vessel, Stafford? I can really quickly answer this. Bad things. If it's detonated near a naval vessel, bad things.
Really?
Yeah. Just the sheer force of the blast alone is going to wreck things.
It's not going. And mob near a naval vessel is not going to be fun. It would not be fun.
Also, too, it depending upon what condition that naval vessel's in terms of how tightly sealed up it is.
Mm-hmm.
If some of that fuel gets in there,
Ooh, that's also cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah. There you go. Food. Good boy. Could the Royal Navy speed it up on making jet engines so to at least be ready in the early 1940s? Could they have sped up? Things stood, they couldn't. But one of the interesting scenarios you have, if you have an independent fleet, if you have the fleet air arm all the way through as part of the Royal Navy, so the Royal Navy's investing in its own jet engine and its own engine procurement for its aircraft, and it's not having to go through the Air Ministry, there is a possibility they get involved in that. But the odds are they're more looking at it as a getaway of giving more power. They're more looking at the jet engine and the turbine ideas that come off it, the other turbine ideas that are coming at the time, as a way of speeding up and lightening up things like destroyers, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be an offset of that.
You'll probably see the jet engine enter service with the Royal Navy as something powering a experimental torpedo boat or a tranche of motor gunboats, rather than any aircraft. If we're talking about accelerating development. because that's actually easier and with less failure points as
Yeah.
bringing jet turbine technology into the Royal Navy than operating an aircraft is. You have to bear in mind the pace of development during the Second World War for jet technology on the Allied side was basically the Allies knowing full well they could afford to be to let technology mature and
Yes.
bring it in when it was ready to go, when its standards for reliability and engine hours were acceptable, because they knew they could afford to do that. And even if we change things and bring the Royal Navy in, that's not going to change. The reason the Germans bring things in when they do is because they are rushing things into service to try and get an edge.
And they do get that edge. They just don't get that edge at the scale that they need to actually have the impact that they have to have in order to win.
One of the things people forget, and I'm just going to bring this up before people forget, one of the things everyone forgets about the ME-262 is the thing that's often brought up is it was ready in 42, but Hitler ordered it redesigned as a fighter bomber. Yes, this is correct. However, I will point out that the ME-262 that was ready in 1942 would have had engine flight hours numbered in 24. 24 flight hours for every engine that aircraft had.
12.
Sorry, 12.
12.
Thank you, Fox.
Yes. I was just
And
listening
at
to
that
that.
Looking at the really early BMW jet engines, and that's 12.
Yeah,
On
but this
a
is the
good
thing.
day.
This is the thing. The delay to the ME-262 was probably the best thing that could have happened to that aircraft, because you actually got engine acceptance hours by the time you get to 1944 that are at least beyond a single day, and in some cases you might even get a week out of those engines before you have to replace them, which is
Consider
acceptable
that.
for combat operations.
Because if I remember correctly, the Meteor was looking about 172 flight hours per engine.
Yeah. By the time that the ME-262 is in its mature form, you're looking at, I think it's 64 to 72 hours per engine, which is just about acceptable for the interceptor role it was pressed into. If it had come in 1942, you're looking at 12 hours per engine. That's just no. That's just no.
Right. This dude, would the US have been more successful if the War of 1812 was against the Franco-Spanish instead of British? Yes, because they'd have been on the side of the British, so the British would have made sure the Franco-Spanish fleets weren't interfering, because they'd have been blockaded. So the Americans could have had the War of 1812 could have gone really well.
Mm-hmm.
Because the British would have been... well, it would have been... I don't know. The Spanish weren't against the British in the War of 1812, were they, in that period? Were the Spanish?
No,
the Spanish weren't also. So they could have attacked the French, not the Spanish. Spanish, I think, were allied with the British at the time.
Yeah, by 1812, you're looking at the finale before the first fall of Napoleon.
Yeah.
And you're looking at the Spanish. The Spanish have liberated their country at this point. Wellington is actually in France at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Spain is liberated.
So basically, they could have gone to war against the French and had some fun times, and they would have been on the side of the British and probably would have got something out of it. Obviously, probably the British would have given them something for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not sure what they would have got out of it, but they'd have got something. Because that's the way the treaties worked. Oh, Lion, Astronomer for Moon and Lions both wanted me to have a stretch. Thank you very much. It's nice to have a stretch.
What's the comedy sketch called? After 30 years war, and they're discussing the peace treaty about Luxembourg.
Mm-hmm. There's a comedy sketch about that, isn't there? I can't remember it. Boomer Boy, how possible is it to maintain...
Yeah, and it's the one where the British and...
Oh.
I lost Fox, I don't.
I think, yeah, we did, yeah. Go on.
We'll do Boomer Boys, and we'll answer Fosco when she comes back. Boomer Boy, how possible is it to maintain the industrial capacity for building high-end fighters through building high-end aerial drones?
If high-end aerial drone roughly equates to high-end fighter, not very difficult.
No, but it does mean it's going to be a very expensive drone.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the thing. If you're talking about, like, if your high-end drone is basically, this is a 4.5 or 5th gen fighter that just doesn't have a pilot, then you're basically talking about the same capability.
As I usually talk about things, what drives the size of aircraft is what you want to do with the aircraft, and the more things you want to do, the bigger the aircraft is going to get, because of the more things it's going to have to include. Doesn't matter if it's crewed or uncrewed. The more things you want to do, the bigger it's going to get. And then what drives the size of an aircraft carrier is how many aircraft you want to put aboard and how big those aircraft are. That's what drives the size of your aircraft carrier. So when people go, I want to build a small aircraft carrier, I go, yes, so you want to take on how many aircraft? And you want to do limited mission? They go, well, I don't want to do. Well, you know that's the case. Or people go, oh, but if we make them all uncrewed aircraft, they'll be able to be much smaller. I go, yes, but what do you want those aircraft to do? What ranges do you want to have? Well, I want to have this range and this. That. Oh, well, they're not going to be that small.
Like, for example, if you want to look at the small aircraft carrier done right in the modern era, the Spanish and the Thais actually got it right with the carriers they operated before the Spanish upgraded to a landing ship that's also a carrier.
Yes.
Like you know.
And
like
then the Australians paid for that design, but stripped it of all its abilities to support the fixed-wing aircraft, and are now looking at possibly having to pay to put those things back in.
I know, but the important thing is that
we're also bad.
Like if you look at the Spanish carrier that came before the one they currently operate, which I know isn't a carrier, it's an LHD, just roll with me here. And the one which is an example which still is in service with the Thai Navy, that's basically someone or a navy being willing to accept the trade-offs that come with operating a light carrier.
Mm-hmm.
If you say you want a light carrier, and you look at that design and go, that's not what I want, you don't want a light carrier.
No. That's the scenario you've got in. Honestly, and also the light aircraft carrier, etc. You know what you need to operate, how many aircraft you need to do, what sort of kind of missions. That's also to talk about. Basically, it's per role you need 18 aircraft. Per role you need 18 aircraft to maintain a constant viability of 4 in the air or 4 doing their jobs.
Yeah.
And
see, for the Thais, yeah.
People go, but we don't with maintenance. You can do that with less than 18. It's not the maintenance that's the problem. It's rearming them. It's rearming them, and they have to be taken out the air. And the moment they land, they have to go through certain maintenance, and you have to sort out the crew and all those things. And so that's what's for the 18. It's not. Yes, we can, in theory, everything proceeding perfectly without any problem. You can maintain those 4 aircraft in the air with 8 aircraft. But the moment you need to rearm, because they've expended their weapons, and then you launch the other 4, and you got them down, and you're taking them the aircraft through their cycle. You've now not got any on alert. If those 4 aircraft now launch their weapons, have to fire their weapons, and have to come down to rearm as well, you can now got none in the air, and that's where the 18, because it's 60. It's 4 sets of 4 with 2 spare airframes, and that's literally it. It's the weapons. Not just the fuel, it's the weapons. Once they're expended, they need to rearm. And this is the other joy, of course, when we see people go, well, we don't need a carrier to be supporting operations from that in that area. We can launch from a land base. You can. But the aircraft, once they get there, they drop their weapons, they then return, and you've got no air cover. The point about a carrier is it brings the airbase close enough that you can have persistent air cover over. And even then, that persistent air cover is dependent upon you having those aircraft aboard to be able to maintain that cover. And even with 18 aircraft, you can't maintain air cover constantly over a full position 100, 200 miles away. You need probably more than that if they're going to have... Because you probably need some in the air over the carrier ready to head out to cover the moment they drop their weapons. And so that's why you then need 36 aircraft. It builds up... It's literally because of... You need to rearm, and you need to take... When an aircraft lands, it has to be checked before it can be launched again. Especially the more complicated, the more advanced an aircraft is, the more it needs to be checked before it can be launched again. Yeah, the fleshy organic bit doesn't take up that much space. All the assets support don't take up that much space in a modern fighter, realistically. There's a lot more made out of it than there is in reality. So Charles, you are very much off on the topic on that one. Go and look. If you want to go and look up the size of the UCAVs we're talking about, look at how big they are, and then look at what functions they do. Usually, you're talking about single function systems. They are a bomber aircraft, or they are a reconnaissance aircraft. They're not a fighter bomber. They're not doing multiple assets. They're not doing electronic warfare and these things. Although they're talking about extra pods or this or that changes. Yeah, that. It's definitely not 2 for 3 equal. It's maybe you get. And this then it comes into space of organization, how much their wing space, how you're going to sort it out. But you're probably talking more. You can maybe with the reduced space of the humans involved, maybe get in an extra 1 for 6 for every 5. But again, that's it's not going to be that much space saved. It's not going to be a dramatic lot. Because again, the size of aircraft is going to affect the size of engines you need. It's going to affect the size of wings you need. And they're all going to take up the same amount of space. So yeah. Really, the only limitation the fleshy organic bit puts on it is G-forces.
Basically, yeah.
And that's before we get into the whole thing of how much defense are you going to build into a drone for dealing with the scenarios of getting of interdiction or communications interdiction, and what happens if it loses comms with base? Because currently,
And how much authority are you going to give that drone? Is that drone going to have weapons release authority?
Yeah.
And because if so, that's that's
an interesting scenario you could have yourself in.
Yeah, if you're being sensible, that's a whole lot more compute power you're going to have to give that drone, which is going to add weight and fuel cost
and cooling, because the computers are going to have to be kept cool, and they've got to be cooled in such a way which doesn't make the aircraft have a massive thermal bloom.
Yep.
And then on top of that, it's going to be you're going to run into interesting issues on just the data security side, let alone the as much as it matters, legal and ethical side of having a unmanned, unsupervised system with a weapons release authority.
Yeah.
And I think really the big issue there is going to be a question of domestic politics more so than anything else.
Yeah. It will be, and again, who's going to give them permission to do it first? And the thing is, basically, at this point, you just look at the problems we got into with missiles when we haven't been able to control them, when they've auto-locked on a target and things that have gone wrong.
Yeah.
A fighter armed with multiple missiles that suddenly goes off. Oh, that's an issue.
There's a reason why a lot of the concepts in the future are looking at manned-unmanned teaming.
Yeah.
Because that gives you the benefits of the unmanned system with the safeguards of the manned system.
Yeah.
Actually, doesn't come out that bad.
Budguy8829, how would you make up the modern USN and RN if funds allowed? I'd start by backfilling. I'd fill in the things that they got gaps in. I'd order more frigates, which for both of them are building them, but I'd just expand the existing programs. I get the fleet auxiliary systems going for them, for both, the supply ships. I get those programs, and then I'd only really start looking at going for new programs once I'd fixed the problems I'd sorted out the programs they already have running. What do you need? Someone's already been talking about the Type 45 in the chat. Well, the Type 45 is a classic example of someone had some bright ideas about what to cut. And whilst I would love to have had the proper Type 45 with the extra power plants and the other things put in, which would have had the same problems these have had. Because they built everything of, this will be enough. Because we don't need that extra capacity, because that will never happen. Well, then that happened, and suddenly the lack of the extra capacity was, oh, frigate. You have the similar issues with the Horizons, most of the modern ships. I think even the Frems to an extent, but to an extent they were actually in some ways more of an task-orientated design, and they haven't been pushed beyond it in some regards of what they've been doing. Just so they were quite well designed for the roles they ended up doing. But there's a reason why the Americans took the Frem design and have modified it quite as much as they have to make the Constellations fit their needs. Because to fit their needs, it needs to be bigger. And it's the same cases with the Horizon frigates versus the Type 45s. That's always a good scenario to go. And why do the British, and French, and Italians diverge on these things? It's because of the different things they want out of them. And then the British cost engineers come involved, and the Type 45s get limited. If the Type 45s have been built with the Mark 41 VLS cells they'd been originally were built for but not built with, and if they've been built with the extra power systems, the extra extra turbine, extra diesel engines, which they were supposed to be originally that was one of the original ideas of them, and the length and the weapon systems that come with that, you'd probably be talking a very different scenario, because you'd be talking about something which had 32 Mark 41's VLS cells, and which had 64 silver cells, I think. And so you'd be talking about something which has 96 cells sitting forward, and that would have been a very general purpose, very powerful asset. But it would also have had enough power that when they were operating in scenarios which they were not built for, they would have had enough power to compensate for those situations, instead of having to have a power pack added on later in life. And that's, by the way, the answer why did A, the ship have the space for the power pack, and why did B, they work it out quite so quickly? Because they had known from the original calculations adding this would solve these problems if we can into this situation. They were just told, oh, you never run into this situation, so you don't need them. So that's why one of the problems you've had with Type 45s with other ships recently is quite often the designers have said, when they've done the original designs, this will accomplish this, and then they've gone, well, people have gone, oh, no, we don't spend that money, and it's never going to come out of that situation. And the reason why it's quite so easy later on to work out a solution to that problem is because they did when they were designing the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's an annoying thing that repeats itself over and over again. But I would say one of the nations which does best with that is the Italians, in making sure their ships are designed for the situations they're going to face. They've done a really good job, the Italians and the Danish. And I have to give kudos. Unless, wait, as you'd heard me say on bilge pumps quite regularly, which is coming back at some point soon. We are preparing to record some of those bilge pumps. It's just we've now gotten to a point where we can probably get some time aside to record them, and that's always a fun thing to do. The thing is, the Italians are very good at getting the ships they need and the ships they want to put in, but also the Italians are also very good at saying no. That's not what our ships are designed for, so we're not doing that. You think about all the operations that have gone on recently, and when the Italians have turned up and when the Italians haven't. The Italians are very, very sensible. They have not asked more of their navy than their navy's prepared for, and they've got navies turned around and gone, if you want us to do more, then you have to give us the ships to do more. And I do have a lot of respect for the Italian navy for doing that. I think more navies need to do that. Yes, the Italians are top quality. But I would say also there's been an interesting thing is that the French frames have had more of issues than the Italian ones, again, because of that. Because of the differences in how they've been managed. Because the French do sometimes expect more from their ship. But the Horizon class frigates are probably the best example of the Type 45s.
Mm-hmm.
The Danish ships are very good. The Iver Hoodfelts, the Absalon class, Nudder and Musons, they're all been excellent designs. They've all been excellent designs. They have been really, really good designs. Black Horse. Were there any other evacuations like Dunkirk evacuation history? Yes, there are quite a few. In fact, Dunkirk isn't the only major evacuation done in World War II. In fact, even from France, there's other evacuations done from France. In World War II.
The Greek evacuation?
There's
the
been
Crete evacuation?
There's been lots of evacuations that are done. In fact, that was one of the things, the major point about Crete and the Royal Navy doing it is because it was considered a tradition that the Royal Navy was always there to either drop off the British Army or recover the British Army, and they would do it. And it was that's where the whole saying of it takes 3 years to build a ship, 30 years to build a crew, 300 to build a tradition, and we were not going to break the tradition today. Comes from somewhere. It is a shame they're getting old at this point, but the absence in many ways showed the way of what a lot of your modern present ships should probably modern forward present ships and forward warships should be like. Yeah, and stand flex system. That is that is definitely shown the way of how systems should be done, and that's honestly because Danish took an absolutely brutal approach to it. It either works with these systems or it doesn't get implemented, and you don't get paid, and it's amazing how it worked. Rather than the Americans tried to be smart and tell everyone, these are the common protocols, make them work with it, and they went, Turns out the American defense companies, the only thing they disagree with more with it than any well, there's nothing they disagree more with each other than each other, honestly.
Oh, and not doing cost plus fixed cost contracts.
Oh yes. Yes, definitely.
Although that's just American government procurement in general at this point.
You want to come up? You want to come up, big poodle? Okay, just move that a bit.
Alrighty, we're going to reopen questions in a minute here.
Okay. Alright, so what's the next question? Can someone read out for me? I've got a poodle on the way, I'm out.
Knight 6831, question 140. What was the whole new armored cruiser study done between 1951 and 1954 all about?
It was about trying to work out how to design ships for the modern missile age, I think. If it's the study it's the study I think you're talking about. Yeah, it was all basically around the idea of would an armored cruiser or something like that be a useful asset in the missile period.
Where was it? Bald Parakeet. The problem with cost plus is you get companies. Well, a good example of cost plus is actually that may not be cost plus. I was going to say Boeing's Starliner program, but my brain is throwing up confounding variables on that one. The problem with cost plus is that if the company bids on the program underbids, it's the government's problem that the bidding company doesn't know how to bid a project.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you hear some of these programs that cost $68 billion to design a new toilet seat for Porta-John.
Oh yeah.
Although usually when you hear that type of example, it's because somebody cooked the books to go fund something else that they can't publicly disclose, but they need to disclose the funding.
Gentlemen, what if Vasa didn't roll over and sink upon launch? I don't think she did sink and roll over upon launch.
She didn't roll over on launch. She rolled over the first time she ever attempted to do anything.
Yes, she went out to sea. Well, first time she went out to sea. So if she didn't, well, then she probably wouldn't be preserved in the same condition she is. If she hadn't sunk that close to shore, she certainly wouldn't have been as easy to recover. Chandler, is the poodle wearing one of my hoodies? No, he's wearing his own hoodie. He has his own hoodies. I've told you before about his range of cardigans and things he has to wear. It includes a hoodie. He did used to nick my hoodies, but we got him his own.
Dr. Clarke, if you have the hands, can you go ahead and change the channel banner?
Okay. Questions open. Thank you. Would the Royal Navy have been better off replacing 15-inch twin turrets to a 14-inch triple if everything under the Nelsons? No, you can't do that. In a nice way, there is not a big enough difference between the 15-inch and the 14-inch gun that you can change a twin barbette to a twin 15 to a triple 14. You just can't. It's just not enough space. If it's a 16-inch gun, you can change a twin 16-inch to probably a triple 14. Because the gun goes down enough, there's enough differential, you can probably do that within the barbette. But no, 15 to 14, there isn't enough differential in the barbette. So you cannot take a twin and turn it. You just can't physically do that. Would it have been better overall to have more guns? Well, yes, it would have been, but honestly, honestly, I'm a big I do realize why Drac believes that Agincourt was going to be why Drac's argument is that the Agincourt was going to be a triple 15-inch gun, triple turreted, triple gun turret sort of design. Whereas I think she was going to be an 18-inch gun design, because a triple turret would have been a far more efficient thing once you're going for 4 or less turrets of a ship. Than so you don't lose your broadside number of guns, and you still have enough guns in there to fire enough shells. So I can it would if it's something they had gone for triple turrets with the Queen Elizabeths, then yeah, you could do an easy transition to a triple 14. But again, there'd be a question of why are you dropping from 15 to a 14? And nicest way, you're not the new 14-inch gun was not a massive advantage over the 15-inch. It wasn't that great a rate of fire. It wasn't that great a range. It honestly wasn't that much better in any. Let's put it this way: it wasn't enough of an improvement to justify going for a similar number of guns. So changing it for a twin to a twin isn't going to happen. If you could, what are you moving about? Oh, what do you want? Ooh, hello. Oh, hello. Yeah, I got your belly. Well, interesting question, because it does make you think. Will the Minecraft server run the creative mode, or well, I don't think so. I think we'll have to have it running in the proper mode, so not creative. So I don't want us randomly flying around. I want us actually with the peril of actually possibly dying, etc. I think it's more fair that way. Don't you agree, Runon, as the admin?
Yep.
I have
Thank
no
you,
opinion
Foxer.
because I am not the admin. You'll have to find somebody else for that one.
Survival mode it is, yes, Jonathan mode.
Yeah, Rui, that sounds like something an admin would say.
I will fly over there and rearrange the firing order on your company van.
Yes?
You all got 5
will
more
not do it.
questions to huck in the queue before I close it up again.
And I will do the scene from the life of Brian. You will say you are not the Messiah, and we will all say he's the Messiah. He's the Messiah.
If I'm the Messiah,
you meant the create
y'all
mod.
are knackered.
We'll have to decide, eventually when we're sort of all getting it together, we're having a full shipshape group discussion about it, and we have our admin there, Runon. We'll work it out and work out what mods we're going to exactly implement.
The answer to this question that you all keep asking is no.
It's going to be so much fun, though. So, Cavdon.
Yeah, whoever admins it, which will not be me.
During the book Red Storm Rising, the Soviets in Iceland come out of naval guns of Iowa and New Jersey. What if the machine spirits of USN battleships manifest to join in the fun? As Tillman-sized ships.
What is your chat... Dr. Clarke, what is your chat's obsession with Tillmans? Genuinely.
Okay, I have the same chat. A nice way, both Drac and my chats have the similar obsession with Tillmans. They just like big guns. Okay?
Mine don't.
Lads. Sir Cavadon does have an update to his question.
Yes.
A clarifier for my question. The machine spirits are those ships which don't have a current form in active U.S. Navy or in active service or material existence at the time of the story.
So basically every US battleship which has been is no longer exists at this point comes back in existence off Iceland as a Tillman. The Soviets are basically... Iceland sort of becomes very flat, possibly submerged, and the Soviets cease to exist. Because that will be a lot of high explosive. A lot of high explosive. Do you agree with that, one fleet? Or sheep?
Yeah.
Emotions?
Can we stick to fleet, please? I can handle many things.
But the thing is,
emotions,
to make sure everyone knows who I'm talking to, I have to call you sheep because sheep's what you're up on the screen as.
Everyone knows it's me. The icon hasn't changed.
No, the icon hasn't changed, but the name has changed.
Are you assuming people can't tell it's me because the name has changed?
Never underestimate the average stupidity of the average user on the internet.
Alternatively,
tell you
never
wrong.
never underestimate the amount of my chats who would enjoy calling you Sheep of Oceans just for the joy of it, and will pretend you are called Sheep.
Why
And they're all
on
saying
earth-
I love sheep now. I love
Why
sheep is
on
coming
earth-
out strong.
Why on earth do you keep giving me these random
The
names?
chats
I
are the
keep
same
telling
people.
you-
They are okay, Alex. I do keep trying to tell Fleet this, but Fleet doesn't seem to realize this. The chats are the same people. They have the same assertions.
If I subvert my own reality, the false reality will go away.
Poseidon says they're not shaving that sheep. I thought you sheared a sheep, not shaved it.
You do shear it, yeah. You do not shave a sheep.
Oh well, at least you realise what you're going to have happen to you as a Sheep of Oceans.
What are you? Well,
So, Steve Clarke, if a special materials were available to make a railgun work, she says a rail gin, but I'm presuming gun, but Fleet might have more of a knowledge of a rail gin. We'll ask him in a second. What caliber of projectile did a panel think would be the most useful? Well, Fleet does actually drink gin occasionally, so he might have knowledge of a rail gin.
Very occasionally. I will.
if it does
swear.
have drinking
I
gin,
think-
then it's me that's the answer this.
Okay, we'll get into this rail gin in a second then. Steve Clarke, what caliber of projectile do the panel think would be most useful? It's going to depend on what you want to do. If you want a general purpose weapon, you're probably looking at. It's probably going to again be about roughly a 5-inch for a dual purpose, roughly 3-inch or 40mm, depending on what you want it for in terms of air defense, and probably 9.2-inch if you want to go for land attack. Anything bigger than that would be, you'd be firing around the earth.
You would have to see the return of the normal 8-inch gun to see calibers bigger than 5-inch.
Do you think a biscuit's gone down there or something, Fluff? I'm trying to look. Yeah.
Jonathan Moon, if I
What do you
said
think
no
about
tonight,
what do you think about rail gins? Go on. While I'm quickly
Well,
checking to see if the Beatles lost the biscuit.
A
behind the
rail
picture.
gin gun would be around 76.6 millimeters wide. And
There's no biscuit
Oh,
down there as far as I
caliber.
can see, Big Fluff.
a caliber of 76 millimeters.
Alright. Alright. Okay, good boy.
Because that's
Okay.
and you have it on your hands because gin without tonic is yes. Not
Okay.
everyone's like me who can take gin straight.
What looked like an OnlyFans teaser? That's just weird. Okay, who would think of that for me? What if Spain builds one of their Canabar designs nowadays? Well, interestingly, Spain then has a choice of there's literally there's 3 options under construction technically at the moment that you could build. You could go for your air group for your aircraft, which would be interesting. They probably end up with Hawkeye as their airborne early warning aircraft, possibly under a similar deal as the French have. And yeah, they have a useful aircraft carrier, but it's going to be very expensive for them to operate based on their current system. They're going to have to do a lot of investment to get it to work and their infrastructure to work, but they might like it. And a nice way for Spain, if they are looking at that, then they're obviously looking at it in terms of trying to rebuild some of their relationships around the world and some of their presence around the world. A Canabar carrier is, to an extent, it's a major asset. It's a useful asset to have. And it would be something which it would also add another option to the European Union in terms of its reach, but I think you would also quickly see the Italians also go with a Canabar carrier.
Mm-hmm.
And so you'd
And
have
the Turks.
I'm not sure how quickly the Turks would get to it.
If the Italians and the French have one, the Turks will also have one.
Yeah, they'll want one, yes, but how quickly will they get to it? Yeah, you see, the thing is, the Spanish have the yards and have the stuff in place; they can quickly get to it. So can the Italians because of their construction industry and their recent building of the Trieste, etc., and their other carrier design projects. The Turkish are still so fluid in what they want from their ships. I think they would take longer to decide on what they want out of it. They want it, but I think they would take longer to decide what they want out of it than to work out the infrastructure, than to get the things in place.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you would be basically, if the Spanish have it within a decade, you probably have the Italians have one, etc. I think the Turkish should be 2 to 3 decades.
Mm-hmm.
Parakeet, are you saying that I should start a website called Only Fleets?
Why am I always the butt of the jokes? Why does
I
no
don't.
one else
I
become
don't.
the
I
comedy
don't.
punchy
I
bag?
don't. I don't think it's a Fleet of Oceans joke. I think it's a naval history themed OF joke.
5. Sorry, I found out what the poodle was looking at, what the poodle was doing. He was licking 4-5 for some reason. I'm not quite sure why, but 4-5 was
Yeah,
apparently needed to be licked.
Does the poodle ever need a reason to lick something?
I don't know. I just 4-5 really did need to be licked, and I'm going to quickly dry my sledgehammer.
But really, if we're doing only fans jokes with naval history, we have to go with only keel.
Look, I have literally considered in the past setting up a channel called the Naked Naval Historian just to see if it worked on OnlyFans. The thing is,
That would more be.
I have done it more to why I've done it. I've usually said it more as a way of winding up my mother, occasionally Drac, my ex-girlfriend, all these things.
Honestly, that would honestly. You
The
could write that as a
Turks do
column.
have an HD, yes.
You could write that as a column for Naturist Monthly. That would actually probably work.
That's an option.
Yeah, I'm not.
Let's do a
You know
show.
what? I'm just not gonna go there.
I think
yeah,
I need to
no.
I think it would be more of a option when I was pre-COVID, when I was thinner and slightly more muscly. If I get back to that, then,
yeah,
you
you know what? You know what? I'm just. If I go there, we're definitely gonna break the cousin TOS. We might even break the Twitch and YouTube TOS. I'm not going there. Moving on swiftly.
Why was there one? Why was there only one Ark Royal aircraft carrier built? Honestly, because the Royal Navy at the time was built. By the time they were making the next ordering for next set of carriers, the Ark Royal filled their strike carrier role. They had Courageous and Glorious, which also could fulfill that role for a certain amount of time. And so the most important thing for them to replace were the fleet carrier roles. So that was what the Illustrious class were for. So they were them. And then Implacable, Indefatigable were coming along. They were the next replacements for Courageous and Glorious. So basically you can say Ark Royal gets them up to having 3 strike carriers for their doctrine.
Yeah.
And then once you've got Ark Royal, you then push into the Illustriouses to replace the fleet carriers in their fleet support role, and then Implacable and Indefatigable will come later. They'll replace Courageous and Glorious in the strike carrier role.
Yep.
Boy.
Okay.
How possible is it
His
to
question-
maintain the industrial capacity for building high-end surface combatants through building high-end uncrewed surface vehicles?
That is
depends on
that.
the
Okay,
size.
so that.
And again, you have
So
problems with those things.
If you're going to talk about like a high-end surface combatant to mean a area air defense destroyer, you are going to lose the capability if you build uncrewed, or you're going to have the capability to build crewed traded. Because the problem is, with a aircraft, you're always trying to make it as small as possible to meet the spec anyway.
Yeah.
So whether you have whether it's crewed or uncrewed, you know, even with the flight couch and the instrumentation and the control sticks and such, you're really not adding that much volume to the aircraft. When you start having to make a crewed versus uncrewed vessel,
It's radically different.
yeah,
Radically different.
the amount of
the issue with crewed versus uncrewed is in terms of vessels is the sheer amount of time you're expected to operate it without personnel aboard, and the fact is, even our most idealistic ideas of uncrewed major warships, in terms of uncrewed, we have them operating as part of task groups with a crewed ship. And usually you have them, as I talked about before in the Flyer class and the future Flyer class video, I think on this channel at some point, and I cannot remember its exact title. I sincerely suspect that the future, if there's an equivalent to Flyer class ever built, again, it will be an uncrewed asset. But it'll be part of a task force, and there'll be a crewed asset. So you would have something like a Type 26 operating as the command ship with extra personnel aboard to operate across maintainers and those sort of things. Hello, what's up? You want to go now?
Yeah, you lose so much volume by going to an uncrewed system that you are going to materially change the requirements needed to build that system versus a regularly crewed system. It's because, you think about it, a ship is going to be out at sea for an extended period of time. It's going to be out at sea for an extended period of time. So you need to have all of the hotel load. You have water distillation facilities. You need to have plumbing. You need to have rack space. You need to have galley space. You need to have medical space. You need to have storage for all of those. And when you go to uncrewed, well, you don't, even if you go like minimally crewed or it can just take a maintenance, all of a sudden you're cutting your crew overhead by 90%.
Yeah.
Which means you're cutting the volume for that crew by anything between 75 and 90%.
But also, then you've got also the problem of ships as well is to take the place of crew, and you need a whole lot of extra sensors and a whole lot of extra systems and redundancy. So what you end up doing actually when you're talking about it, because one of the things you have to realize with ships, and if you're expecting to operate them at sea for months at a time, if you haven't got people on board to do maintenance immediately, then they have to be able. Then the ships has to have redundancy of systems. So that space goes down in terms of space of personnel to have it, but your space goes up in terms of the systems you're putting in there, the redundancy you're building in. You will build in extra generators. You'll build in extra systems, etc., to maintain those systems and to make sure fuel and pressure levels are, etc. That's the complexity you're dealing with is the fun time. Mick Norton, hello, by the way. I wouldn't be a substitute for my best friend. I'd never claimed to be. My name's Alex Clarke. I'm a Naval historian. I'm one of the people who was in Shipshape with Drac, and we were also did bilge pumps and all the other things together. I'm not here to replace my friend. I'm just also run a channel, so...
Hello, I'm also not a replacement for Drakinafel. I am Fleet of Oceans. I also consider myself to be friends of both Dr. Clarke and Drac.
So yeah,
and I'm a tradesperson. That means Drac, as an engineer, is my mortal enemy.
So yeah,
and I'm a maintenance worker, which means I hate you all. Engineers, architects, everyone.
But you like historians, we're nice people. We don't
most of the time.
Anyway,
except when you do.
So there you go. Hello, poodle. Hello. No. Calm down. I know you're trying to get more.
Steve.
Stop being cruel. So next question, Ramol. Until we get humanoid style R2 maintenance units, that'll be part of the redundancy. Ramol, do you think it's possible to retrofit a Des Moines or Baltimore armed with 8-inch guns with Aegis system if these ships served into the 80s rather than fitting the hours with Aegis? I don't think you. Itis.
First of all, the Ivers weren't fitted with ages for a very good reason.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll do that later.
You sure?
I'm used to it. I'll clean it up in a bit. You don't have to. I can clean up after myself. I'm home now. I can clean up my own place when the doggies comes in with.
Yeah, well, he did it right the way down the utility corridor, so I just carried
Yeah,
it on.
I know. Oh, speaking of that, there was actually a question earlier for you.
Was there?
Yes, if they put stones into rubber tires, would that form a similar thing for a clay-based foundation as other forms of reinforcement?
Can you write that and I'll ask somebody else?
If someone wants to write that question out, which was put earlier, I think into Twitch, and I cannot remember where it was put in. It was something in Twitch about
Random
stone
Dale
based
fan, are you in chat?
Yeah, if you put it in, I'll pass it on to my sister. The poodle it always falls in one. The poodle does not understand the concept of he is supposed to be clean. He never has done.
Wiping his paws.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in his paws being wiped either. He believes in being free. But yeah, I think if you're going to retrofit the Moins or Bannerballs, I don't think either are going to get retrofitted with Aegis realistically at that point. They're all too old, and to retrofit with Aegis is going to require too much work. Especially when you consider the damage that will done by the Aegis system when you're firing those main guns.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fun. Unless you basically remove the main guns from the stern and then add them, add in an Aegis tower aft, and so you've got the guns forward and you've got the aft clear of the guns, so that you can that sort of thing. That could possibly work, possibly provide enough space, and that would also mean you put your missiles aft instead of the guns as well. Anyway. Peter Dawson, if the KGVs were built in 33-37 time frame, would that be better? That would mean that if they were built then probably that means ours are replaced in that period. They will probably be put into reserve rather than completely got rid of. And they will have started the Lions, which would have been 16-inch gunships. Yeah, yes, it would be better because the Royal Navy would also have had time to get the 14-inch quads to work properly, the quad turrets to work properly. And please, I'm always, it's an emphasis. It's the turret. It's a quad turret is not a very complicated system.
It's basically the problem that we have is that the quad turret in basically any navy never really had the chance to go through the same period of maturing that the triple turret had.
Yes, but also you have the fact that one gun creates its X problems. Two guns, it's compared to go twin turret creates 3X problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
3 guns. That creates roughly 6X problems. 4 guns. You don't want to know how many. That's probably somewhere around 12 to 15 times as many problems. Because of the way the guns interact with each other, and the firing and the interaction of the guns in terms of the effect of their firing and how that creates a shock through the system. So yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, that seems
It
about
is all
right.
fun.
Just for the record, for anybody in chat who might know, the question asked by Random Dale fan was, while I remember, Doc, I had a question for your sister. Would crushed rock-filled used tires be equivalent to steel cages for making a foundation in wet clay?
I'll pass it on to her.
As I said at the time, it's going to be obviously the other Dr. Clarke will know
there are 2 people who could ask. The other Dr. Clarke will have more people to ask that one, but the other person I would probably ask her that is I have an old friend of mine. She now works for a company doing all sorts of fun things with concrete, and she would probably have the answer to that as well. So I will send a question out to her as well.
I would be concerned about water permeability.
Yes, and yeah, but it can also work if it's done right if the tires have been conditioned the right way. Nightwolf 112. Which ships suffered the worst design by committee?
Hosh.
The German light cruisers.
Thing is,
Evident.
Hosh wasn't so much designed by committee as basically, oh good lord, we've been building it for so long. What a battleship has changed. Redesign it. Oh wait, same thing's happened again. Redesign it again.
Yeah. I would say the thing is the big problem with the Hosh is it's a series of designers. It gets passed along to different people, and each one has their own idea of what they should do with it. Team and Lockup. How would the King George V fed if they would have the turrets replaced with 18-inch twins in a refit? Honestly, I'm wondering if you could actually do that with them. Triple 16 would just about on the lower two, but wouldn't work on the thing. So you'd end up with 4 guns, which is not really
Or
helpful.
5. If you decided
No.
to make the beam mount a single.
Possibly if you stretch, but that's not going to work. That's not going to be helpful. How they fare? They basically they'd be a Royal Sovereign style battleship with 2 main guns fore and 2 main guns aft in a Dreadnought style battleship world.
At that point, they're pretty much only good for monitor duty.
Yeah. A Lion,
and maybe
which is
maybe
designed around 9 16-inch, could go down to 6 18-inch, and that would be Renown equivalent in terms of its salvoing. But again, it's really not helpful that much. It's not that helpful that much. Hell breaks loose. In your opinion, is the French EDAR landing craft better than a traditional landing craft? Well, it's certainly a very high-speed asset. I quite like it. Is it better? It's got trade-offs. The thing about using roll-on, roll-off catamaran style ship is kind of like if you're using a hovercraft or if you're using a traditional landing craft. Traditional landing craft is very easy to launch in pretty much many sea states and is the plodding thing, but will get the job done.
It's also cheap as chips.
Yes, it is, and the fact is, it's cheap as chips is kind of one of its advantages. The LCAT system is faster, but it doesn't have the same range of kind of places you're prepared to chuck it at. It's also more expensive to do. And then the hovercraft has a wider range of places it can land, but also has a more narrow in terms of some of the sea states it can operate in. So there's payoffs between all these things. It's a very good system for what the French want out of it.
Yeah,
but
and it's also
I'd also say it's why the French, in my understanding, I think they operate traditional landing craft as well at the same time, don't they?
Yeah, there's a reason why every navy there's a reason why every navy across the world that maintains some sort of amphibious capability operates the traditional landing craft. Because it's the only vessel that functions in pretty much every circumstance.
Yeah.
It just may not function as well in this one particular circumstance as a vessel which doesn't function as well in the majority of circumstances.
Basically, if you're doing operations in the Mediterranean, I would say in certain other areas of the world, the LCAT or EDAR, depending on who you are, is a really useful high-speed asset. It can go 30 knots theoretically. That's its theoretical maximum top speed officially is 30 knots.
It is quite funny.
Theoretically a range of 1,000 nautical miles at 15 knots. So that gives you really quite a strong range. And you can carry quite a good force aboard it to do these things, which is all useful. Yeah. But that's if the weather is allowing and in the situation's allowing you.
Yeah, it is quite funny that in the 80 years since its invention, since it was pioneered during the Second World War, no one has quite created a more general-purpose landing
vessel. Built in the 1930s.
I thought they didn't come up with the distinctive shovel nose nonsense until
No. Look up the landing craft mechanized.
Oh yeah, the LCMs. I always forget about the LCMs.
The
But that
LCM,
distinctive...
the LCM Mark One, which is pretty much is the exact shape that was first built in 1938. And
Oh
it was due
yeah,
to testing done in the 1930s of other vessel similarities, and in fact can be taken back to the 1920s with motor landing craft.
Aw, somebody got their account compromised. That's sad.
Who would?
What?
What?
Oh no, somebody didn't get their account compromised. Bot account on my stream. But the name was Agreed Historiography, which made me think that it was an actual account that got compromised. But it was just stood up yesterday.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Fine. Are we sharing streams on our channel on Twitch again?
Not officially,
No.
mainly because it's asking for permissions that I haven't sat down to figure out what it's those.
Okay.
Like it wants Twitch, the web app wants direct access to my mic, which I'm not opposed to, but I also don't need micception on my own stream when I can barely manage my own audio as it sits.
Okay. Lions, with 1945 technology, where do you think the point of a battleship gun caliber maxes out with the trade-offs of an increasing caliber becoming so much that they are almost unadjustable? For me, it's about 18 inches, and anything more than that is not worth the trade-offs. What is the panel's opinion? Where do you think lies? I think probably about 18 inch. Again, because, again, you still need... Even if you've got the best radar fire control tool you can achieve in 1945, you still need some sort of salvoing to guide your firing in. And 18 inch has about the right rate of fire.
I maintain that you can go to 20 inch, but you have to be willing to accept certain trade-offs. It's not a deal breaker. You can go to 20 inch. It's not going to compromise the ship's capability to function as a capital asset, but there are going to be certain trade-offs you are going to have to accept. To me, those trade-offs are acceptable. But again, it would depend Navy to Navy and whether or not you're willing to. But to me, 18 is not the hard limit. You can go to 20 if you need to.
I would still say 16.5 inches is still the best value for money in terms of the
Oh no,
value
absolutely.
Here.
Oh no, I probably agree
even
with you.
that's
But in terms of I agree with you. But in terms of the hard limit, go no further.
I think you probably would have some status units with 20 inches, but I would be surprised if 18 and 16.5 inch weren't the dominant ones. Once you really get into it.
Yeah.
Again,
You
I completely agree. But I'm purely
and for navies which have a tradition of 16 inch, they probably stay with 16 inch because there is only an advantage. 16.5 inch is only enough of advantage if you're jumping from 15 inch or 14 inch, or if you're sort of thinking you work it as. Whereas if you already got 16 inch, then there's no real advantage to going to 16.5. But 16.5 is just that little bit better. That if you aren't, you don't have 16 inch already, you might well go to 16.5 inch.
Yep.
Board parakeet, I do like that. Compromise destroying only on only fleets.
I hate it.
So
I hate it so much. I just
and Lions. I know
so
Fleet likes to build
it's
20-inch
good.
battleships, but you know that's Fleet. Budguy 8829. If the F-35B didn't work out, would the UK still go ahead with Queen Elizabeth, but in a Catabar setup?
I will say that my opinion is that yes, you would get 1 or 2 20-inch units as a status unit, but no more.
Yeah,
I'll be back in a minute.
With the F-35, with the Queen Elizabeth, but in a Catabar setup, there was always the design options for a Catabar setup in terms of the French. If the F-35B had been found to be not possible early enough in the design run, then probably yes, they have to go with a Catabar design. And they probably would have gone with one, and that would have caused interesting things. But that's pretty much your only option. The other option is to try and keep the Harrier soldering on, which isn't really a possibility. So they probably would have had to go for Catabar with emails, and it would have been expensive, but it would have probably been done. Whether we'd have still got both carriers, what kind of air grip we'd have got, that's a complete open debate, which would depend on circumstances of why the F-35B failed and what situations are going on in the time. But yeah, they probably would have. Because basically since the Falklands War, whilst we don't like to, people don't like to talk about it, there has basically been an acknowledgement that Britain does need to maintain a carrier capability. A viable carrier capability is a requirement since the Falklands War. And that has in many ways sustained a lot of the construction for the Royal Navy, etc. since then. It's kind of like the strategic deterrent. Those two things maintain a lot of the things for the Royal Navy since then. I would say one thing that's been drawn down recently is the amphibious warfare capability, and I wouldn't be surprised if that finds itself getting a refresh in any funding increasements, because it's the easiest area to to allocate funds to provide something which is actually a capability which Britain can sing about. In both in global means and in European means, because amphibious warfare capability, Finland, etc. now as an ally, the Baltics are quite important, etc. Amphibious warfare capability in northern flank is pretty darn important, getting reinforcements up there. Peter Dawson, if the King George V's were built in the 33, 36... I think we answered that one.
I gotta remember to unmute myself when I move after I move my mic. I was gonna say LHD amphibious warfare is also a slightly easier sell to the politicians because you can hit them out as disaster relief vessels.
Britain hasn't really used theirs as disaster relief in a while. Definitely not domestically. The Australians definitely do that domestically, but yeah. Couldn't the Britain? Well, see, one of the reasons why the F-35B comes to be is even the American version of the Harrier was not in production anymore, let alone the British version of the Harrier. And the British parts production, actually, I think technically, so it's a case of, yeah, it's not really going to be a long-term solution. And the thing is, if you're buying carriers with a 40-year life expectancy, you couldn't base that on a Harrier airframe. That would maybe work for about the first 5-6 years, but the Harrier airframe is not going to give you the 40 years of operation you need. So that's why they'd probably have to go Caliber.
Night. I think you need to familiarize yourself with the Swiss cheese theory of aviation incidents. It's very rarely one cause.
And yeah, I would say also that particular thing is down to if I'm not mistaken, that's particularly down to a scenario whereby something was accidentally left behind inside the engine. One of the covers was accidentally left behind inside the engines, and the covers have now been redesigned, so things should improve.
The bald parakeet. I am not going to a bar where the bartender says, "Hi, I'm Cato Sicarius. Would you like Cato Sicarius to get you a drink?" Cato Sicarius would be happy to get you a drink.
That'd be a fun thing to hear for about the first 5 minutes. That'd be worrying. Thanks to everyone. If Eagle converted Admiral class aircraft carriers, so basically converting the Admiral class battle cruisers, instead of trying to improve them and then cancelling them, converting them into Eagle style aircraft carriers with Eagle style hangars, etc. Had initial AA battery of 8 single quick firing Mark 5 AA guns, as the Admiral class hull is not really suitable as a cruiser carrier. Probably would, but at no point did the British ever really build them as cruiser carriers. They added on 6-inch guns as a method of dealing with destroyers and other things which could come close to them, because the 6-inch gun was better. They didn't have a dual purpose gun. That's the point. Once you have a dual purpose gun, then you can go for a dual purpose. Then you can nationalize down their armament down to 4.5 or 4.7 or whatever you're doing. When you don't have a dual purpose armament, you have to have an AA gun and a anti-surface weapon.
Yep.
I don't know. Does the panel think we should go to a bar run by Lieutenant Titus?
Even
Titus Bar.
Then,
Titus Bar could be cool, but I thought Titus Bar existed.
Yeah. Even then, I would point out that well, Dr. Clarke is absolutely correct. Even then, some people just went anti-service armament. Looking at you, Ranger. And the Yorktowns as originally commissioned.
Did we get Stafford's question about Operation Pluto? Paul's saying that we may have missed it.
Stafford, Operation Pluto. Oh, we did miss it. Yes, sorry. Operation Pluto, would they be able to repeat it today if needed be, and would they be able to run one from North America across the UK and onto Europe if need be? No, on the latter of running across from North America to the UK across the Atlantic. Putting a pipe the whole way across the Atlantic would be fun, especially with the whole fault line in the centre of the Atlantic and various other things. That would not be something I would want to put a fuel pipeline through. It's bad enough with telecommunications cables. For Operation Pluto, yes, you could do it. You've got the technology. Would we actually do it? I doubt it. I doubt there's an. I don't. There's a transatlantic pipeline. Yeah, it's just not gonna. The technology just no, and justification no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, you've renamed yourself to Naval History with Dr. Alex.
Yeah.
When did you do that?
Weeks ago.
Oh. I think I know why you did that. Because when you search Dr. Clarke, you want the first thing that comes up.
No, I'm not. And this.
It was the Nigerian scam doctor.
It's yeah. It just seemed sensible.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it I'm always getting letters from Amazon Prime that presenting me from Amazon Prime that my payment methodology is not up to date, and yet I know if I separately log into Amazon, I'm going to be fine.
Because they want you. They're trying to fish you.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's the thing, but it's the most stupid phishing technique known to mankind.
Yes.
Well, okay, yes, but Dr. Clarke, if you assume that you are as of average intelligence of the British populace, now remember that half the people in Britain are now dumber than you.
Now, I would also point out that there are also those who are not computer literate, elderly people who may not be familiar with the way in which this stuff works. Like that's it. They're not looking for the average Joe or the computer literate. They're looking for those who have no idea what's going on.
Have they found my foreman yet?
Stop being rude about your foreman. You never know, they might listen to the channel.
If they do, then okay, I'll deal with that tomorrow, but I kind of doubt it. Let's put it this way. I have never said anything about anyone that I wouldn't say to their face.
Yeah.
When I have to argue with you for 3 minutes about whether or not a part is code compliant, when it very obviously is, and you leave the conversation by saying, we'll fix it later. Just put it in for now.
No. No.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun conversation with various aspects of various leadership, because that's kind of my bright red line. I can take being misgendered. I can take being dead named. I can take a lot of stuff that qualifies as harassment or abuse. I don't really take being told to do things not to spec unless there's some very good reason to do it not to spec.
Yep. Sounds like a good motto to me. So.
Because I find that doing things not to spec tends to get you arrested or sued. And I ain't got time for that.
No.
You're busy setting up Minecraft servers, aren't you?
Foxo, I outrank you on all servers except one.
Yeah.
And on the one server where he doesn't, I outrank you.
No, I'm on Foxo's server now. She owns that. There is no one that outranks her unless you're.
Or your dragon, who soft outranks her.
Okay.
I'm not touching that one. No way. Nope. DD Mao, next question, please. Hendrik Butha, if liners as Europa if liners SS Europa, SS Brenham, and SS Vaterland are converted to carriers, how many planes could be carried per ship? Focke-Wulf 190Ts, folding wing, hopefully.
Well, that's going to depend on how big your hangar is, whether you have your funnels running through it, a la Furious, or you don't, a la Courageous and Glorious. That does have a tremendous effect on your air group size. There are... Let's look up one as a basic guide. Europa, 1928, second largest ship of the interwar period. Well, let's see if they convert her. She is... she's a fairly large vessel. Let's see. She's 283 meters, 0.5 meters long. 31 meters wide, so she's not going to be that wide in terms of space. If you're probably not going to extend much overhang, or it depends how quickly you want to convert it. 12, she's got steam turbine. She's so capable of 27.5 knots. She comes as a Liberté in 1950s. When she's being, the image of her being scrapped does give you an idea of how she could look like as an aircraft carrier. I'd say you're probably looking at all of them, judging by their beam, and unless you want to make them massively hop heavy by having a stacked hangar, by having 2 hangars, so you only go for a single hangar, probably around 24 to 36 aircraft, sensibly. But there's also the fact that if the Germans go with the same system they're planning on aircraft management as they were planning for the Graf Zeppelin, etc., that could well have an impact on how you can stack things and organize things. So I'd say 24 to 36 aircraft. Do you agree, Fleet, or am I being...
No, you're being exactly... considering it's their first aircraft, considering it'll be their first aircraft carrier, considering it will be... a liner conversion, considering that the Germans are known for their inefficiencies in this period, considering that Goering will get involved and do funny stuff, considering all of the above, and considering things you haven't considered, which will probably come up as well,
yeah,
I think you're being generous.
Yeah.
If you want my honest answer.
Yeah, but, you know. Poseidon, the 7307. It's 1924. How might you be able to steer Japan to a better outcome for the war?
Don't start it!
Wear Matsumitsu Yonai as a skin suit?
Even then, there's only so much he can do against the tide of history.
Yeah, but...
the 2 things you need to do are invest more in the Japanese economy to grow their own infrastructure and self-sufficiency where they can do. And you need to invest in things which are readily convertible assets. You need to change the structure of their training of aviation crews. Quite dramatically. You need to basically put them through the same strictures as the other powers that went through World War One, because that's one of the problems. Basically, the Japanese go through World War One, do very well with their aviation being a very elite and created as a very elite force. If you look at the other powers in World War One, their elite aviation units get decimated, and they have to turn them into mass aviation units rather quickly. And that's where they all suddenly learn the idea of, oh, well, hang on, no, having some very good pilots is great, it's wonderful, but realistically, we also need a lot of them.
Average pilots.
A lot of average ones, yes, it does help.
A lot of average pilots is better than a few good pilots, and a lot of rubbish ones, because here's the thing, those few good pilots are going to keep doing good things. But the rubbish pilots are going to die. And while some of the average pilots may die, most of them will survive. Some might even become good pilots who can then train the next generation of average pilots.
And the thing is, it allows you to have enough force around the good pilots to give them the cover they need to do their job. The FAC weave is all about using your wingman. Look at look at the performance of the Great Aces and look at the performance of their wingmen. The wingmen often don't get the same number of kills as the Great Ace, but they're there the whole way through while doing it, and they're often providing the cover to allow the Ace to do their job. And that's the thing.
Yeah. Let me just, even if we change nothing else, and all we change is a more robust Japanese industry for aircraft, and a more robust training pipeline for just carrier pilots,
Yeah.
that suddenly drastically changes Philippine Sea. Even if nothing else changes, when you get to Philippine Sea, that suddenly is no longer the Great Mariana Turkey shoot. That's the, oh my good lord, this is actually a proper full-on decisive carrier battle.
And if you've got more in terms of, how to put this, ships built to be rapidly converted to carriers.
Yeah, Philippine Sea might actually be incredible, just in
Yeah.
terms of the raw losses on both sides and just the destruction meted out.
Yeah. But also the
Oh,
other thing I'd be investing is a long-range submarine, so I could basically torture the American Pacific coast.
Yeah.
One thing I do, one other thing that I would do is when I am which Yamato hull hits the water first? Is it Yamato or Musashi?
I think it's Yamato.
Yamato, I believe, yeah.
Yeah.
When I am launching Yamato, I invite the ambassador and chief naval attaché from all the Western powers to be there at her launch.
Are you
Yes.
basically trying to force them into building responses that will tie up
Yes.
their industry?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
I agree.
essentially giving the signal of back off and give us room.
I do agree. Bulk Parakeet, they did have a solid plane production base, but the thing is, they needed better pilot throughput, and also I would argue, whilst they're not able to, how do I put this? Their designs, they're not able to scale up their production as quickly as they need to of their high quality designs. So it's not so much they need. It's not so much they need a more technically advanced infrastructure. They need a broader infrastructure. And you need to do that by working on their own internal infrastructure to support that broadening of that.
And based on what I know of, they need to improve their transportation linkages because while Mitsubishi has very advanced number of, they don't necessarily have all the right linkages to get planes off of the assembly line and to either the Army or Navy.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, there are various things they need to do. All right then. Bowmill Boy. Other than Warspite, Swordfish, and Narvik, what was the biggest success achieved by capital ships or cruiser float planes using their own weapons, and did anyone come close to Warspite? Ooh.
If you want the honest answer, and I'm gonna possibly draw some flack here, Warspite's float plane basically rolled a natural 20 clobbering that U-boat. Not only was it in shallow water unable to evade, not only was the water completely clear, but it managed a near perfect drop, almost textbook. And the depth charges landed close enough that it could actually cripple the submarine with just that drop alone.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but Warspite's plane rolled a natural 20.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of others which have got similar. They were used a lot at various points during the war, and a lot of float planes did some really interesting things, but I don't think any quite come close to that.
The problem is the unique circumstances of Narvik just aren't replicated anywhere else.
No. Yamato launched first. Shinano didn't. It's Yamato launches the 8th of August 1940, Masashi 1st of November 1940, Shinano 8th October 1944. So if I'd have been them, I would have literally, I'd have had them everyone at both launches. And if I could, I'd have pushed a third hull which looks similar enough off another place shortly thereafter. Seeing as they are building them in Kyo, in Nagasaki, and in Yokosuka at the same time, it's a kind of a shame that Shinano's not started till the 4th of May 1940. And whilst there is really good logistical reasons and sensible reasons for that, if you could have got the third hull started earlier, and if you could in the 1920s, knowing you're going to do that, build up the infrastructure so you could start the third hull at the same time, being able to launch all 3 hulls in 1940 would have scared the bejesus out of everyone.
It also would mean you'd have 3 battleships by 1943. which is
Well,
also
well,
terrifying.
You probably have all three. You'd possibly have all three by 1940. By end of 1942.
I'm also to Bald Parakeet's point over on YouTube. They also failed to develop better airplanes and not just iterate.
No, they
Think-
absolutely.
wait, fleet. Let me finish.
Oh, all right.
Part of that problem is part of their why you don't see the jumps in airframe designs is because the Japanese just don't have the infrastructure and the supply logistics to take the risk at a completely new spec.
Mhm.
The US and the Allies, the US specifically, and the Allies in general, do have the supplies where they can launch a new aircraft mid war because it's less of a risk of them for their infrastructure.
And by the time the Japanese get to a point where they're happy with their airframes in terms of maturity to actually switch over, oh, what's that? The coastal convoys that a lot of our industry relies upon are just gone? Oh,
Yeah.
right.
You do
Okay.
need to invest in some infrastructure. You need to invest in some road infrastructure as well, if you can build it.
I mean, it's not so much the road infrastructure, it's, honestly, more Cape Gauge everywhere.
Yeah, that would help.
Japan has a robust railway system.
If
It
Japan
just
has
needs more.
Charles Miller, the point is, and I would make this point, is if Japan launches all three in 1940 and has them, then not just the Americans probably build Montanas as well as the Iowas, and finish off the Iowas. The British probably build the Lions. I mean, literally, the thing is, at the time, because if you're looking at what is a guaranteed thing we know can sink a massive, great big thundering chunk of metal that is a battleship, it's our own battleship.
Oh, what was the
So whilst aircraft have the
know,
potential and are growing to that capability in terms of carriers and are coming, you don't know that, and you don't take that risk, especially not in a major war. That until you know something for certain, you build the thing you are sure can do it, and the thing you hope you can do it at the same time.
Yeah. To quote, what? Dr. Clarke will know immediately who I'm referring to. I can't remember his name, but Dr. Clarke will know exactly who I'm referring to. We don't want to build the big expensive monster, but everyone else is building the big expensive monster, and the only thing we're absolutely sure that can kill the big expensive monster is a big expensive monster of our own.
Wasn't that Terry Pratchett?
No. It was that naval historian you and Drac knew. Worked at Hull.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh good lord, now my brain's gone blank.
I'm just annoyed if it's tried to misquote Terry Pratchett.
I didn't try to misquote Terry Pratchett.
Someone said you were trying to.
I don't know if you did or not. It's just funny to say. Sorry, Fleet.
Because Terry Pratchett is the. Well, sometimes you gotta have a big giant monster to fight the big giant monster. Surely you understood that.
Yes, it's Eric Grove, and it was Eric Grove, and it was I think it was Eric Grove taking a quote for an adaptation of Terry Pratchett, because I think those two actually knew each other from memory. That's the kind of random things you have in the UK sometimes. Your naval historian, one of your greatest naval historians will also be good, and will also know one of your greatest authors, and quite aptly.
I mean, for example, Christopher Lee knowing Tolkien.
Yeah. Although that's fun, is that was the fun thing when they were trying to explain to Christopher Lee what Tolkien meant, and Christopher Lee went, "But I knew him, dear boy."
Christopher Lee was just entire. Christopher Lee is the main character. I'm sorry.
Yes. Alex Kane, with the SS America currently being prepared for a Viking funeral, is there any possible case in the 21st century for troop ships?
Absolutely.
There is a case if you're trying to move people on that volume. There is certainly a case, but I don't think anyone's really making it at the moment, because their assumption is you capture airfields and you move the equipment in by ship and you move the personnel in by plane.
Unless you're talking about moving an entire division wholesale, in which case we have fast sea lift ships for that. Or rather,
we don't have that many of them, though. Even the US doesn't have that many of them now. I guess you missed the SS United States, rather than the SS America.
All right, SS United
why not
States.
just put them all on the container ships?
Because no.
Because you put it in containers and put all the equipment on a container ship.
It's the
You
offload.
can. There's a
It's
reason
the
why a lot
offload
of the
from
sea lift
container
ships, Foxo, are. Yeah, there's a reason why most of the sea lift are ro-ro or have their own cranes, because it makes the offload so much quicker and easier, and you can do it anywhere.
Container ships are very good as long as you have access to a container port that's functioning.
Mm-hmm.
There are many people now putting Christopher Lee was basically James Bond. Here, there are certainly many interesting things about Christopher Lee.
No, Christopher Lee wasn't James Bond. Christopher Lee was James Bond, Ian Fleming, a heavy metal rocker from the 1990s. He was also an accomplished Shakespearean, cult horror classic. I'm struggling to think of things Christopher Lee wasn't. He was probably also a historian as well.
He did
'Cause that's
actually.
probably something-
He did. He was actually quite passionate about his history. I think it was medieval history. Was his favorite. I'm not sure though. From memory, I'm trying to remember.
See.
Good boy. Is Hoshboat's fleet crime and his punishment? It is in Minecraft. When
No,
Runon's
it's the
admin.
blood in his veins and the air in his lungs. It's his love and adoration, his Mona Lisa.
Black Horse. When did the U.S. Enterprise come the closest to sinking? Ooh.
Yes.
Battle of Santa Cruz, I would think. That's about when she came
I would
closest.
say, yeah, I'd say that's closest. I will notice in the last question, Runon didn't refute the idea of becoming the admin of the Minecraft server, though. Right, so next question. Kowtow Face. Other examples of ships doing an HMS Africa at Trafalgar? Ships soloing a battle line instead of going...
Glowworm charging Hipper. That would be a good example. Soloing a
Yeah,
enemy
but
formation when you're heavily
but-
outnumbered.
Yes, but the thing is, she doesn't survive it, whereas Africa does survive it. And Africa actually comes out of it with victories, so... I'm trying to think of that. HMS... There is HMS... Oh, what was it? Was it HMS Sparrow or something? Which was the destroyer which comes home with that battleship armor plate on its bow after the Battle of Jutland, the night battle. Oh, which destroyer was it? And if you're not sure and you're just checking, go into your notes and go Google it. HMS Spitfire. I think it was Spitfire. I think it was Spitfire which comes home with... Yeah, HMS Spitfire came home with actually battleship armor on her bow from where she rammed a German battleship. You know, if you're going to. For some reason I thought HMS Sparrow, but I knew that wasn't right. It's one of those things that sometimes you know the answer in your head is the wrong answer. And you're just going, which is the...
I just threw out my airbrush. Okay.
Channel. In the Breath of the Wild Tears of Kingdom Hyrule map, where would you build an Age of Sail naval base?
I think we're going to have to skip this one because I never finished that game and I sold my Switch.
I've never played it, so I have no idea.
Actually, I never finished either of those. I never
foggiest.
played the second game. I never finished the first game. Look, essentially, your general ball parakeet. My will on this issue is adamantine. Generally, when you're looking to build a port, you're looking for something that has preferably some deep portions and some shallow tidal flats.
Yeah.
And you don't want it to be surrounded by cliffs, on all sides at least.
Christopher Lee was an expert in history of special warfare units because he was part of the special warfare units. That's not because he was a historian of them. It was because he was in them.
You're looking for like a river delta or something similar.
Yeah.
Ideally, something that's sheltered, either by barrier islands or similar.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the bless you, Stafford. Stand providing battleships and barbecue. Do you plan to study at on Oswald? I think I am planning. He's on my list to get to. And what would happen if Nagato sisters met 4Z instead of Japanese Air Force? 4Z would go to high speed and get out of there.
Yeah, because here's the thing.
Because you find two 16-inch gun battleships with their armor, then in nicest way, Prince of Wales can't take them on solo and Repulse is a battlecruiser. No one's signing for that fight.
Yeah.
But Prince of Wales and Repulse are both fast enough to get away from the Gatos.
Yeah, there will probably be some form of exchange of gunnery as the Allied forces draw away.
Yeah, it's gonna, but it will be withdraw as quickly as possible. You are getting through this bag of biscuits very quickly. Point out this bag is less than a month old, and you have already got it down to that. It was full.
See this.
This is entirely through blackmailing people to give you PTs on this. Look, Staff Dobbs has done the PT. You are going to turn into a tubby poodle because you're so good at getting people to give you biscuits.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he doesn't get as many biscuits when he's offline. He knows he can't get them when he's offline. And I'm going to have to change this to sort of a PT
poodle.
counter. When it reaches 5 PTs, then he gets a biscuit or something.
That's it. Yeah, that's going to have to be the way it is.
Yeah,
But unfortunately, I know you're not. He's already look at that. He's already planning. He's already plotting and planning. Okay, if it's 5 PTs a biscuit, I will get all the PTs. Our question's likely to reopen again. How many more have we got? We might do.
Check.
It's 1945, and it turns out the royal family has connections to aliens, like in Japan in Tech Munyo. To help out, they mine the gold asteroid for the upgrade the Royal Navy with no money.
If the Royal Navy is willing, now bear in mind, this will probably be drip fed into the economy generally. So Britain will basically go Marshall Plan, never heard of it, and just rapidly recover from the Second World War with money they got from somewhere.
And pay off debts rapidly, very quickly. Probably, actually, in nicest way, if they pay off the debts that quickly, they'll probably debase the world economy a bit.
Yeah, so they probably won't do that, but what they probably will do is you get in the Maltas.
Well, no, it's a good. How do I put it this way? Paying off the debt that rapidly is a good way to pause the Americans getting quite so dominant. If you're going that scenario, it makes it a far more equal relationship.
But you don't want to give the Americans too many hints. This is what's happening until you actually overtake them.
But you probably do pay off the thing by about 1960.
Yeah. Yes, you do it gradually. But yeah, just very quickly in terms of post-war construction. You get in the Maltas. You're absolutely getting the Maltas.
You can tell all you want. It's not happening.
Yes. So I mean, I'll just go through. I'll just go through my list, and Dr. Clarke can correct me or not.
Yeah.
But I'd like to go first if that's all right. You're getting all the Maltas. You're probably getting some form of Malta successor to bring the fleet up to 8 modern carriers. Then everything that came before will probably be sold off or scrapped.
I think it's
You're getting some form of large surface combatant, be it some form of quasi battle cruiser or fast battleship.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting some form of 6-inch auto-loading cruiser and a full-blooded one, not something akin to the Tigers.
Yeah.
And your destroyers were fine for. We've got the battles, the darings, etc. So everything's mostly okay on that front.
But you're probably getting all the darings built rather than just some.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you've also got the thing that when it comes to the Great Reset, aka the transition from the gun to the missile, the RN will not be sort of left scrabbling going, we've built all these modern combatants based around the modern gun navy and the aircraft carrier, and now you're telling me that the gun navy is dead?
Yeah.
Instead they're going to go, oh, we have to rebuild our fleet? Oh, hang on, no problem. Let me just build a bunch of very fancy modern destroyers that are basically the size of small light cruisers with missiles and guns, and we'll rebuild some of the Minotaurs and the Lions with missiles. Oh, by the way, have you met our new 80,000-ton carriers, of which we're building to replace the first 4 Maltas?
Yeah.
And that's just the way.
Why if the British rapidly pay off the debt is that bad? because if you rapidly pay off the debt in terms of set, what happens is the debt is supposed to provide generated income for and guaranteed income for banks, etc., to divest and provide money to their people. So, so basically, when people put invest savings, right? Those savings, how the banks usually generate interest is they lend the money out, and then the money coming in after they've charged fees on it is then paid to the people who've invested their money as savings. So basically, the banks act as a sort of middle person for those scenarios.
And at the size of debt we're talking,
at
the size of monetary value we're talking, the effects would be catastrophic for the UK. Like, I'm sorry, because
if you're paying back the debt, we're talking about the US. If you're paying back the debt.
Well, no, the reason that I say that is if the US goes tea kettle, because their economy probably will if you remove that level of debt that's feeding into everything else, then you're talking about the ripple effect will ripple rapidly across the rest of the planet.
Yes and no, because you see, if you judge it right, if you pay it back within, you've also got time for the British to use the money that's coming in, because of course all the money comes into the asteroid, etc. Please note, this is a scenario, a completely fantasy historic scenario, but it's basically the British have got all the gold coming in from an asteroid, so yeah, it's not reality anyway, shape or form. But the thing is, if you've got that money coming in from the asteroid, the British are also going to probably be using it, at least within the Empire Commonwealth regions. They have probably they have probably used that gold coming in to assist those economies themselves and offer them very generous loans and sort of, so that in a nice way when the Americans, then if the British judge it right, they won't judge it to destroy the Americans, they'll judge it to not necessarily will mean the Americans keep on equal footing with the British.
Yeah, because you don't want to turn them into an adversary. Because that's just good for nobody. What I will say is this question has given us a really interesting way to talk about macroeconomics. Which is nice. You don't get to do that very often.
No, I don't.
A funny scenario, though, of the Suez Crisis when the Americans try to crash the British economy.
Yeah, it would be a case of, it would be a, oh, sorry, what are you trying to do? But also, the forces you'd be dealing with would be very different at the time of the Suez Crisis.
Yeah, it would literally, there would be no way. Like, the US would go, stop or we'll do something, and the Soviets would go, stop and we'll do something, and the British will go, looks at fully jet-equipped RN.
No, the American, in a nice way in that scenario, if the British are a fully equivalent ally to the Americans and it's versus the Soviets, and the Americans are going to go, we'd really like you not to do anything.
No.
We're doing it. There a problem? Yeah.
Also, to be honest, it could even be even better because they basically don't have to work with Israel. They'll just go, stop doing it, NASA. They don't even have to cloak and dagger it. They can just go, you've nationalized the canal. That goes against the whole, the businesses that own it. Would you please unnationalize it? If you don't unnationalize it, we're going to come in and use force.
Lions, we'll chat about that in Discord on Thursday evening after the live on the whole Space Marine 2, because there are ways, but I'm not going to talk about it in the video, but there are always things. But yeah, I haven't yet got it, but you know, if people want to hurry up and get me to playing Space Marine 2, I will happily oblige. Anything to try and avoid Red Alert 3, which someone seems intent on making me play.
There is nothing wrong with Red Alert 3.
The whole level of the acting in it is disturbing.
Oh, come on.
I'm finally going to go to the one place that has not been corrupted by capitalism.
I'm sorry, but it is peak RTS cheese. It doesn't get much better. They all knew what they signed up for.
They used the actresses from Hollyoaks. They've got Gemma Atkinson in there for some reason. Okay. How terrifying would a 45,000-ton, I'm presuming 45,000 ton, not 4,500 ton, Zumwalt type cruiser be?
I would question why you would need something so farcically large.
Well, if you do have something that big, just think of how many VLS tubes it's carrying.
Oh no! Please tell me you're not turning. Oh god, not a bloody Arsenal ship again.
Fleet sometimes.
Linguistics,
Sorry,
First Fleet.
It's just
Fleet.
the Arsenal ship rearing its ugly head again and making me want to throw myself
No,
off the cliff.
no, this isn't an Arsenal
There's been
ship.
so many PT.
This is what happens when you want to make an ace combat boss in real life.
This
Yeah.
is what happens when you want to make something which, if it turns up, goes, so, how do you like your country? We skipped, apparently, Knight's question 138. No, we'll get to that. In a nice way, I picked the question which I thought was going to wind up Fleet most. Sorry, Knight.
You know my opinions on Arsenal ships.
It's not an Arsenal ship, it's a cruiser. An Arsenal ship is just a floating missile stockpile. And a cruiser of this size is going to have a lot of helicopters, guns, and also have a huge amount of missiles. So it is going to be an Arsenal ship, but it's going to, in terms of the volume of missiles it's going to carry, but it's going to be a lot more in terms of other things. It's a case of if you have a couple of them, they're either going to be the centerpiece of your task group escort groups for your carriers, or they're going to be your solo operators who are going to turn up when you don't want to send a carrier to go. So, the next thing that turns up from me is going to be a carrier, and you're really not going to want to see that, because it's going to be dealing with what's ever left of you after I've finished. And there ain't going to be much left. Because I carried 2 SSGN's worth of Tomahawks. I'm carrying roughly 300 Tomahawk cruise missiles. Cry. Now.
Because if you don't cry, I will make you cry.
So anyway, and then Knight's question. Question 138. If the Royal Navy do not have the 3 courageous and 3 unfinished admirals, what arguments could the US and Japan use to deny the RN 2 or 3 Hermes-style G3 conversions, and why would they fail? They wouldn't probably make any arguments to do that, because honestly, you can't. That would be they just wouldn't make any arguments. That would just be the RN's choice to convert the G3s, because that would be the hulls they'd have available to convert. There would be no argument, there would be no problem, it would just be what they do. The fact that the G3s are just about started, and so basically you are converting...
You're not really converting, you're just going, okay, let's hit the hull.
We've got a keel, we're building something new from above it. That's pretty much what you've got for it. It would be the easiest conversion ever done, because it's really not a conversion.
Yeah, it's basically just
it's a keel. It's bits of a keel.
Yeah, it's basically just like they're sat there and they're going, what do you mean we get to build a pair of purpose-built carriers arranged however
they're
we
conversions, though. They'd be the most efficient ships, the most efficient conversions ever made. Because they would be conversions in name only.
How long are we gonna persist with this lie? I like
they would be conversions as much as the American carriers were the weight they were supposed to be.
This question just broke me and Doctor. We're done. That's it. We're done. Oy. Oh. Hey dear.
So yeah, what's the next question? God Emperor Ronsfeld. Will the Minecraft server be pure survival only for everyone?
Yes.
I don't know. You'll have to ask the people setting it up, which is not me.
So far, out of the last 3 questions which involve the Minecraft server, you've only responded once with "it won't be you." So that's 2 for yes, 1 for no. So we're still ahead. Ins Morrison. Which was the most effective decision for a medieval country to increase its naval capacity? And make sure they have a lot of merchant ships, because most medieval countries were converting cogs. And they do that by adding castle bits on the front and aft. So, honestly, you just want as many merchant hulls as possible, because that's what most medieval countries are depending on. Converted merchant ships. The only ones who have really purpose-built warships are people like the Venetians, and to an extent, some of the other Italian city-states, and the Ottomans, and... In that time period, is that one of the time periods when the Chinese have purpose-built warships? To an extent, but again, they're basically converted merchant hulls at that time period.
Because again, you have to remember what do these Chinese warships face when they go out on their adventures?
The Japanese at this point.
Well, even
Japanese
then,
don't-
Because
Yeah, but honestly,
I think it's
most of the-
Iwoku pirate infestation, so the Chinese had to keep dealing with. That just
Yeah.
decided the coast of China makes for perfect raiding.
Yeah. But again, they're
The
mostly
Europeans weren't
converted
supposed to do
merchant
that.
ships.
and of
It's,
course
it's,
the salt
it's
tax.
mostly converted merchant ships versus converted merchant ships. It's
Mhm.
just, it's boring times in some ways.
Yeah, but Charles Maurer, there's the problem with diamonds, at least in the modern era, is that we can make it.
We actually
Yeah.
can do that. Yeah.
It's cheaper
We
to
can't make
diamonds.
gold.
It's cheaper to make diamonds than it is to go to Jupiter. Yeah, that's unfortunately the Philosopher's Stone has never proved real. It's a sad thing, isn't it? Would you like a Philosopher's Stone, Raleigh?
Yes, I want all the money.
No, he
Question,
wants
how
all the
long are we going to
biscuits.
go for?
Another 30 odd minutes. We've got less than probably 10 questions in the queue.
Oh, good. We're doing all right. Fantastic.
I
Marvelous.
don't
Brilliant.
know.
Okay,
I
because
don't-
correctly we'll be free in about 45 minutes, so...
So let's
Actually, technically speaking, I'm here now.
Hello, Dragon.
Hello!
Let's keep going till midnight. That'll be fun.
That will be
Midnight is
fun.
always a fun time to finish, and then that means we've been going for 4.5 hours. And people
Jolly
always seem
good.
to like it, the 4.5 hour mark. If we've done that, I get comments that they like about it 4.5 hours. So we might open up questions again for a little bit just to fill up to midnight. We'll see what the questions go like. Update on the Australia rewards. They don't appear to be any updates on the side, and the log is balked. Is balked. They are supposed to be working, and if the side is not working, that's not me. That's Garius who's
I'll
doing that
post
sorting out.
area.
But the Australia rewards are, as I said earlier, they are in the case of one man's war with the British Post Office, and that is poor Drac NFL. So we all say prayers to Drac. Good luck and best for his soul.
He keeps trying to fight these one-man wars all the time. I do wish he wouldn't.
He will
clobber
win.
himself,
He
though.
will win. He will win.
Apart from that time on Friday when he didn't.
Yeah.
He
Stafford
tried to
Thompson.
fight-
What would make sense? A Trans-Canada pipeline to the Maritimes, or expanding the St. Lawrence Seaway to post-Panamax capacity?
It's
probably
the
a
St. Lawrence Seaway. Yeah,
a
because honestly,
Canada pipeline would also make sense.
I hate to break it to you, there are two transcontinental railways sitting there that are saying, "Why do you need a pipeline? We can just run block tanker trains."
You can, but honestly, a pipeline can be more efficient.
It can be, but for the cost involved to lay it and maintain it, it's basically like.
Do
As
the
long as
railway lines
Canadian-
have that much spare capacity?
And also don't underestimate the maintenance cost of those railways.
Yeah.
Because you gotta remember, railways are incredibly boring. Pipelines are cool. Therefore, build the pipeline.
And a pipeline is safer, as Alex Kane has just pointed out. So there's advantages to the pipeline.
Yep.
I would
Wait,
say,
as someone who adores rail,
I got to turn
Both
Dragon
resentful.
down here. I must have turned him way the
my
bejesus up.
my apologies for anyone else. I'm currently on my phone because I've just got out of work, so I'm trying to keep muted.
Your
Don't
phone
worry.
has a much better pickup than your computer does.
I understand
You
the-
what?
Yeah.
A pipeline is safer when it is properly maintained. When it
Yes.
is not properly maintained, all bets are off.
But that's
Basically, the
always
same thing for
criteria.
a train. It's the
Uh,
exact same for a train.
There's more margin for error with railways than there are with pipelines. A lot more. A lot more.
When you say margin for error, are you using that in the sense of ways things can go wrong, or overhead before something goes wrong?
What I
Yeah.
mean is both actually, because if a railway track is in somewhat bad condition, you can put slow running orders in place, and the trains will still keep rolling. If a pipeline is in bad condition, oil.
Yeah,
Oil
but your
everywhere.
volume of transport goes way down.
It does, but it keeps running. There is still volume.
Not necessarily. It all depends on what went wrong on the track. Has anything went wrong with the thing? There's so many more factors you're not considering here, Fleet.
Yeah, somebody.
There's a lot more room to maneuver when it comes to a railway going wrong.
Well, okay, fleet.
But
Fleet-
also, you're
Fleet-
underestimating how much you can do with a pipeline. Because if the pipeline's damaged but not compromised, they can do stuff like reduce the pressure, reduce the throughput, which means that liquid keeps moving, but just at a reduced rate.
I would say though that pipelines have one thing of they don't have to worry about somebody stalling out at a railroad crossing and derailing.
Yeah.
Well, not just that, you also just don't have the human element at all. You don't have to worry about the driver.
No.
I mean,
I mean, you do have
trains are the
idiots that like
safest.
to put themselves in weird positions where the pipeline winds up getting damaged, but the point does
You don't have to worry about the freight companies overloading the train by actually putting more wagons on than they're supposed to, or heavier wagons than they're supposed to try and push their margins.
That's not how railway operations work.
Yes, the fleet.
It is in the US.
There have
It
been
is
multiple major derailing incidents because of exactly that.
That's
Yeah.
down to the railway companies themselves.
Yes,
The
and
railway
who's going to be
But it does
operating the
happen.
railways? The railway companies' fleet.
Yes, but you mentioned the freight people.
That's a little pedantic, fleet.
It's not, because there's two very different meanings there. And I'm sorry,
Because
but
he's
when it comes to
coping.
railways,
He's coping because train bad, okay?
train not bad. Train only bad.
Train
railway.
is lovely,
I
yes,
adore
but
train,
in
but
nice
it's not
way,
as good.
the pipeline is the sensible thing if you can invest in it. And it would probably be sensible because it would give them more transmitting of it and allow them to spread it out over a wider global market for Canada at the moment.
And
Investing
also, because
a seaway would help in other ways as well. It would allow greater access to their internal market, but again, the thing is, these are all long-term investments. None of them are going to be less than a decade to bring about.
because I saw some people asking about it, my phone does not have a glass back, polymer back, so there's nothing to break unless I go too ham.
I
Which
was
is
wondering
possible.
what you were dissecting.
I have been known to go too ham from time to time to time to time to time to time
Any more for any more while you're at it?
to time.
How about the next
Okay.
question?
Knight 681. In the 86 light novel series, there is a CVN, Stella Matras. She is 100,000 tons, 300 meters long, with a height of 20 meters, nuclear powered, armed 2 twin 400mm guns. How impractical is she? Why is she carrying four
Because of the
400mm
enemies.
guns?
Because the enemy very much like closing to close range. 86 is a fascinating light novel and anime series where
Okay.
basically carriers would have to worry about surface, airborne, and potential threats where gunnery would be needed. And we are
Okay.
talking large enough caliber for that, so.
Okay. Alright, then it makes sense for that scenario. That's the thing, it makes sense for that scenario. I wouldn't say I'd want it now in the current world, but, you know. Colin Cameron, if you were put in charge of deciding locations for 2 more Queen Elizabeth carrier cable dry docks, where would you build them?
Australia.
If I'm building them in the UK, I'm looking at Portsmouth and I'm looking at Liverpool. If I'm building them around the world, then probably Gibraltar and probably somewhere further away than that. So probably again, maybe Singapore, maybe Australia, depending on which one offers me the better financial deal for putting it there. But yeah, I'd probably if we're talking about the UK, I'm talking put him in Portsmouth and put him in Liverpool, because then I've got Rosyth, Liverpool, and Portsmouth, which are quite geographically quite spread out in different parts of the country, different coastlines, and so there are, you know, it's very difficult for someone to damage all 3 in one go with one operation. That's the idea, basically. Rumsod, any seed plan for the server? Not yet. We'll see. Poseidon 730.
Rumsfeld.
It's 1928.
Rumsfeld.
How might the discovery of viable synthetic fuel for Japan, ability to solve their fuel issues synthetically, change the events in Asia leading up to and through the war? If they have that, and they have got that in stasis, then when America cuts down on their fuel supply, on their oil supply, that's not going to have the same impact. They're still going to have the impact. What people often forget is the second thing which the Americans cut down on, which was really causing trouble, was the availability of scrap iron, which you need for making munitions. That was also a big drop. The Japanese were massive net importers of scrap metal, and they'd imported a lot of it from America. So There again, though, if you lose access to that from America, you can more easily source that from elsewhere, especially if you have access to your own fuel supplies. If they have their own fuel generation, it changes things, and it changes their logistics operation of also their fleet. They might be more active with their fleet in any operations as well if they don't have to worry so much about their fuel supplies and their stockpile of fuel.
Rumsfeld, if you're so concerned about the makeup and configuration of, I hear that the Naval History Live Discord server is looking for someone to run for this history content creation conglomerate.
Runon keep cutting out their microphone whenever they might be actually suggesting someone else should do it. It's just amazing. Right, next question.
It was indeed cutting out there, but...
Chandler, favorite pants on the head moment from the Great Power Navies? Oh. From the Great Power Navies. Honestly, for me, the Royal Navy has so many. I'm not going to pick up. We've already, thanks to the Hoche and the various ships they designed in that period, we're not going to pick on the French again, because that seems that's just getting cruel. But for the British, not the HMS Captain movement, because that's more a case of the Royal Navy getting rid of a problem. I would say there are some interesting class of vessels they have in the Great Power period. I would say myself, probably what comes before the Admiral class, the Colossuses, are a fairly interesting design if you consider them, compared to what was the Royal Navy was also working on at the time, and what would come straight afterwards, and the fact that the Royal Navy very quickly moves from the Colossus to the Admiral class. I'd say the Victoria class are... The thing is, they're kind of someone going, okay, we want these guns. Great. We also know the realities of these guns, and so we're going to end up with having a third gun, which is of a different caliber, on the stern as a main gun, and realistically, if they built them, they could have got them to be early admirals. If they built them with 4 of those 16.25-inch guns, and they built them longer, slightly bigger, which they could have done, then they would have been a far better design, also a far scarier design, and then I could actually see if they had been built that as sort of as improved admirals with 16.25-inch guns, then things could have been very interesting for what came next. Especially, I think the Trafalgars could have been just continuations of them, rather than going to a 13.5-inch gun, which was the Royal Navy's. Quite often, the Royal Navy does like the 13.5-inch gun. There's honestly it's one of the interesting things when you look at the 13.5-inch as a gun style, and the Royal Navy working at caliber. There's honestly a rather big surprise that the dreadnoughts aren't 13.5-inch. It's there by the grace of God that they're not. There is a 13.5-inch program. There is an honest possibility that if the dreadnought design hadn't come, the next class of Lord Nelson style ships would have been 13.5-inch, and then the dreadnought, if it had decided then, would have been a 13.5-inch gun. And it's one of those things of I'm regularly surprised that the Royal Navy doesn't have that it isn't a 13.5-inch gun. When I'm reading the history and looking at the guns and looking at the sort of the capabilities, yeah, it is quite surprising for the Royal, considering what they were doing and how many 13.5-inch guns they're working on. That is a 12-inch gun that they end up having for the dreadnought. Because the Royal Navy has, let's see, for the 12-inch gun, you are talking about that gets fitted onto the onto the dreadnought is the 12-inch Mark 8 from memory, and the 13.5-inch was already at the Mark 4 in the 1900s and was at the very quickly at the Mark. It was already the Mark 5 was under development at the time when dreadnoughts being fitted out. when Dreadnought's being designed.
Alex Kane, the reason they tend to go half inch is because the Royal Navy in general tended to do things in inch. So they would go
The Royal Navy tends to do jumps of 1.5 inch because, honestly, at that point, that works best for logistics, but also that gives you enough of improvement to justify the increase as far as the Royal Navy is concerned. So jumping from a 12-inch to a 13-inch doesn't give you enough to justify having the 13 enough of improvement to justify it as far as the Royal Navy is concerned, but 13.5 does justify it. The U.S. Navy tends to work in 2-inch jumps, and so it depends on how you want to structure your navy, how you're structuring your logistics, what you're dealing with, whether it makes some more sense to go for 1.5-inch jump or 2-inch jump. There's also the fact that if you're going for 1.5-inch jumps, it gives you more points of escalation over 2-inch if you're trying to manage the escalation of your opponents, which again, the Royal Navy as the touchstone navy of its period, like the U.S. Navy is today, you know, that when you're looking at it, we always compare the benchmark navy, touchstone navy of its period. The Royal Navy wants to very much manage their opponent's escalation, so if they jump 2 inches, then everyone else will jump 2 inches, whereas if they jump 1.5 inch, then people still might jump 2 inches, but they also might not. And that's the thing. That's what sort of the Royal Navy's trying to do. And the Royal Navy can just jump again because the Royal Navy has the infrastructure industry to call at that point because Armstrong, all the other things they can afford to do it. So 1.5 inches is literally it's the minimum you can do to jump off and justify the increase. It would have been a really interesting scenario though once you start looking at if the Royal Navy, instead of going for 3 changes, had gone for 4 changes and had included a 13.5 inch or a 14-inch gun, as I've talked about the Ellswick 14-inch as an option. Because Ellswick have a 14-inch... the Ellswicks have a 14-inch 45 as well at the same time as the 13.5 inches going around. And sort of if they'd gone with that, then you end up with dreadnoughts suddenly being associated with a minimum of 14-inch guns, and that changes history dramatically as well, as I talked about in the past. So the criteria suddenly becomes, okay, you've got to have 14-inch guns, you've got to have turbines, you've got to be all big gun. And suddenly you're looking at all those battleships, which are sometimes considered as semi-dreadnoughts and those things, going, no, you don't fit, you don't come anywhere close on those criteria. And immediately for the Germans, it means the 11-inch is straight away out of the picture. Because they can claim the 11-inch is as good as the 12-inch, and they have grounds for it. But saying, oh, our 11-inch is just as good as their 14-inch, or just as good as their 13.5-inch, that sounds...
Good luck with that, Chief.
That sounds like copium. And it is. It's not going to wash with anyone.
Hearing you say copium does give me a slight bit of cognitive disconnect there.
Glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Wait, he said copium? Wow.
Like, you're not wrong. But also, cognitive disconnect, yes.
It's not my normal phraseology.
That is something I would expect from either Fleet or Foxo.
It's been used a lot this evening to describe Fleet, and I just felt I might as well use the word in its correct context. Knight 6831. Wouldn't the advancement of the air engine technology in the 1930s not make the Royal Navy Fleet Air Arm abandon twin-engine aircraft in favour of single and twin-engine? Okay, so basically you're saying abandon the concept of having an all twin-engined aircraft force instead of having a mixed force. There are advantages and disadvantages to both, but the thing is, if you've got a one-size-fits-all aircraft which will both do your zoom and boom fighter attacks to break up your enemy aircraft coming in, provide your strike capability, your reconnaissance capability, your ASW capability, all from one airframe, the advantages of having the logistics to only have to support one airframe, especially when you're talking about the British idea of fighting in the Far East versus the Japanese, where they want to maximize the effect of their force by minimizing the logistics needs to support it. That's going to be a very hard argument to win by going, yeah, we'd like a different airframe, we'd like 2 airframe types. You know, it does make life a lot easier if you have just one airframe type. And that's the scenario which we talked about before with the Admirals, and how with twin-engine aircraft you could theoretically have something which would be a heavy fighter / strike aircraft, kind of like the bow fighter, like Mosquito. Well, eventually the Hornet and the Sea Hornet scenario could be created. That would fit the Royal Navy's criteria quite well for a long-range strike aircraft that could also be a fighter and could also do everything else for it. It would, it would be quite a useful aircraft. Questions are now apparently open.
Yeah, because we were at the end, and you said you wanted to go to 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Everyone, pile them in now.
Yes.
Please, God, no. I'm going to close it at about 10 questions. There's 2 that have gotten in.
Come on, questions, quickly. The more you get in, the longer we all have to stay here. Come on, you can do this. Put in lots of questions.
Which is fine if you're a functioning insomniac. It's less fine if you're an electric.
Oh, to be fair, Rune, I'm more than happy for this because I've just finished work at 11. Grumble.
Yeah, but when do you have to go into work tomorrow?
5 p.m.
Yeah, I have to be at work by 0600.
Yeah, not fun.
Jonathan, why does server admin Runon hate the Minecraft server they're running so much? I'm not sure. I think it's just...
I'm not running it! I never will be running it!
Yet. Black Horse, what was the worst submarine design of World War II? Oh, good lord. Worst submarine design of World War II. Pretty much they all have reasons for why they are, but I think probably the one which I most object to on grounds of operational capability and practicality, but I believe its crew deserve to be honoured and venerated for their service and what they did, was the Surcouf. But that's a personal thing. In terms of, I just don't like to think the cruiser gun-armed submarine is a good idea. I just don't think it works, and it's been proven by history, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't work. But so that would be sort of the only one I'd say. There are some interesting Russian and Japanese ones which seem to actively try to kill their crews, but that's mostly because of the technologies they're using, they're necessarily the design. It's the tech than the design. And most submarines are in some ways trying to actively kill their crews in this period. That's kind of a common that's kind of a feature, not a bug. What do you think? Anyone?
Don't put hydrogen peroxide underwater. Any hydrogen peroxide submarine.
Yeah.
I was trying to think because I'm sure
the K-class aren't World War II, Alex Crane. They're not World War II. K-class aren't World War II. They're World War One.
Yeah. What was that hydrogen peroxide U-boat class again?
Listen, I want to say one of the 2 of the late war German ones, which end up failing pretty badly, but I can't remember the actual classes they're part of.
Questions are now closed.
I said I'd take 10. I took 10.
You managed to time it too well. There are so many coming in, and Leslie's now upset with you, and Leslie has access to Gurkhas.
Leslie also has access to the direct channel, so you know.
Yeah.
Funny you mentioned Leslie, Gurkhas, and Runon.
Yeah.
There were discussions involving this earlier, which is just amusing.
I don't know if that's a joke. I don't know. I don't want to know if it's a joke. I'm just going to continue to live my life in ignorance until life decides to cave my face in. On that particular subject.
Farragut versus Marquis de Santa Cruz. Who wins in wargaming? My head says it's a good match, and I would be interested to see the result, because they're both pretty smart, but neither really gets involved in wargaming much because it isn't much their sort of period, so they'd both be interested in it. But my heart wants to say Farragut just because I like him slightly more than Santa Cruz, because Santa Cruz was... Occasionally, I think, honestly, Santa Cruz, I'm starting to point at that he's more of a... how do I put this politely? He barely tolerates his leadership. And I'm not often sure why he's actually fighting for the Spanish, other than that's what my family have always done, so this is who I fight for, rather than he actually likes them. I think honestly,
Man after my own heart.
Yeah, Philip of Spain was very lucky he kept Santa Cruz on his side as long as he did.
Do you think Santa Cruz was the type of guy who would hoist another flag or just refuse to?
I think he's the side of guy who would hoist it quite often did hoist his own flag and do whatever that he felt like. So I think there's half a chance that at some point he could have ended up running a rebellion against Philip and probably would have won.
Oh yeah, because he had capabilities for amphib. I was thinking, well,
and
Spain's a land power.
Yeah, but he actually had, and he'd had land war chops. He'd run his own land battles. So Calderon, follow up to the 45,000 ton Zumwalt. In 1990, 12 are ordered, with another 6 set for 2005 to be ordered. How would they perform, and the whole class is built? What would they be named?
How do they perform? Honestly, they do US warship things, which is not much during that period. That is a real test of their capabilities. If you want the blunt answer.
Currently, they are currently scaring probably at the moment everyone's worrying because China's probably trying to build their equivalents of them, and probably succeeding. Russia probably was crying all the way to keep talking about their nuclear-powered destroyer designs, and if they actually built them, and probably have been keeping the Kirovs going as much as they physically can. I think I've lost the poodle. I think he's gone to bed. Oh, that's a shame. I think honestly, they'd be performing pretty darn well. They'd probably be fairly useful, and they'd probably be fulfilling the role of what I would call, whereas your carriers and your carrier battle groups are your tier 1 conflict management deterrence assets, they would be fulfilling a tier 2 role in terms of managing conflict, taking the pressure off the carriers. And that's one of the things, again, for the Americans at the moment, we can deploy Burke, we can deploy multiples of Burkes, we can deploy carriers. That's their tiers of operations, and that puts a lot of stress on the Burkes, and it puts a lot of stress on the carriers. Once you have things like the Constellation class, you can deploy a Constellation, then you can deploy a Burke, then you can deploy multiples of Burkes and Constellations, and then you can deploy a carrier, so that puts on 4 layers. If you had these sort of ships in service, you basically be talking about having another layer which you can deploy as a graduation instead of deploying multiples of Burkes and putting the stress on a fleet. So they'd act as very much as, I would say, conflict management force multipliers.
Mm-hmm.
And should we have special French ships on the Minecraft server that the players can admire from a distance? We've already said that Fleet gets to build the Hoche. We're just not sure what the Hoche will look like after the admin has had their way. She has plans for what she's going to do to the Hoche. This is why I know Runon will be the admin, because Runon's already got many plans for what will happen to the Minecraft Hoche.
I don't have many plans. I have one plan, and it's not even a plan. It's a concept of a plan.
Thereby proving my point. Stafford Thompson, naval design in relation to the sci-fi. Naval relation to sci-fi, as the USS Voyager is roughly the same size as a modern nuclear carrier. Yeah, 343 meters and 15 decks.
Yeah, Star Trek is small on sci-fi though. When it comes to sizes of starships in sci-fi, Star Trek is small.
It is the smallest of reasonable science fiction.
Yes. Mainly thanks to the wonderful thing known as the warp drive, which is made possible by matter and antimatter. And antimatter is something which is really scary if you look at any of the science we actually have around it as a possibility.
Yep. But it is scarier than the other form of the warp drive. Would you rather handle antimatter or go to hell?
I think I'm going to stick with my Stargate wormhole drive, thank you very much, which would be very nice, and lets me get and avoid both those scenarios, and lets me travel places instantly
It doesn't,
and appear.
because the starships don't use a wormhole drive.
No, but the Atlantis does.
True.
And that's... if I'm turning up places, I want to turn up with a city at my back.
When you go through
That was the
hell,
one
because
thing that I never.
every Imperial warship is a city.
That is the one thing I never quite understood about Stargate Atlantis.
Yeah.
They had 5 years in that city, and you're telling me they never a ZPM production facility?
Yeah, I always
ZPM
found that a bit strange.
It's more the fact that even if they had found one, I doubt they would have had the resources to create one.
Well, the thing
they
is,
would have
the moment
gotten.
once you find the production facility, you work out how to put in resources. The fact that there wasn't one on Atlantis was always a bit of a. It always struck me as maybe they didn't have them on the cities, on purpose. The ZPM production facility, maybe it was always back in the Milky Way galaxy as a way of keeping it away from the Wraith. But in which case, that means there's a ZPM production facility somewhere in the Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah, and
there was actually a planet which had full capabilities to produce them, but then they blew it up.
Yeah.
The Arcturus project did not have ZPM production, unless you're talking about Azora.
I'm meaning the replicator one, where they could have made a peaceful deal with, but then refused.
Yes.
And then blew up.
To be fair, the Azorans did start going on a genocidal campaign as soon as their code shackles were taken.
Yes. But that's often the way of replicators for some reason. They like
It's almost like slavery is bad.
Yes, it is. And I hope we remember this when we eventually do have enough robots working around us.
Probably not.
Please. Pretty well reduce its profit margins.
Stafford Thompson, Jason Momoa wouldn't have gotten so much screen time if they'd found a ZPM production facility. No, because it would have made things very interesting very quickly. It would have also, how do I put this, quickly caused the Gual to have a massive panic attack, and lots of other things, because suddenly my favourite Daedalus class would have ZPM power, and that would just make them gorgeous.
I think that would cause the Goa'uld to have a critical existence failure.
Yes. The Wraith didn't evolve till way after the Ancients got there, yes, but I wouldn't be surprised if... One of the things I would have done in the war if I was against the Wraith and I was starting to lose cities is I would move any ZPM production facility as far away from there as physically possible. And we know that one thing the lovely people of the Atlanteans, the Ancients, are capable of is doing massive projects when they are moved to.
Mm-hmm.
Including doing things like moving the production facilities from Atlantis. And their other city ships. In a nice way, they had more than Atlantis. They had other city ships as well, as it was shown, because there was that one city ship which was actually allowing people to rule the planet. The Tower, yeah. Anyway, Colin Cameron, if the UK had used the Crimean War to force the Russians to sell Alaska to them, what sort of fleet do you see being based at the beginning of World War II?
First of all...
Doesn't that just get folded into Canada?
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets folded into Canada.
B, not much, if anything, apart from maybe...
The interesting thing that's going to do, though, is that it's going to make the oil in even more oil in Canada for World War One.
But
which is probably going to shift the calculus of Royal Navy fuel supplies.
No, not really.
The Royal Navy are always going for multiple fuel supplies and always going for multiple sources. And in a nice way, it doesn't matter whether they have them or not. They spend their time investing in, as I was discussing the other day in my video, they're going to Venezuela, they're going all sorts of places to source fuel. So that's always going to be the case. The main thing that's going to change is the balance of payments.
Yeah,
for fuel.
There's also one small problem, and the main reason why you don't really see in World War One a big move over to fuel oil, even if the British have more fuel oil in Canada. The fuel oil is in Canada. The Grand Fleet is in the United Kingdom. And there are not enough tankers for you to shift over to fuel oil.
Yes, but if you
That's the problem.
If you have access to the Alaskan oil, and I know it's not shallow ball parakeet, but it is the Alaskan oil strikes. the first Alaskan oil. Let's put it this way. The first oil was confirmed in 19. Well, it depends. If we're talking about the Perdo Bay, that's 1968. But there are other oil strikes in various parts on the Canadian-Alaskan or Alaskan border earlier than that. So this is one of those things of it would give you a multiple sources. It does need Fermion oil. It's not Brent. It's in other things. But the thing is, Parakeet, it is oil. It is refining is again a process, and you do it. One of the things, the point I would make is the only way you could get really access to any Alaskan oil at that point would have been having more tankers. And the point I was going to get to before Fleet wanted to jump in,
as he does,
would have been that if you'd had Alaska and more oil had been discovered, then you get more British companies building tankers in the earlier period in the run-up to World War I, which might change things. Because the British are always concerned with the number of tankers their companies own. And it's always the issue. Exploratory oil is a very different thing, but exploratory oil, you start to build the infrastructure and things for it. So you start to make the investment. And production oil, it's always very different.
But who's gone delving into the minds of some of the most despicable people on the planet for this question?
What?
Because this is just the fantasy of a BP oil executive.
Yes and no. Actually, there was actually the reason why the Russians. One of the reasons the Russians sold Alaska to America was to stop the British seizing it, because the Russians didn't want the British to get it, and they thought they would in the Crimean War scenario, so they sold it to the Americans. Because for the British, it was a natural thing for Canada to have it, and then you'd have a far larger Canada Oil. It wouldn't be BP who get it; it would be Canada Oil, because you have to remember, Royal Dutch Shell, it becomes basically British owned thanks to World War II. BP, basically British Petroleum, or AOB. Anglo-Persian Oil Company, APOC, which is the forerunner of British Petroleum. They are set up for the Middle East oil, so they would never be involved in the Canadian oil anyway. It's always fun. There's some questions going on about
So
stuff.
it's not BP, it's Canada Oil.
Yeah.
Would that affect the British Persian Oil Company then?
It might make them less powerful, because there'd be another empire, major empire oil company. So instead of Anglo-Persian APOC being able to in some ways dictate some of the policy and try and get some of the sweetheart deals they did in the 1910s, let alone the 1920s and 30s, they'd have competition for those sweetheart deals. So it could be interesting, but yeah. And no, none of these things are nice places, but again, it's kind of like gold mines and diamond mines. They're not usually in nice places, but there's enough money involved that people will put up with that for the money.
Yeah, just for context, I can make more than a year's salary at my current pay rate in about 3 months if I were to go up to Alaska or Canada. I could make $125,000 and up for about 3 months worth of work.
Just think about the Warhammer you could buy.
Yeah, but to be fair, I like my own bed. Pay cut my own bed.
Might almost be able to afford a decent-sized army with that much money.
Yeah, possibly. So Cavdron. No, a bald parakeet. Thoughts on a 1434 book, Chinese Treasure Fleet Circumnavigation. I haven't read the full book yet, if it's the one I'm thinking about, and I'm not quite sure about it. It seems to be basing a lot in interesting. Oh, by the way, the question came in, the actual question, so I can show it to you. If you just give me a second, sis. Not that one.
DM'd.
And yeah, Runon DM'd it. One remember, Doc. I had a question for your sister. Would crushed rock-filled used tyres be equivalent to steel cages for making a foundation in wet clay?
I don't think it's been done before.
You don't think it's been done before?
Building control might have. No, please don't. Building.
Sorry.
Building control might have fun.
Come back to me.
Can we tilt the camera that way?
Yeah, it's tilting. Sorry.
Thank you very
Sorry,
much.
sis. I forgot. Yeah, I didn't realise you were in your pajama bottoms. I hadn't noticed. I just thought you were in your top. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm doing washing.
Okay. Yeah. So it hasn't been done before.
I haven't heard it being done before. I can't even remember Grand Designs.
Okay.
But it theoretically.
Sounds like a question to me for Anna or Diana.
No, it'd be an Eddie.
Eddie. Yeah.
I'm seeing Wednesday.
Carol, give the question to our old prof. There you
Yes.
go. There's getting more colour for you.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Take that. I'm not. Sorry about that, sis.
Yes.
I didn't realise you were in your.
Alex, it is 11.
It's not that late. Probably is that late, but you know. There we go. Alright, all back. Can everyone hear me still?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
So there you
for
go.
people with money, and I don't have any money.
I require financial compensation. Where is my financial compensation?
You guys are getting paid?
Well, yes, of course I am.
Look,
Peanuts.
Rui, I will pay you to run a Minecraft server.
How much?
£4 and some belly rubs.
Yeah, Lions, you
I
can DM me. That's fine.
That's not
Don't
enough.
worry.
That's
Listen,
not enough,
listen.
Foxo. That's not enough.
Just Foxo. Just because I have commissioned the art that I commissioned
Alex Kane.
does not mean that I can be paid in belly rubs.
Okay, so Cavdron,
okay.
before we get
Okay,
into the
£9
before we get
a month
further
on
into the
head
belly rub conversation, we are going to move on. So Cavdron, how terrifying would a 4-turret ship with octuple 16-inch turrets be if it was built with 1950s tech? Oh,
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be terrifying. It would be.
no, it wouldn't. The turrets would wreck
No.
themselves.
And also, more to the point, everyone with a missile boat is laughing hysterically while they think of ways that 4 missile boats with 2 of the with 2 silkworms each can kill it.
Just how wide would you need to be to have octuple turrets as well?
This is why
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying you could
no, and I don't think actually. Sorry, I'm gonna contradict you here, Fleet. I think that vessel will be sufficiently wide that I don't think those 2 missiles would be enough to kill it. I think it would need to be hit by many, many missiles.
Oh,
I'm not even thinking if 8 would be enough.
Oh.
It's wide enough. It's got enough mass and probably armor to absorb. Because think about how wide an octuple 16-inch turret would have to be. And then the ship has got to be wider than that for it to turn. And then it's got to have the mass sufficiently large enough for it. We're talking about something which is probably 400,000 tons.
So the
I'm not
average
saying
weight
you
of
aren't right that missile boats would probably win in the air. Would win. I'm just saying it's going to require a lot of them.
I mean, to be blunt, KS1. I'm sorry, but KS1 Comet exists.
Yes, but you're still going to need a lot of them or a nuclear warhead. Because we're talking about something which is 400,000 tons of solid metal and steel.
KS1 can carry a nuclear warhead, and B, I'll just ring up the 3 regiments of badgers I've got over there carrying 2 each. That'll do the job.
Yes, it will do, but you're talking about using all those missiles to sink one ship.
Look. We can fit it. Look, we can fit it with the 14 kiloton warheads. We'll let 2 go, and if that doesn't do it, we'll let 2 more go.
Okay, all right. It's just
Again, like I say, battleships are made obsolete by the missile, not by the aircraft.
yeah, don't worry.
We keep having to say this.
Everything is made obsolete by the nuclear weapon.
Oh no, sadly no.
What if it
Unless
is
you
a
talk
carrier
to
versus a nuclear weapon? What do you see as a submarine versus a nuclear weapon?
Subs can
What
actually.
do you see as God versus a nuclear weapon?
Subs could.
The EDF approve of this method.
The god can usually solve these things, and submarine can usually hide underwater, which believe it or not can
Yeah,
achieve
that's where you
endurance.
start dropping nuclear depth charges.
You can't see
nuclear
me.
depth charges, and you're chucking them around like you're in World War II.
Can't you
Yeah.
not escape
Okay.
the effect radius of a nuclear depth charge?
Okay, what
Helicopters are for, Rui.
Okay. Black Horse. What was the worst submarine design of World War One? I think we have to go with the K class, steam powered.
It was quite interesting.
It was an intriguing methodology. Goodness gracious me, Royal Navy, what are you on? It makes sense on paper. What are you on? It's got to go underwater and you want steam.
Well, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with a steam-powered submarine. They were done many times before, and they worked reliably. The problem is the Royal Navy decided, let's put massive steam turbines on it. Oh, instead of one collapsible funnel with multiple fail-safes, we'll have 3 collapsible funnels that retract really quickly. And if it doesn't go exactly right, it'll all fail. Unlike the incredibly simple steam-powered submarines that were...
And it's usually the point at which someone turns around and go, but nuclear submarines are technically steam submarines. And I go, yes, but they're an enclosed-loop system. It's not the same.
No, you can't. I'm just...
Nightbot,
you don't understand.
Nightbot, why are you being cruel to Alex Kane? What's Alex Kane done?
Probably emotes, if I had to guess.
No, lots of cups of tea.
Oh,
just someone. No, just just sending lots of messages apparently or something.
Yeah, that got him aggravated.
Spamming symbols.
Yeah.
So was that the heart things?
No, that is the periods.
Oh, we talk about all the full stops.
Periods, yes.
Yeah, you just get. Sorry, you put in too many full. You put in too many well, you put in too many points. Sorry, Nightbot doesn't like. Nightbot is set up to deal with porn bots basically, and so Nightbot is pretty stringent to try and prevent them, and that's the structure. There are still lots of hearts coming through. Please, the hearts freak me out just a little bit. Can we just calm down on the hearts? Just a little bit. The heavy Land Raider tank appears at the Battle of Somme. How elated are the Allies with its appearance?
It depends if it's got any crew or not. And also,
which Land Raider? Do they have the fuel? Do they have the capability? Answer, probably not.
Yeah, and also more to the point, if it's crewed, then I'm sorry, but none of you are loyal to the Emperor.
Yes, but what happens when you tell the crew that they are on Holy Terra?
They will question. They'll say, "We can't be on Holy Terra. There's not a city for miles in every direction."
Actually, they will likely know because they're Space Marines and know Terra was not always a city.
Yes. And there are 12 Space Marines, and in nicest way, if they land on that, they probably then conquer the whole world, because if you've got a Land Raider and 12 Space Marines, you can probably take over the whole world at that point.
The biggest issue is going to get, across the ocean to the Americas.
Not as big an issue as you think. Space Marine suits and power armor are rated for walking under oceans.
Yes, but is the Land Raider capable of traversing the Atlantic seafloor?
Yeah, but do they need to? Do they just detach about 4 of them to go, 3 of them to go, say, visit America?
Hey, America's worth at least 4.
Okay, you can get 4. I'm just thinking in
Right.
this way they need about. They've got the tank, and probably a pair of them could probably deal most of Europe. And the 4
Honestly,
could
the Allies are probably just more confused, though, I would have thought.
Yeah, everyone's probably crushed. Honestly, eventually they probably fight. They might. The Emperor is alive at that point. Remember, historically,
Yes,
the
but
Emperor's
he-
alive at that point.
Yeah,
So
but the
then-
Emperor's not acting as the Emperor. The Emperor is just acting
No.
as...
But they will probably seek out the Emperor to serve him.
Yeah, the Emperor. I don't think the Emperor has
The
foreknowledge.
funny thing is, the Emperor might just kill them off.
Yeah, because he's
He
like,
might do.
you are disrupting the timeline. Stop it.
Might do.
Unless the
decide-
Emperor knew that this was meant to happen.
And they might be the original
Yes,
12
but
Space Marines.
But it's more of a case of the Emperor we know was killing anything not human on Earth, and he's the reason why a lot of myths disappear because he kills them.
Yes, but
Like,
just think
he is
about it.
St. George.
Yes, but just think about it. Now he's been given a bodyguard of 12 Space Marines.
Again, he won't know they're Space Marines unless it depends. It depends how his
But
foreknowledge.
he's
see,
the
well,
Emperor.
Because
He
the Emperor,
can see the future.
There's been a whole incident where the Emperor was sent back in time, so was rude to one of his sons, only because when they first met, they were rude. Because they actually had been together in the past where they were nice to each other, causing a temporal paradox. So the Emperor knew that he'd already been kind to them in the past, so when he finally met them in the present, he didn't have to be.
He's fun like that, the Emperor.
There's a good chance the Emperor will just kill them on principle.
There
Because
is
they
a good
can't
chance,
know.
but there's also a chance that he makes use of them. Because let's be honest, at that point, they are going to be very useful for him.
Yeah,
And
but
the Emperor,
this is still about...
the Emperor is also the type of person who, the type of person who does seem to collect things. Got to look at all the black cells, etc. And those things. That he likes to collect things. He's kind of the how do I put this? The supposedly advanced human equivalent of the basically every elder person, it seems to me, who has a shed of stuff stored away, or all sorts of things, or so wait, probably kind of like me, considering the amount of stuff I have stored in this space.
Yeah.
Even an old rice cooker I have, which someone has helpfully put in the washing machine, put in the dishwasher, and has ruined. I've got stored just in case I can use it later on.
The funny thing with the Emperor is that if we had sent him back 12 Custodes, he absolutely would keep them, because Custodes can be relied upon to...
No, he wouldn't.
Well, no, he could have done, because Custodes can be relied
No,
upon.
too dangerous.
Yeah. Remember, if we're sending these people that far back, it's a much younger Emperor who is very much in non-interference at all costs.
Well, no, he's cool with interference. He's just doing it all from behind the scenes.
Yeah.
He could make use of 12 Custodes because they could be trusted to actually not get in the way and actually, take off their armor and function as slightly larger than your average blokes.
Slightly.
9 foot tall.
Slightly.
Yeah. No, but you see, the thing is, Fleet, we couldn't use the Custodians because this is before the Dark Age of technology. This is before he learns how to make the Custodians.
Yeah, but he will have...
The Custodians are pretty much alien to him.
And
we know what he does to anything that's remotely alien at this point.
We are aware of, the Emperor being the foreknowledge of the Emperor and all that. He will probably know...
But he still might choose to kill them to make things easier for himself.
Yeah, but Fleet, its entire plot point during the Horus Heresy, that he knows bits of the future, he does not know it all. It's an entire plot point of it. He knows at least one of his sons will betray him. He does not know it's Horus until Horus does the betrayal.
And he made the wrong decision in War Master because of it.
He thinks it's Lorgar.
And he's
Which is technically right.
Yeah.
Yes.
But just to quickly go back to the question, because it was about land raiders. Honestly, allies are not happy because you can't identify the alloys and you can't identify the fuel. On top of that, its weapons, going off of the ballistic ones, will teach them very bad lessons. Because this means people will start looking at gyrojets more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because also they'll be looking like, why does this normal vehicle, apparently, we'll just say go with the Hurricane bolters, have 12 anti-personnel 40mm rapid-fire cannons, and then a twin 60mm cannon, Gatling cannon, on the front?
Yeah.
That's just going off one variant.
Uh-huh.
It teaches bad lessons of a lot of things. They might see the interest. They might find interest though in the boarding capability of basically being a big APC.
Yeah.
Dragon, you're forgetting the better version to send back.
Oh, there's
Any
also
of the
the fun
Volkite
variants to
armed
send back.
ones. The Volkite
but
armed ones.
But humans have no idea how to use the Volkite. I went with ballistic because humans can go, wait, that is a gun.
Yeah. It'll be quite
Yeah.
interesting.
But
Nice
Volkite will just be funny.
All right, that's with the Eagle carrier conversion admiral class. Go with What role would twin engine aircraft not be used for? As said, if you go down the twin engine route, if you're looking for something which could, if you're in 1920s, 30s, if you're trying to build something which can do everything, has a great enough power to weight ratio to be used for zoom and boom fighter roles and breaking up enemy air attacks as in naval aviation doctrine at the time, and as was used pretty much through World War II quite successfully. And if you are wanting to use for long-range reconnaissance, for strike, etc., basically all the roles then they could use a twin-engined aircraft for. Twin-engine fighters are not necessarily an unusual thing. They're not like the single-engined aircraft. Single-engine fighters are the sexy things, which is why they get the attention they do. But there's a reason the P-38 Lightning does all it does, and the F-35B is named for that. F-35 is named for that. There's the reason that Mosquito, Hornet, Sea Hornet, Beaufighter, they're all very, very good aircraft. So if you've got that capability, you've got a fairly good fighter capability, you've also got a fairly good fighter-bomber capability, and it would be modified, as I said, it would carry torpedoes. Be a strike aircraft capability. If I look up the Beaufighter...
You just call the Beaufighter a good fighter.
For its immediate time period, it's actually quite good at the time. It's not...
Because the Beaufighter's the conversion of the Beaufort, isn't it? And both were very underpowered aircraft.
Not necessarily. Beaufighter actually did 15 squadrons of the Royal Fleet Air Arm, 59 squadrons of the Royal Air Force, 7 squadrons of the Royal Australian Air Force, 4 squadrons in the Canadian Air Force, the US Army Air Forces actually used them. They had 4 squadrons, New Zealand, South African, even the Polish used them. And they're roughly... Honestly, there's very nearly 6,000 of them built throughout the war, in the war. It was able to do torpedo attack, rocket ground attack, all sorts of things. It was a very good general purpose aircraft in so many regards. But it wouldn't be exactly the same, but I'm using it as an example. If I remember correctly, they had Merlins as their engines.
No, they had the Tauruses.
They had Hercules. They had Hercules. Both
Did
fighters
they?
had Hercules. Yeah, they had Hercules. Especially by the Mark 10, they had Hercules. So they have the Hercules 17 or the Hercules 18.
Yeah, so they start off with the Bristol Tauruses and go to the Bristol Hercules.
Yeah.
Which both still very underpowered engines.
Yeah, but in the nicest way, if you've been working on it, it's going to be slightly better than this thing, but it's probably going to be... Again, it's going to give them the capability they need for their operations, We're talking about something that can carry... in terms of weaponry, could carry an 18-inch torpedo, a Mark 13 or American Mark is it American Mark 13? Yeah, American Mark 13 torpedo could carry 500 pounds worth of bombs. It was stressful. It was armed with 4 Hispano cannon, 6 machine guns, and could be fitted with other things. It has a range of 1,500 nautical miles, service ceiling of 19,000 feet. It's a useful asset. Let's be honest. If you're talking general purpose in 1939 for a carrier aircraft, if that's your standard aircraft, you're not going to be a disappointed person, are you, Foxo? If that's what you have.
I mean, it's better than nothing. I suppose beggars can't be choosers if you're the fleet air arm, but it's just, yeah.
Well, there's also the scenario that if it's developed properly, then it might be something closer to what the Sea Hornet was, which was slightly better, ever so slightly better.
Isn't the Sea Hornet like 1945 vintage? It's sort of the development of the Mosquito, and you've already pointed out previously that the Mosquito wouldn't have been a very good carrier aircraft because it's
the Mosquito wouldn't have been, but the reason the Mosquito wouldn't be is it's developed as a land-based aircraft and it's not built for saltwater operations. But if you're building, one reason the Hornet is developed is they basically want a Mosquito that can operate in saltwater. So
but can you actually make would an aircraft work well in saltwater?
You can make a Hornet that would work well in sort of in sort of that sort of period.
I meant Mosquito.
The Mosquito, it's the problem. The Mosquito is its airframe. So if you choose to make an airframe out of something different, that's when you get the Sea Hornet. You get the Hornet.
But most of the good qualities of the Mosquito come from its wooden airframe, making it very light for what it is.
Yes, but it also makes it very easy to build, etc. And those are good things. So you're not going to have something which is probably, say, Mosquito agility and operational capability, but you'll have something which is sort of Mosquito-like, but 1939, using the airframe of 1939, you can make that saltwater proof, which is going to be closer to the Hornet. And so that had a capability. That, of course, had Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, 130s. The Hornet did, but probably be talking about standard Rolls-Royce Merlin 1,000 horsepower engines or something else with 1,000 horsepower in 1939, roughly. And again, you're looking at something which can carry 2,000 pounds of bombs, and can carry, has 4 20mm cannon in its lower fuselage nose and those things. That again, using 20mm cannon instead of Browning machine guns is going to make a big difference in the performance of them in the zoom and boom role. But they probably have a mixture of both, honestly, knowing the Royal Navy at that point. There was lots of discussions already of cannon versus machine guns in late 1930s. So it would be interesting. It would be, you'd be talking about something which would be on a process of development which had been about since about twin-engine aircraft would probably be adopted in mid to late 1920s. Especially for the Admiral class if they're Eagle-style conversions, because they're coming to service quite early in the 1920s. And it makes sense to fill them up with twin-engine aircraft, because they'll be able to do various roles. So what you'll have will be a product of that development. And so it's pretty difficult to say, because you're probably dealing with something which is going to be 3 to 4 generations of aircraft down the line. If you think about how many types of aircraft the Royal Navy runs through from 1928-ish to 1939, roughly 3-4 generations for each type. They usually replaced roughly every 3 or so years. Fleet, if you want to correct me.
No. I'm just nodding along.
I'm just trying to figure out, if you got a bigger airframe, why would you go for a twin-engine aircraft when you could try and get an aircraft like, what's it? The Blackburn.
Has anyone got the time?
Aircraft like the Firebrand working.
Oh,
Surely a fire.
Because the Firebrand would be lovely if you've got single engines of enough power. So the reason why you would go for a multi-engine setup in the 20s and 30s is because your engines haven't yet got enough power. So if you want to improve the overall power to weight performance of your aircraft, you're going to go for a multi-engine type, and also because that's the existing convention of how you build better aircraft at the time period. Because it's all about the bombers, it's all about the medium fighter, and also, honestly, twin-engine aircraft, you probably get more buy-in from the air ministry, because they prefer that. So the thing is, you would that would be a sort of a way to go. And if you're at twin-engine aircraft, that's a viability. Also, the Firebrand and all these things, quite a lot of the things that make the single-engined and those aircraft work later on towards the middle and end of the war are the 2,000 horsepower engines and the contra-rotating propellers and all sorts of things which they're developing, and various things they're developing to improve the engine and the horsepower to make them work. If you want to get that similar level of performance in terms of carriage of weaponry, in terms of speed, in terms of range, in the 1930s, you'd be talking about twin-engine aircraft.
Okay, so could you not just use a single engine with a much higher aspect wing ratio to have much longer wings? Then you get a similar carrying capacity, making use of a larger carrier.
That's going to make the aircraft less maneuverable, and it's in terms of dogfighting, and it's also going to cause complications in terms of your handling, in terms of space aboard the ship and inside the hangar. Yep. Longer wings equals you either have to have more folds, so they have to do something like this, or they have to do something like that, which is going to also add in canting and all sorts of things, which are extra stress points on the wings for their and the more stress points you have on the wings, the more difficult it is to do aerodynamics in them without actually damaging them, unless you've got them properly stretched and strengthened. And the higher the hangar you need. Now, admittedly, with Eagle-style conversions, you're going to have the highest hangar you can have on a Royal Navy carrier, because Eagle's hangars were that big. They're 20 feet. But yeah, you still don't want to do it if you can avoid it.
But surely with a twin-engined aircraft, because of the additional size around the engines on the wings, wouldn't you still have to do the twin sort of forwarding wings to get it on?
No.
Just very quickly, it is gone midnight.
Yeah.
I have to clock off for the evening.
Go on. Don't take care.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, Fleet.
Because if you think about it, you have more space about because the wings spread it out. So instead of you are folding now from the engines rather than the fuselage, so you've actually got more space to fold it over. Now, you could technically do that in a single-engined aircraft, in a single sort of fuselage, but the thing is, that means you're putting the stress point further up from the aircraft, and usually you want the stress point of the fold to be as close to the fuselage as possible to be able to give it as much support as possible. But the engines are solid enough; it'll be a solid enough connection. You can have the folds there. Using the technology and the understandings they have at the time, which is always the caveat I make, because people sometimes go, well, we know this, so they could have done this, and I go, well, that's trouble. That stuff's not discovered till the 1950s or the 1960s, or even some of the stuff is the ideas they work out in late 1940s. So what you're talking about is what's the technology they have available in the 1920s and 30s. Okay, does that make sense, or?
I should think. Because having the second engine will massively increase the aircraft's downtime, and also increase the amount of personnel you need to service it.
Not necessarily in terms of, because Navy's already over-maintained their aircraft. What they have, what Royal Navy and other navies tended to do was carry spare engines and take engines off the airframes and put their engines onto the airframes. So
yeah, but you still double. Yeah, you still sort of double the engines you'd require instead of just lengthening the aspect ratio on the wings. Yeah, because a twin-engined aircraft's not going to dogfight well. They didn't. Anyway.
But the Royal Navy's not looking for a dogfighter. That's not.
Yeah.
You're thinking about you're again. You have to think about what's naval aviation's approach to fighter air defense. What's their role? Their role is to break up enemy strikes coming in, not dogfight. They're not worried about dogfighting to an extent. They want to break up the enemy strikes coming in. So they want something which will be able to get up high quite quickly and then zoom down and break up the strike. They don't. Engaging in dogfight is great if you want to kill the enemy aircraft. That's the way you can kill enemy aircraft. But The naval fighter's value is in breaking up the enemy strike, not in dogfighting.
Maybe I'm taking a land fight approach too much then. Because it seems like the inherent efficiencies in a high aspect wing are fuel and range. But
They are, but
Yeah,
again,
but-
those wings that also creates the bigger wings you have. That also creates issues with takeoff, especially if you're doing catapult assisted takeoff, etc. Later on, you're putting a lot of stresses on the airframe. So there are things you want to try and build a stronger airframe, a stronger aircraft as possible, and sometimes you don't want to have extra space. And also, the wider the wings, that also takes space up on deck when they're being maneuvered around, because they have to have the wings expended for their operations. And these are all things you have to factor in.
So, awesome. I guess just a quickly one to Boxer, how many high aspect wing fighters are you aware of in World War II?
Quite a few.
Wait a second.
There's not that many.
The Jug comes to mind.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah, some of the Sea Hornet conversions.
They're still
Yeah.
primarily elliptical, though.
Yeah, you have a lot of the high altitude Spitfire
Okay.
conversions that have their clipped wings
So
that
then
are
I've got my
lengthened.
my terminology confused. Okay, carry on.
Like, there is definitely some, but there's a difference between high aspect and high aspect.
Yeah, it's like the high aspect wing ratio. Where it's like, oh, what's that German high altitude test? So the TA-152, is it?
And there's also the BV-155.
Yeah, it's like stuff like
Those
those.
are basically stick wings, which they are not meant to dogfight at all.
Yeah, but
They're
if
not-
we go
they're
off
not
what
meant to
Clarke
be-
is saying,
Hmm?
but it's if we go what Clarke was saying, that the purpose of these aircraft isn't to dogfight.
Hmm.
Their role is to be fast, be efficient, and dive and break
Be
up
good at
formations
Hmm.
at altitude. Then surely the thin high aspect wing ratio would work better.
Apart from the fact that most of those were used for bomber hunting.
And
What do you
Which
think
was
that these aircraft will be doing?
these aircraft will also be engaging in being bombers themselves, in being patrol anti-submarine warfare aircraft, and all sorts of things. So they're going to need to do all roles, and you're going to need to basically, it's a general purpose airframe. It's an early attack because it's based in the logic of the Royal. And this is a long discussion me and Drac had. Based on the knowledge of, well, the Royal Navy tries to get the torpedo spotter reconnaissance aircraft to work. They get the torpedo spotter reconnaissance aircraft, put those three roles together in one airframe, right? That's the Swordfish, Albacore, all successors from that are TSRs. They try and get the fighter dive bomber to work, and that's the Skewer. And fighter reconnaissance was the Fulmar, and they were looking at other fighter options as well. And if they got their interceptor, they would have had. But they also, their other criteria for their interceptor fighter aircraft was it was also going to be a fighter strike aircraft as well. So it's supposed to have some sort of strike capability, and they were actually looking at. That's where some of the early ideas for rocket weaponry for aircraft come from. There are also other sources to that, so please note that's a spread out thing. There's multiple sources going on. The point is, if you're trying to create something which can do all those roles, you are probably looking at something with a Hornet / Beaufighter / sort of that sort of organization and that sort of shaping and form in terms of its wing and its role, because it can because that is a fairly general purpose airframe. And you have to think it's not the fighter role is going to be an important role for it, but it's not going to be the only role. And probably, if the Royal Navy is going to be honest, the most important role in their mind is going to be the torpedo bomber capability. Secondly, is going to be the fighter role. Reconnaissance is probably going to be high. Reconnaissance in terms of having long range is going to be high up in there as well.
Okay, bit off topic, but does that change as the war goes on then? And the need for sort of primary focused fighters becomes apparent?
Yeah, probably at that point they start bringing single engine aircraft. They probably buy them from the Americans or something. Or they change the loadout of the aircraft. They change the weapons capabilities, but also it depends on how the aircraft have been performing. Because if you've managed to, let's put it this way, again, if you're thinking about this sort of scenario where you have this many aircraft, let's say it's one of the admirals which launches the strike on Taranto, and they launch the strike with 90 of these aircraft.
That's a lot of torpedoes.
But then you also turn around and go, right then, so we've got to do air defense. Okay, what's our pool of air defense aircraft on this ship? Yes, they might not be individually as good as a one-on-one as a fighter, but I've now got 90 aircraft I can be using as my fighters. So I can maintain a cap of, like, what, you know? That's going to be...
30?
I can probably maintain a cap of 24 aircraft constantly in the air. So yes, they might not be individually. Those aircraft might not be good dogfighters. They might not be as good as the single-seat fighters in an air-to-air role. But if I've got 24 of them in the air, that's going to be a fairly good defense constantly. If I can maintain 24 in the air.
And will the issue become, what if the opponent's got an escort? What if they brought, say, 24 of their own fighters with them?
They always bring escorts. That's a constant in the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a case of, what if, so if you've got these, just twin-engine aircraft be doing the cap,
yeah,
but they get engaged by an escorting force of
single-engine same as the Fulmars did, which was blast their way through. If a Fulmar could do it, then a faster twin-engine aircraft could do it.
Great, the Fulmar wasn't actually that bad of a fighter, though.
No.
But then now you've got a much heavier aircraft that's trying to do it. Yeah. And we know from stuff like the BF-110 and the Beaufighters that you don't really want them doing it.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've now got, instead of me having 6 or 12, an air group of 6, total fighter strength of 6 or 12 Fulmars, where I might have 3 or 4 in the air, if I'm lucky. I now have 24 of these in the air. And yes, you might bring 24 fighters with you. But the thing is, if I blast through those and go straight to it, and my point is, my job is not to engage your bombers, it's not to engage your, have an effort. It's not the same paradigm as we're talking about on land. On land, you're defending cities, so you have to engage to kill the enemy. At sea, you're defending ships. So what you want to do is first break up the enemy airstrikes into smaller groups. So you want to break up a wing of 48 into flights, into pair 2s and 3s and 4s. Then the heavy AA is engaging. That forces them to break up, hopefully more, into singles. And then the medium and light AA is engaging. The medium AA is trying to drive them off, try to distract them. The light AA is trying to kill them if they get close enough to actually engage. So your air defense paradigm on a warship is very different than in the 1930s and even in World War II. It's very different than your air defense paradigm for land for defending a city. Because on a city is a large target which is very vulnerable and is very difficult to defend. A warship is a large target, yes, but it's not as big as a city. It's maneuvering and it's firing at its opponent. So what I need to not do is I don't need to kill the enemy to defend the warship and task group. I need to break the enemy strike up so they can't overwhelm the warship's defenses.
And additionally, with a warship, you just have to, you usually have 300 coverage as a single unit with your aircraft guns, whereas a city you might not.
Yeah.
Because you might find that, right, once you get inside this distance, we can't shoot at you because we're going to take the building.
Yeah.
Whereas as long as your warship has been somewhat competently designed, you really shouldn't have to worry about that.
Yeah. But it's all hypothetical based on you having these very large ships and you wanting to max out their air group. And the thing is, the admirals would have been such big carriers, such big ships, even as conversions with such large, that the Royal Navy probably would have been looking at them and probably would have been having trouble getting as many single-engined aircraft as they need to fill up the space. And then we all know there's an operating ceiling of roughly 96 aircraft, where above which you really have trouble operating a carrier. And a carrier group successfully because of the difficulty of organization, because of difficulty of things getting. So it's basically our idea was, well, to take advantage of the space, you probably end up with twin-engined aircraft as a way to get around some of the problems you have with those single-engine aircraft. And once you go down that route, and you also have the Royal Navy's desire to make a single aircraft do all the jobs, that's what you end up with. And how successful it would be marked between 1939 and 1941. And then from 1941 onwards, you'd see whether they started implementing single-engine aircraft or whether they kept on with twin-engine aircraft. There's also going to be an interesting impact of do other navies follow that route or try and go down it if the British had gone down it. I'm not sure.
A naval SBF 110.
Probably still wouldn't be the most interesting aircraft design the Germans. All right, and
who is spamming the hearts? I have no idea who's spamming the hearts, but it's quite scary. I think it could be Knight. I think it could be Knight. I think it's Knight 6831. I think Knight's the one spamming the hearts.
Knight. The second, unless you're going to like a push-pull configuration, and even then, the second you add additional power plants to an airframe, you are completely redesigning that airframe.
Yeah, it's never some.
Like, you may say, oh, well, we took the wing off of the P-51 and we stuck it on the on this twin engine thing. But it is, by and large, it is going to be a radically the power alone and the torque forces alone are going to be interesting.
There is a reason.
From Leslie, question is: if the I-400 was a dead-end idea, would the I-500 have been better? I have to remind myself of the exact operating specs of the I-500.
I've not heard of an I-500 class, I'll be honest. Or I-500 series.
That was the successor plan to the 400s, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. They're the large... they're the long-range submarine... long-range sort of submarine they were planning on sort of... that instead of having it being basically it's an imagine a sort of I-400 without the aviation capability, but still having the range.
Stuff.
Huh?
Only stuff I can find for I-500 series would be completely fictional. So as an improvement.
There's people who point out that they think the I-500 is an amphibious tank. That's in fiction, amphibious ship in things. But the I-500, the details I was going on by the proposed follow-on submarine and conversion for the I-400s being the 500s, but I could be wrong because I was thinking what the realistic submarine is.
Might make some sense.
An amphibious submarine would have been interesting for the island campaigns. Like, I'm not accusing you of no proof. It's just a case of I know how mischievous you can be, Knight. Having seen some of your questions, and I could see you trying to maybe tweak my tail a bit by pressing the hearts, but you know, I just think it's your mischievous nature. I'm not sure what Foxo's giggling in a scary way, so we'll just leave that to be.
Sorry. When you said amphibious submarine, I was just imagining an I-400 growing legs like a coconut crab.
And
then just scuttling at people.
Designs genuinely came to mind. They do just have the insectoid legs that fold out and it just starts walking.
Yes, but it's got to be really fast in a straight line.
Yeah, we're gonna skip past this and go to the next question quickly.
And it just thinks
think
it's sonar to just
I think
fry your
that
brain.
That might be the last question, actually. I think that's the last question. Is it?
Yep.
All right.
I just
so,
put that one in there because
well, we
I
have
just don't.
literally
wanna
2
ask-
minutes till the 5-hour mark. So I'm going to say thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Hope you all enjoyed. Thank you, Dragon and Foxo, for joining us. I know Foxo's feeling not had enough time with her Dragon this evening, so I will, of course, let them
It's
get
not
off and
just
have some
this
time.
evening.
And
Just-
Dragon,
just work-
in a nicest way, I hope your bar serves iron brew, because if it doesn't, when I come in there,
They
I'm going to be
actually do.
very annoyed customer. They do? Good. Then they've got something for me to drink. That all sounds good. So I hope everyone's... Thank you very much for watching. I hope you've all enjoyed. I hope no one who found us was too disappointed that I'm not Drac NFL.
What?
I don't know why people turn up here.
It's
Turn up to
becoming
my...
an increasingly common complaint, Dragon, and I'm not certain why.
Huh?
I'm finding
Don't-
it. I find it funny because we're good friends. So you know, why people think I'm never quite sure. And both me and Drac have the similar problem. We're not sure why the world thinks there needs to be only one naval historian. We find it a bit
be
strange.
a similar name?
My guy is better than your guy. It's tribal.
Well, it's quite obvious. You have Draffinachel and cooler Draffinachel.
Draffinachel.
Oh,
no.
I think.
Foxo, are you trying to trans
No.
Drax gender?
We are not.
Was
In the nicest way,
was
he
the
is my
anime
best
girl
friend.
version of his OC.
We have, and I should have tweeted out a picture. I should have got us to tweet out a picture on because that would have really crushed some people who like to try and set us up against each other, of us having dinner the other night. Literally, it would have been a case of, oh yeah, this is what we do. I announced literally 2 days before I was up there, I'm going to be up in London on these nights. Do you feel like meeting up? The only one of the shipshape crew who didn't come along was the one who was ill. And Dr. Dan was there, Drac was there. We had it was a lovely time. We went to a steak place recommended by Drac, and we actually spent some of our time actually just joking about some of the random things people do on the internet, comparing us. But no, we have fun with that one. We have fun. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here. I hope you all enjoyed. They're just confused by all the Alexes, child. They might well be. The fact we're both bearded, we're both British, we're both called Alex. We're both roughly the same age.
Oh, thank you, Stafford. I know I'm probably like the least qualified person here to talk on things. It's always nice to be appreciated.
Yes, you are very much appreciated, Foxo.
I mean, Foxo, at least you're British.
Yeah. In the nicest way, I was once in a class with so many girls who were called Alex and I was the only boy there. I changed my name to Lex because it was just easier.
Rui, I'll forgive you once. I'm not British. I'm from the other island nearby.
I am an American. You're all
She's
British.
Irish.
Okay.
I am the thing all Bostonians claim to be.
Don't forget the Chicagoans.
Oh, this is gonna start a war. Okay.
Let's end this before.
Let's end
things
this
get
before
can
war
be
is declared.
arranged.
Take care, everyone. Thank you for watching, and hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you again next week. Take care. Oh, don't get me started on the Isle of Man. Please don't bring that one in. We have enough. Go. Thank you very much.
I'm
Thank
going
you.
to say
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Oh. Take care.